Demons. You will be sealed in here forever. Demons. Forever and ever. Madness! Madness. We bring the madness! We bring the madness! This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 Ladies love El Diablo.
That handsome, cheeky little devil.
Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
El Diablo.
You naughty,
Naughty!
cheeky little devil! It's a realm of atrocities, and you love it. You love it! You love the cruelty. You love the torture.
Don't lie.
You love the lies. You love the lies! Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world. You love it. You love the evil atrocities. You love this wicked, evil
hell realm,
of demons. You love the sickness, hell realm.
hell realm,
Hell realm. The underworld, the upside down world.
you love it, higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie,
Every word is a crime.
a spiritual crime. You love it. You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. Zombies.
Zombies.
It's a zombie world. It's a zombie world.
Zombie.
World. Demon tards and zombies. Demons and zombies. Losers and piss ants. Truth is just a feeling, they say.
Feelings.
Nothing more than
Feelings.
emotions and hoes, zombies and trolls, piss ants, peasants, losers, demons. It's a zombie world,
Cruel world.
wicked world,
It's a zombie world.
zombie world, zombies everywhere.
Cockroaches. Demons and hoes.
Demons and hoes, they have no thoughts,
No ideas.
no insights.
No minds of their own.
They listen to programming,
See, hear, believe.
repeat,
Parroted back.
they mimic and copy.
Repeats and repeats.
Mindless
Zombie.
repeaters,
Mindless.
Hello everyone, my name is Nico, and I think that body hair / bush haters are ungrateful and deceitful, and I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, I would like to clarify, this is not about people that have a preference, whether it be for themselves or their partners. This is about people who go out of their way to comment on typically women's bodies and or go out of their way to leave hate comments to women online for having body hair. Okay, so I'd like to get that out of the way. Also, Lesbian Visibility Week just ended. Shout out lesbians, they're holding it down for the bush community. One and for all, shout out lesbians. Okay, so I actually wrote some notes. First, I'd like to go over the facts of why body hair / bush is superior. So let me get my notes out. First of all, the facts. Okay, body hair helps regulate temperature and aids in sweat evaporation. It helps block against UV, and it helps aid in sensory, meaning it makes you more aware to bugs landing on you so that you can swat them away. And it provides a barrier, which makes it harder for insects to suck you dry. Not only that, okay, if we're gonna talk about bush specifically, people that shave completely are 20 to 40% more likely to contract HSV when exposed, and this is because when you shave, you leave a bunch of little micro cuts on your body, making it easier for those icky, sticky little viral infections to get into your bloodstream. Okay, so now let's get into the real meat of the video. Here's why I think bush haters are ungrateful. 37% of Gen Z are virgins, specifically 18 to 26-year-olds, okay? So I think if you're between the ages of 18 to 26 and you're complaining about how a woman grooms herself, you're complaining about the play you're not getting. Like, let's be so for real. And not only that, if you do so happen to get play, you're in the lucky, what is that, like 53? 63? 63? If you're in the lucky 63%, you're gonna complain? I think not. I also think people that are bush haters, oftentimes, because I think this conversation ties into misogyny so much, let's be so real. Most men are not trying. Let's be so honest, they're not trying. So, you know, I don't know how many straight men are out there really giving head to like people they're hooking up to, or just like giving head in general. There's a lot of men, there's a lot of straight men that are just not giving head. And I think if having a little bush, even if it's like a neat little trim, like we don't necessarily have to be talking about a full garden. If you won't give somebody head because they have, let's say, just like a little peach fuzz, like a nice trim, that's ungrateful. Because especially if you're expecting head in return, or that's just like your expectation is that if you're hooking up with someone you're gonna get head. Ladies, don't be giving nobody head unless they give you head first. That's all I have to say. I also think these people are ungrateful because you're really just not appreciating the time and energy that goes into having a bush, especially if it's a trimmed bush, or it has like a cute little design, because like that's time, that's thought, that's effort. Like, the coochie is the centerpiece, it's God's gift to this green earth, and she took extra time to put some decor on that thing. Like, and think about how much time and energy it takes to grow that full luscious forest. Okay, that in and of itself, like, think about all the things you could do with that bush. Like, you could literally do arts and crafts with a full forest. Some of y'all are balding, like you could really use that hair. So I think if you're complaining about somebody having a bush, like, you just don't understand dedication. Okay, you don't understand dedication. You don't understand what it's like to have a nice little appetizer for your meal. Like, you don't appreciate the appetizer You probably don't do foreplay because you don't know how to appreciate an appetizer. Like me personally, I'm gonna give it a nibble, I'm gonna give it some praise, and then I'm gonna pull it to the side. And that's also because I'm better than you. Viewer that is angry that somebody disagrees with you and you hate women and you also hate Bush. I do that because I'm better than you. Viewer that personally, I'm gonna give it a nibble, I'm gonna give it some praise, and then I'm gonna pull it to the side. And that's also because I'm better than you. Viewer that is angry that somebody disagrees with you and you hate women and you also hate Bush. I do that because I'm better than you. Also, let's not forget, 37% of people between the ages of 18 and 26 are virgins. So let's not complain about the play we're not getting, okay? Why I think Bush haters are liars, why I think they're deceitful, is I just feel like you're lying to yourself. Like there's something off about you. You look into the eyes of somebody who swears they don't like Bush and you can just tell like there's something wrong with them deep inside. Like maybe you're lying to yourself, like maybe it's jealousy. You're jealous of women and their beauty. Maybe you're DL, and you're lying to yourself. You're afraid of living life to its fullest extent, so you have to take that anger out on women instead. Maybe you're just scared of the puss, okay? Like you look at it, you're like, eek! And you just haven't figured it out yet. Or maybe you have figured it out yet and you're lying to yourself. Maybe you're mad at women, and instead of just looking on the inside and being like, dang, what's wrong with me? Like, I don't understand why I can't get a girl. It's probably my fault because you suck. You take it out on women instead. So I feel like that's very deceitful. And you need to be honest with yourself. Like the problem is not even the outside world. You're the problem. You're actually the problem. So maybe take that into consideration. One thing I've heard some people say is, you know, like, oh, this girl sent me nudes, but like she didn't even take the time to shave. Why the fuck would I spend 20 minutes shaving to take a photo of my cooter cat? Okay? One, once again, ungrateful. Two, 37% of people between the ages of 18 and 26 are virgins. Okay, you're complaining about the play you're getting. Okay, what we need to be doing is be saying thank you. Okay, thank you for taking the time out of your day to send me a pic of your pooning. And also, if you're out about and about in the world, telling people you would never hook up with a girl with a bush, I know you're fucking lying because you're telling me you're gonna go on the date. Okay, you're gonna go on the date. You're gonna go back to whoever's house, and you're gonna see the cooch with hair on it, and you're not gonna follow through. I know that's a fucking lie. Like, look at me. Look me in my eyes and tell me you're gonna go on a date, you're gonna eat dinner, maybe you even pay for the dinner, okay? You paid for that dinner, what, like 40 or 50 bucks? And you're telling me you're gonna make it all the way back to your place or her place, probably your place, and you're gonna see that she has a bush, and you're gonna tell her to go home. Don't fucking lie to me. We're eye to eye right now. We're looking eye to eye. Don't lie to my fucking face. And also, not only that, you're telling me, okay, maybe you have a partner. Maybe you have a partner. Y'all haven't gotten freaky for like a week or two. You're really gonna make fine shit, go get in the shower and shave, just so you can fuck for probably 5 minutes, because you're already complaining about the bush. You haven't fucked in a week. You're gonna make her take 20 minutes so you can fuck for 5. Don't play in my fucking face. Like, if you're gonna make your fine shit love of your life, light in your world, go take a 20-minute shower and shave. Like, boy, you better bust those legs open and shave it yourself, you ungrateful ass bitch. Okay, and lastly, I know some people are probably gonna crash the fuck out, even though I said that. This isn't about people who just have a preference. There's nothing wrong with having a preference. I don't care if you have a preference. But I know there's some people that are gonna have a problem with me saying that this intrinsically ties into misogyny. because people like to fucking pick apart women's bodies and what they do with their bodies, regardless of whether or not you can control it. Here's some of my personal experiences and things that we've all seen online, and the people that are watching this video, don't fucking lie to me. I know you've probably said some of these things or seen some of these things if you haven't partaken in them. So here's some of my personal anecdotal evidence of why this ties into misogyny, outside of the fact that it's considered an expectation. Okay, it's a expectation. Personally, I don't know any women that have a problem with a neatly trimmed bush on a man, but I know plenty of men who are like, neatly trimmed isn't enough, I'm not gonna eat it, my steak is too juicy, my lobster is too buttery. One time I sent a guy a photo of my legs on Snapchat, probably with just like a couple words over it or whatever, responding to his Snapchat, and he said I was rocking the winter legs. Keep in mind, I had no idea what the fuck that meant. I was confused. Exactly. There's been a multitude of times where I've worn sleeveless shirts and people pointed out my armpit hair and either said something to it about their friends or asked me if I forgot to shave, or told me, just outright told me I forgot to shave. No, I did not. One time someone commented a picture of a razor on one of my TikToks. I actually own a razor. So recently, actually this was like 2 days ago, somebody told me they would pay for my laser hair removal. Whoever that was, I hope your pillow is warm for the rest of your life. Okay, I hope your AC goes out and your pillow is fucking boiling. I hope it's like putting your head on a bed of charcoal. And I hope no woman ever blesses you in the rest of your existence. But yeah, that's pretty much my entire argument. I want to say again, shout out lesbians, really holding it down for the Bush community. Bush is superior. And also, if you're a misogynist watching this video right now, and you've already typed away in the comments because you probably haven't even watched the whole fucking video, I hope your pillow's warm tonight. I hope you step on a Lego. I hope you somehow end up lodging a thumbtack under your big toenail. I hope your barista is bisexual and she accidentally puts oat milk instead of whole milk in your latte. I hope if you play the guitar, I hope one of your guitar strings breaks. If you work fast food, I hope your non-slip shoes fall apart, you broke ass bitch. If you smoke cigarettes, I hope I hope you drop them in a fucking puddle and they're all soggy and none of them smoke anymore. I hope your joint gets rolled too tight and it doesn't smoke. I hope that concert you really want to go to gets scalped and the tickets are like $2,000. If you have a peanut allergy, I hope that the next restaurant you go to doesn't take the proper allergen reactions and you have to pay a $3,000 hospital bill. If you work construction, I hope you fall off that fucking roof. And if none of these things apply to you, I hope you're an incel and you finally get the balls to go on your first date and it turns out to be a misandrist and she just grills you the whole fucking night. Yeah.
You will be sealed in here forever. Demons. Forever and ever. Madness! Madness. We bring the madness! We bring the madness!
Are you telling me that the FBI is an organization with a political agenda and that in fact they will persecute American citizens who do not conform to that agenda and also hide statistics and data that do not conform to that agenda? Is that what you're telling me? So this is connected to a story that I saw Elon Musk post about how the media, this is from John Stossel, who I like, this, he's a public figure in the media. I don't know why I like this guy, he seems honest, okay? Posted this video where he talks about how the media is so interested in making sure that you understand that the good guy with the gun is a myth, right? So we see this constant propaganda for these leftist positions. And the big one, the one that is keeping them from having a total 1913 Bolshevik-style induced famine, revolution, genocide, is the fact that Americans still have their gun rights. These people will never give up until they either kill you or you kill them. That's how it works. Don't get mad at me. I'm just a messenger. Because you can see that they have been incessant in trying to take away your gun rights with things as recently as Virginia trying to make felons out of regular citizens overnight by signing a bill that would make most of the guns in that state illegal, but not for the people in government, right? Because they want a Haiti-style rule where they can just rule over you, allow the criminals to murder you, and there's nothing you can do. So let's look at this because this is pretty interesting.
Do you carry a gun? Bad idea, says Hollywood. Countless TV shows portray good guys who try to stop crimes with their own guns as fools.
Citizen's arrest, drop your gun!
The wise police officer sums it up.
Leave it to a good guy with a gun to really screw things up.
The wise, multicultural, lesbian, maybe sometimes bisexual police officer is going to tell you how bad of an idea that is. I'm so glad we listened to her.
It doesn't hold up.
It doesn't.
I'm not going to cite any statistics to prove what I'm saying. Just trust me on it. The people writing my checks really need you to trust me on it.
Good guy with a gun statistically isn't realistic. It's an adolescent rescue fantasy.
An adolescent rescue fantasy? Now, I'm no gun person. I was raised among lefty gun haters. I assumed Hollywood and the media told the truth. But then, 17 years ago, I hired the best data analyzer I know. That very tall guy on the left, Maxim Lott, here talking to the nearly as tall John Lott, his father, a criminal justice researcher who wrote this book, More Guns, Less Crime. I was skeptical, and some researchers questioned Lott's data, but I've come to believe Lott is making a good point.
Good for Stossel, huh? Growing up amongst liberals, but still asking the question and looking for the truth, regardless of his liberals, but still asking the question and looking for the truth, regardless of his propaganda upbringing. Can't say that for a lot of people, both on the left and the right, I will say, by the way.
In places where bad guys fear a good guy might be armed, crime tends to fall. Often just showing a weapon is enough to stop an assault. Police don't track such events, but these days some are posted on the web. Here an employee grabs her gun and the robber runs away. And again here.
3 robbers caught on camera breaking into a home in Atlanta. The men scramble to escape as the woman chases them.
When a civilian tries to stop one of these instances, they're overwhelmingly successful.
So,
Really? If you have a deadly weapon, you can stop another person with a deadly weapon better than if you didn't and were a sitting duck? That's so crazy. How could that be true? Because I'm watching a biracial, bisexual woman tell me, never gonna happen, miss. They're always, the white men are so dumb, they never win.
why do all these TV shows lecture us about how it doesn't work?
Yes, why, John? Is it because maybe they're created by Bolsheviks who are planning another mass genocide because they're demons and can't be stopped unless we shoot them? Could that be?
The gun control groups brag about working with the screenwriters and the producers for the shows.
This group even
I like
boasts
it.
about
Gun
its
control.
partnership with Hollywood.
And you know what? Gun control always features the people who need it the most. It's always women. First of all, these are all like non-white women who are probably living in impoverished neighborhoods with non-whites in places like New York where you can't have a gun and these people still are killing each other even though it's against the law. It's funny how that didn't work. Oh, man.
Boasts about its partnership with Hollywood and how they're consulted on scripts.
There's major star power behind an effort to rewrite the script on how guns are used in Hollywood.
They think they're making us safer because they believe FBI reports that say shooters being killed by citizens is rare. Why does the
South Carolina.
There, a concealed carrier took down the shooter.
The thing is, it got virtually no news coverage.
Oh,
49 people
you don't
being killed
say.
is going to be a bigger story than 3 people being killed.
I understand, but the guy still had like 125 rounds of ammunition on him when he was stopped. You would think at least some of the news coverage would at least mention, here's another case that almost turned out to be the same, but it was stopped.
Also, remember the Parkland shooting?
At least 17 people are dead in Parkland, Florida.
Just a few months later, in Titusville, Florida, there was an elementary school that was having a big event at a park right next to the school. It had hundreds of students there, and a man came up, started firing his gun.
Police say the gunman was then shot by someone else who had a legally concealed weapon.
And was able to seriously wound the attacker and stop him before he was able to go and kill anybody.
The bystanders saved a lot of people's lives, says the police. But I never heard about that. Local media covered it, but it hardly got attention beyond that. The
Why?
FBI somehow also missed it. At crime research...
Could it be for the same reason that they don't accurately cover interracial crime? Could that be?
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger, 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 Tigger.
be why? Is it because maybe the truth doesn't conform to the propaganda and the agenda of the New World Order, in which everyone is a mystery meat slave with no rights? Could that be why? Could it? Nah. Let's visit our sponsor, AntelopeHillPublishing.com, publishing the kind of books that are going to land you in a concentration camp. But hey, at least you'll be educated while they kill you.
Purple and gold, purple and gold, purple and gold. We love our purple and gold. Black Jesus rules. Purple bonnet crew, purple bonnet crew. We homies here in the darky hood, purple and gold. Purple bonnets crew, we know it's good. We rock bonnets and weaves. You saying I can't eat my fried chicken in your Cadillac? You whack jack, whackity whack, don't talk back. Purple bonnets crew, you know how we do. Purple bonnets crew, we will rock you. Purple bonnets gang, 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 we bangity bang. Gang bangers on the block, rape soda rock, yeah. Purple and gold.
Okay, hi everyone. It is May the 4th, and letting you know that my new book, What We Lost, Natural Adults and the World They Inhabited, is finally available at some major bookstores anyway, not all of them yet. It just came out officially today. So you can find them at all the Amazon stores. I saw it at Barnes & Noble in the United States. I saw it at Libris in Scandinavia, Dussmann in Germany. So I'll put all of those links to those ones.
Oh, hey, howdy. You're back. I haven't seen you for a while. Oh, you're back because you're selling your book. You're here to advertise your book. You haven't been on YouTube very much for the past 6 months or so. I see. You need money.
Below to the store that you might normally order books from. Sometimes it takes another 7 or 8 days. If you notice, sometimes the cover image doesn't appear yet. Sometimes that takes 3 or 4 days. So these stores take...
So you want people to know the truth of whatever the topic is, but you don't want to put it on YouTube for free. You want to sell it in books. Oh, okay. I see.
Can be a little while until every store gets the book and it all looks like it's supposed to. But like I saw, like at Amazon and at Barnes and Noble, I think they had the book and the cover and everything was ready to go. So yeah, those links.
You're rubbing your hands together, waiting for those shekels. Howdy, the blueberry boy. Yo, kids.
Exactly, grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a...
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas. Yo, kids.
Exactly, grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a...
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas. Yo, kids.
Exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your Gucci hot. Your Gucci
Cuckoo
chakra. Your Gucci chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Gucci chakra. Who hurt you? And you're cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Gucci chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Everyone knows the Islamists are invading the UK. Let's just jump in and take a look at how that's going for the people of the UK, specifically the women. And to all the traveling clad, let's jump right into it.
I don't think third world male migrants are a problem here in the UK. Try being a female working in construction, because I'm telling you now, they treat you like absolute. If you get people from countries what don't respect women, women aren't allowed to talk, women aren't allowed to do these jobs. The moment they land on UK soil, they're not just suddenly going to change their mind and start being polite to women. For example, there's 4 people working on the gate, 3 are foreigners, 1's a British guy. The British guy is the only guy who's bothered looking at the piece of paper and calling me by my name. The other ones, I've had oi, girl, and click, click, click to get my attention. I'm actually working with them. They don't listen to a word I say. I might as well be talking to a bloody brick wall. But it's not the women from the foreign countries. It's not the men from Germany or the man from South Africa. It's the men from the third world countries. Nothing to do my head in, to be honest. I just want to come here, do my job, be respected by the people around me. But I'm not getting that, and I can't call them out for it either, because they just turn around and call me a racist. Thanks, UK government. That's now what I have to deal with working as a woman in construction. Cheers.
You know what's funny? It's the feminists a lot of times are the ones who are advocating the most for these third world Pakistani, Bangladeshi immigrants, Islamists into the UK, but they're also the first to be affected by it directly. Now, we've been seeing a phenomenon recently where they're actually defending their, they get hurt by it and they're defending that. It's a weird sort of sadistic like just a hole that they go into. In Europe, many women cry because they're harassed by fake asylum seekers.
Vraiment, venez jamais à Paris tout seul. Je suis à la gare toute seule à la gare du Nord. Et genre vraiment c'est horrible, je me fais accoster toutes les 5 minutes. Il y a même une meuf qui vient de me voir, elle me dit décale ton sac s'il te plaît. Et je lui dis mais pourquoi je suis censée décaler mon sac? Et elle me dit mais il y a de la pisse. Et il y a un SDF qui a pissé sur mon sac. Alors je sais pas, je suis toute seule et tout genre. On m'a insulté de clocharde aussi. On me demande de l'argent toutes les 2 minutes. Non vraiment je suis au bout de ma vie. Ça me saoule. J'ai envie de rentrer chez moi. J'espère que l'événement de Fleur il va valoir le coup. Parce que là c'est vraiment horrible pour l'instant. J'ai pas du tout envie d'être ici. Il y a au moins quelqu'un de gentil qui m'a proposé des mouchoirs. Mais bon, j'aimerais bien ne pas avoir besoin de mouchoirs quoi. En tout cas ce qui est sûr c'est que je viendrai plus jamais toute seule à Paris. Les gens ils sont malades ici. C'est un truc de ouf. En plus t'as tous les mecs qui te regardent là avec leur sourire pervers de merde. Ça me casse les couilles, j'ai l'impression d'être un morceau de viande ici. Je veux trop rentrer chez moi.
I feel bad for this young girl. It is true. Paris has become it's fallen a long time ago. A long time ago. Everybody knows the state of Paris is just not. It's not in a good place at all. Here's a clip of me, black white girl at home watching TV. Good.
5 minutes.
Coucou.
Moi.
Ça va?
Ouais, ça va toi?
Et toi, moi, célibataire gentil et snap.
Tu veux mon snap? C'est ça?
Oui.
Tu comprends un peu français?
Oui. On a musulman et gentil célibataire. Toi, beaucoup belle.
Ok.
Oui.
Je veux pas être méchante, mais je suis pas trop intéressée.
Non, snap, moi, appelez-toi la nuit à 23h.
Pourquoi faire?
Venez chez moi, regarder la télé.
Non, je suis désolée.
Non, s'il te plaît. S'il te plaît, snap, gentil, moi.
Non, t'as l'air très gentil, je peux pas dire le contraire, hein, mais je suis pas disponible.
Ah ouais?
Pas trop.
Moi, musulman, l'argent à la maison, la télé à la maison, regarder la nuit. Moi, j'aime beaucoup les blanches.
Ok.
Oui. Moi, noir, blanche, à la maison, regarder la télé, bien.
Non, mais ça va aller. Hein.
Hein?
Je suis pas trop intéressée.
S'il vous plaît, madame.
Non, vraiment.
Le numéro, c'est...
Bonne journée.
Non, snap.
Non.
Snap, s'il vous plaît.
C'est quoi ton prénom?
Moi, célibataire gentil.
Ok. Non, mais ça va aller, je suis pas intéressée, désolée.
Ah ouais?
Non.
Ok, bah merci, bonne journée.
Au revoir.
This is a weird video. Something about this whole interaction seemed a little off and maybe even set up. If it was real, that girl has zero survival instincts. I don't know what the was going on there. That was very, very weird. Very, very strange video. One of the weirdest we've ever watched. In 1990s, you could walk anywhere in Europe without any problems. Today, on every corner and city in Europe, there's a fake asylum seeker harassing a woman.
Ouais, je rentre chez moi. Non. Viens, on va quoi, t'as dit? Ouais, viens, on va baiser, c'est bien ce que j'ai entendu, ouais.
Are Europeans still using Snapchat? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on in Europe? They're still using Snapchat? That's... All right. Muslim Uber driver, drunk white girl in backseat. Father tracks phone and beats him bloody.
58-year-old Ahmed Ali, an Uber driver accused of a heinous crime.
Where they're asking that the court find probable cause for in the second degree and kidnapping in the first degree.
The victim relying on Ali's service as a rideshare driver to get back safely. Instead, documents say, Ali used his Uber app to make it seem like he dropped the victim off, then drove here to this secluded location outside of Olympia and the victim.
She is fearful if he is released, or expressed that she would be fearful if he is released.
The probable cause documents say the family of the victim got worried when the woman did not return home. The father, using his phone, tracked his daughter's location to the scene of the assault and found the victim naked in the back seat of Ali's car, with Ali scrambling back to the front seat, trying to pull his pants up.
There is a substantial danger that the defendant will commit a new violent crime, and this is based on the nature of these allegations.
Documents say the victim's family beat up Ali, and at least 2 shots were fired. Investigators say Ali tried to flee the scene, despite medics saying he needed help. In court, Ali still had bandages on his hands. Near the scene of the attack, I spoke to a dad who told me it's horrifying to hear what happened to someone else's daughter on Father's Day weekend.
You know, to me, it's justice, and it should have never happened to begin with. Right? That it's just disgusting, but I'm glad the dad was able to be there.
The suspect is a father himself of 5 children. The courtroom was packed with family and neighbors in support of Ali. Investigators say Ali's daughter actually reported her father missing to police on the day he's accused of raping someone else's child.
This scene is the most disgusting.
Family.
This is the most disgusting scene here. This is it. The Muslim community, time and time again in the West, failing to do what is right, failing to speak up when it is time to speak up, and then they wonder why people don't feel safe. They wonder. And the continues. This young man started filming after being stared at by 3 migrant men, making her uncomfortable. Just being a bunch of creeps, just being creepy as just creepy as humanely possible. And oftentimes the culprit, Pakistan, Bangladesh, maybe even Afghanistan, mid-40s Middle Eastern man in a washed black tracksuit.
Okay, this I didn't think I would ever be filming.
This girl's name is Zoe Hennington, off of TikTok's experience in London today.
But basically nothing's happened really, but I was just walking around London, and I live in quite a busy area off one of the main roads. And at first I noticed this guy was kind of like on the opposite side of the road, following like the same direction, same pace I was going. I had my headphones on, like I was just kind of chilling. And then I crossed the road onto his side. He was probably like 40 yards back, but then I noticed that he was still following me. So I went into the Apple store to like just have a little, hide from him basically. And then I kind of like went a little bit deeper into the store because I didn't want him to see me straight away. And then I was looking at the door, and then he walked into the store, and like he was kind of just like looking around like this, and I was like just positioned myself behind a pole and was slowly like walking towards the exit as he was walking in. And basically I not ran out of the store, but I walked really quickly out of the store, crossed the road as fast as possible, and like went back in the direction that I was coming from originally. And I have just been checking over my shoulder every second and making sure that he's not following me, turning every which way so that he doesn't know where I am. And that's the whole story. But it is so important as a female to just have your wits about you. And I haven't felt necessarily unsafe whilst living in London until today. And it's really scary. Not that nothing's happened, because happened, Like, girls, you just need to have your wits about you. You need to be aware of your surroundings. Even if you've got headphones on or, you're with friends, whatever. Make sure that you're always looking around and you're always just, your head's on a swivel, because you just don't know what can happen. And for me, obviously nothing happened, but it's really rocked me because I'm always really self-aware. And, thank God that I am, because who knows what would have happened if this man had followed me home, and then, I don't know, whatever it is, just as a female in London, in a big city, and somewhere you don't know everybody, just have your wits about you, because it's better to be safe than sorry.
This is a very unfortunate truth, and I'm the most feminist guy you can imagine, real feminism, where I actually want equality for women. I also do believe in traditional gender roles, but I also I want genuine equality for women, and I believe in women's rights, and I want them to succeed, and I want them to thrive, and I want them to feel safe. But women, this is the sorry, I don't know what's happening. Video started playing. This is the unfortunate reality for you women in the West. It's not safe anymore. The leaders, especially in Europe, have failed you. They have backstabbed you. It is not safe for you anymore. And if you leave your house, they keep on pretending like everything is hunky-dory and okay and like it was the year before, you're playing yourself. It's getting dangerous out there. You have to learn how to defend yourself. You have to learn how to evade danger. And if your fathers, if your uncles, if your male leaders around you are not teaching you these skills, you have to go and pursue them. And I say this, unfortunately, I wish we had a Western world that cared for you guys more. I feel we are betraying our women. Well, we're not here in Israel. And here in Israel, genuinely, I feel like we really do a good job protecting our women. I really do. I mean, women here are everything. They are our everything. And I really feel, I take pride in how Israeli men treat Israeli women. I think I'm very proud of it. But I feel like in the West, because I'm also part of the West and I was born and raised in America, I feel like we've just failed our women. It's disgusting. You guys deserve better. You deserve better. And so if you're not taking an odd kickboxing class, carrying around pepper spray, arming yourself with at least how to evade a sketchy situation, and this is unfortunate, and I wish it was different, and it's not fair. You're right. It's not fair. I'll be the first person to say it's not fair to you. Y'all need to step up now. You got to take this seriously. Tommy Robinson posts, our people aren't safe in their own homelands.
Just in case anyone is still under the impression that girls running is safe, I just ran past a man with his out having a, sorry if you're my family listening to this, he was literally staring at me the whole way around, and I didn't realize until the last second. We're not making this up. This is actually happening. Just in case anyone
Yeah, it is actually happening. And if you women don't take it seriously, no one's coming to save you, unfortunately. There's no knight in shining armor in the West that's coming to save you. It's just not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not materializing. The safety's not there. I wish you guys the best. See you next one.
Bournemouth Beach. I actually used to go there quite a lot as a child, and, well, to be honest, it was rather crowded, and I didn't always enjoy it that much because of that. But it was still crowded with English people, and it felt very English. And these days, well, it's looking just as English as ever, and if you say anything otherwise, then you are a bigot. Ah, yes, Bournemouth Beach is clearly still a staple of English beaches. Absolutely teeming with English culture. Ah, yes, Bournemouth Beach is clearly still a staple of English beaches. Absolutely teeming with English culture. A great representation. Ah, yes, Bournemouth Beach is clearly still a staple of English beaches. So there has been a lot of awareness brought to schools where English people are now a minority, especially in London. Yes, that's right. There are schools in England where the English are in a minority. But what is life actually like for these English school children, the first generation to be in a minority in the school environment? Well, let's take a listen to this, gentlemen, shall we?
I grew up with more Afghans and Somalians than white people, bro. Like, white people were a minority in my school still. If you went to my school, yeah, and you was white, I understand why you're racist still. Because what we used to do to them, bro, I can't. Especially in year 8, they showed us roots. With history, they showed us roots in it. Oh my days. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? After they showed us roots, oh my. Do you know what we used to do to these lot? We used to, bro, is that what they used to do to us? Kunta Kinte. They chopped off Kunta Kinte's foot. Well, then we started checking certain man's shoes. Man's shoes, pocket money. Bro, go take £30 out your mom's purse. And if you don't give me that £30, the rest of this week is long for you, bro. The rest of this week is locked off. You can't sit in class with me. You can't do nothing. We're pressuring you the whole week. We would, bro, what? What? Oh my. And that's why when I first jumped on TikTok, I started saying certain things back in it, but you being racist? I'm saying, yeah. You're being racist, so I'm being racist. People who are racist are always surprised when you're racist back. I'm going, what? What do you think this is? Do you think this is one-sided? I never grew up in an environment where you were on like better than me. I grew up in an environment where there was a bunch of us, bro. Bunch of Jamaicans. We used to beef each other. We used to have Yardis versus Zulus, Jamaicans versus African youths. Or we used to have blacks versus Afghans. It was never no black versus whites. They would have lost. What do you mean? There's like 5 of you in our year. Like, what the fuck? Bro, we used to... obviously, I'm a changed man. And we're cool. Like, all my white brothers, we're cool now.
Absolutely disgusting. So this man really did just lay out the agenda. The highly anti-English education system teaches both the English and the immigrant children that the ancestors of the English children were evil, irredeemable, and exploited their ancestors. This, of course, makes the English children feel deeply shameful. And as the man said, whipped up a lot of the immigrant children to the point where they were purposefully targeting and harassing and bullying English children based on the grievances the education system had given them. This is appalling and really does show just how much the government hates us. Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
And now, from beyond our dimension, this is the Jeff Mara Podcast. Here's Jeff.
My guest is Lori Brewer, whose heart stopped and she had a near-death experience. Lori, thanks for joining us and welcome.
Thank you, Jeff. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's nice to share this space with you.
Well, Lori, let's start on the day that your heart stopped and go from there.
September 19th, 2010 was an average normal day. To just give you a little bit of a background, I had a cardiac condition called a supraventricular tachycardia, and I was diagnosed with that when I was 19. It started when I was 13, and I was diagnosed with that at 19. And basically what that is when a supraventricular tachycardia, you have two parts to your heart. And when it pumps, mine doesn't pump. When I go into SVT, mine just sits and quivers. And so when it quivers, no blood moves. And your heart can only sit in spasmodic mode for so long because it's a muscle. So they try to get you into the hospital as fast as possible because they don't know when the muscle's just going to stop. So that's why it's an urgent matter to get you in. When you go into the hospital, you either get medicine to stop the heart. I started with verapamil, and then I went to adenosine. Then that wasn't working because my body got used to it. And then I went to cardioversion shocking. So I've had over 130 episodes of this. And the reason I started counting is when I was first diagnosed, the doctor said, don't worry. People like this, sometimes they'll have like 30, maybe 40, 20. You won't have very many. So they're very scary and traumatic. So I thought, okay, so I started counting thinking I would come to the end of it. Well, when I hit 30, I didn't come to the end of it. When I hit 40, I'm like, well, I'm not coming to the end of it. And I was still quite young when I was in my 40th attack. So then I quit counting, and then I started watching how they were going. So on September 19th, 2010, normal day, I was already very experienced with SVTs. I know when they would come on. I know what my body feels like. It's like a migraine or something different coming on. You could kind of feel something's different happening. I didn't have any feeling whatsoever. September 19th, we had a beautiful day. I was married at the time. We had a beautiful day. We picked apples at my mom's house. I was with family. I seen my mom. We had dinner. We had ice cream. We had Dairy Queen. A beautiful night. Watched movies. Everything was perfect. Go to bed. And it was like, I didn't have any feeling it was coming. And it was like somebody put their hand on my mouth really hard, pushed my head deep into the pillow. And then I woke up gasping, and I was in a full SVT mode. And it was so painful. It was unlike any SVT I've ever experienced. And I knew this one was so different. I didn't know what was different about it, but I knew it was like not the SVTs that I normally have. So I wake my husband up at the time, and I say to him, we're having an SVT. He always drove me to the hospital. We're having an SVT. And it was like, oh dear, again. And they were just nuisances. They were never anything to worry about. So it was just like, oh, again. So we get ready. And as he's getting ready, and he's going to get the car ready and open the garage so I can just hobble in there, because I have trouble breathing when I'm in full SVT. And to give an idea, if your heart beats like 90 beats a minute, mine goes to like 220. So it's not a beat, it's just a shaking. So my shaking is about 210, 220, and that's how they can't get a pulse in my arm. That's how it's so traumatic. So this one was higher than that. I don't know what it was, but I wasn't able to get past in my head that I wasn't coming home. And I knew when I wasn't coming home, I knew I didn't want, because I was newly married, I didn't want my young husband, my new marriage, I didn't want him to idolize my pajamas. Because when people die, I've had people die, and you would smell their pajamas, or you'd smell their cologne or their coat, and you would keep it because that's the only thing that you have left. Sorry. So I didn't want my husband, I didn't want my husband to feel that. So I wrapped up my pajamas and I hid them. So I thought by the time he would ever find this, he would be already past it. And then I didn't want to go to the morgue. So I've done a lot of police work, and I know what happens at the morgue. And so I've done a lot of stuff. So I didn't want the morgue people to put a toe tag on hairy legs. So I shaved my legs before I went to the morgue. And then I didn't want the undertakers, because I don't wear a lot of makeup, I didn't want the undertakers to cake me with lots of makeup. So I put makeup on to show them this is exactly how I want my makeup. But I didn't have this consciousness that I was going to die. Like that isn't part of my brain. So I'm getting all ready. And now, like, my husband's like kind of torqued. He's like, well, if you're having this SVT, like, where are you? Like, why aren't you coming? So I finally get in there. We go to the hospital. And when I get to the hospital, we go through very fast. Like, as soon as I tell the people, like, I was a frequent flyer. As soon as they see me walk in, they knew I was having an SVT. I get helped immediately. I always went to the same hospital, got helped immediately. This time, no. The hospital was busy. Hospital was overwhelmed. So instead of being like a minute and a half, I was then 10 minutes. and then 15 minutes, and then 20 minutes. And I had no IV, no help, no nothing. And now it was at the point where it's like, okay, I'm not going to be here. And now it was starting to register. I'm now leaving. And I didn't know leaving was dead. I meant that I wasn't just going to be on here no more, but I didn't know where going was. And I was good with it. So I was giving instructions, and I would say to my husband, okay, my will, and this is what's happening. And I was giving notes and instructions of what needs to happen. I was very calm. I wasn't freaked out. I wasn't scared. My heart was in full-blown SVT, which was really painful. I had a pain in my neck. I had a pain in my arm. And then I slowly started, I didn't have control anymore. So I started throwing up, but throwing up didn't have a diaphragm contraction like we normally do. You just kind of opened your mouth, and not to get gross, but you didn't diaphragmally have it. So I started noticing that my body was slowly sloughing. I can't describe it better than that, like just sloughing, like not my physical body. And I thought that was kind of odd.
Yo, kids.
Exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, you know, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school, and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas. Yo, kids.
Exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, you know, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school, and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas.
Watermelon felons. Watermelon felons. The usual suspects. The usual suspects. Get you some fried chicken. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. Watermelons and Kool-Aid. It's a beautiful day in the darky hood. A beautiful day in the darky hood. Won't you be my, won't you be my, won't you be my Tigger, 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 Tigger.
Yes. Yo, kids.
exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, you know, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school, and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas. Yo, kids.
Exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, you know, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. And just as we were walking, there was a
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas.
Singing lullabies to vampires, whispering into deaf ears,
Kissing blood tears.
showing sunsets to the blind. This is no place for the pure and kind. This is a realm for the walking dead, a realm of death. Singing lullabies to vampires.
Voodoo is not for fools.
Be careful where you tread.
Zombies.
Let the dead lead the dead. Bury the heads in sand.
Let the dead be dead.
Let me be.
Eternity awaits me.
Go ahead, swim in a sea filled with lies.
Let the rivers flow with blood. Let the slaves smile and toil.
It's an evil world.
It's a wicked, witchy world.
Hell realm. Jesus. Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the devil tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know, the Freemasonic Bible tells me so. Yay! Jesus! UFO Jesus, Cowboy Jesus,
Chinese Jesus.
Black Jesus,
Dolphin Jesus.
The Messiah is fire! Fuck yeah! Viking Jesus, Gangsta Jesus, Homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair.
Jesus loves me, yes I know.
And the devil tells me so.
He assures me
That Jesus
loves me. Jesus!
Fuck you, heretics.
Thank Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Glorious Jesus.
Amen, Jesus.
Hallelujah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Surfer Jesus.
UFO Jesus.
Mexican Jesus.
Yeah, homeless. Dolphin Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus.
Loves you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the show. I've been live now for an hour, 22 minutes, and this is the first that I've spoken that I can recall. I thought I would change things up a little bit, as I like to do once in a while. So I've just been playing music and sharing videos, sharing here and there. Stairway to Heaven.
It's a realm of atrocities. And you love it. You love it. You love the cruelty. You love the torture. Don't lie. You love the lies.
You love the lies.
Hell realm. Hell realm. Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world.
You love it.
You love the evil.
Atrocity.
You love this wicked
Evil.
hell realm.
Of demons.
You love the sickness. Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
You love it. Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime.
You love it.
You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hello, Wendy. Hello.
Good morning, Stephen. Hello, TG and Mayhem.
How are you doing this morning?
Wonderful. It's a beautiful spring morning, and it's one of those rare days when there's no wind and no rain.
No wind and no rain. That sounds nice.
And it's lovely to be able to talk to you as well. So thank you for the opportunity. And I'm just heading to the spot that I normally chat to you from. So I hope there's no cars driving past for a few minutes.
Oh, that's fine if there are. It's barely noticeable anyways, and I don't mind. But thanks for coming on. It's wonderful to have you back on here again.
Thank you. And you mentioned something you wanted to make like an audio segments or audio chapters or something. And if you needed help with audio, I could be of assistance, not because I'm in the chat, but I could help you with that. I've got a little bit of experience there. So
Thank you. Yeah, that would be great. I think it might help people. I suspect that quite a few people might not watch all of these live streams or have the time to watch through hours and hours and hours, because some of them go for 5, 7, 9, 12 hours at times. So I think a standalone series maybe would be great when it comes to that. I thought it was so funny earlier when I found that video tonight with the Popeyes chicken at the Tiga High School in Chicago. I mean, it's almost as though at times it's almost like so this Matrix is just making things into a mockery, a joke. Like, what do they need next? A watermelon stand beside there?
horrible. Wow.
They complain about stereotypes, but they have a Popeyes built into a high school.
That's just nuts.
Yeah.
I mean,
they do love the fried chicken. Maybe they lobbied for that.
Oh, of course. Because it's not even a typical American food. I mean, it's why is it not like bacon sandwich stand? Can you imagine if people wanted that?
Yeah, but it's just it's catering to the Tigas.
Yes.
It's just exactly what they want. That's why it's Popeyes chicken, because they love that, or KFC. That's their favorite food, the blacks in Chicago or anywhere in America for that matter. They just need the purple, the grape drink Kool-Aid and watermelons, and I think they're trying to entice them to go to school by, well, we have fried chicken
like
at school. You Tigas are not going to school often enough. We'll build you a Popeyes built right into the high school. It would be like building, if hypothetically this isn't the case, but let's say that white British, I hate to even have to say white British, but the true British children in England, to entice them to school, if they had a Cadbury store with a fish and chips shop that sold the best fish and chips that the children all love, to entice them. That's what it seems like. It's like, well, we're building you a Popeyes chicken, Tiggas. What more? You have basketball. You have a Popeyes fried chicken. We're giving you your favorite foods attached to the high school. You don't even have to. All you have to do is come to school, show up, and it's right there, and you can smell your favorite smell all day. I mean, it's remarkable. When I went to school, they didn't have any restaurants built into the high schools anywhere, but that's the thing. And of all things, it's a Popeyes fried chicken. It's Hank's favorite food. That Darky on YouTube, that's his favorite, Popeyes fried chicken.
So basically, come to school and get fed your favorite food because it's their favorite, and don't even learn or don't even improve. Just come there, and it's going to be free snacks. That's what it'll be, with
it's
endless
so
soda
funny
fountain.
too. Sorry for jumping in, but it's so funny because they will complain endlessly about stereotypes, saying, well, white people say that we just love fried chicken. Well, they do, though.
They do.
They'll build one right into a damn high school. That's the first I've ever seen that. I mean, it's just remarkable. Are they going to send them home with basketballs and free watermelons? Like, they complain about us stereotyping them, but they fit the stereotypes to a T every single time. It's remarkable. They just they'll say, "Well, we don't just live in mud huts," and then they show African villages without any European influence and without the Chinese coming in or the Russians. The Russians built them a huge. I'm trying to remember what kind of plant it was. Maybe it was oil for developing oil and crude oil and things like that in Sudan or Nigeria, one of those countries. It was a multi-million-dollar plant built by Russians because they can't design a plant with pipes and pumps and electricity or anything on their own, obviously. But they complain when we stereotype Africans saying, "Well, they live in mud huts," but they do that. What do they build without us? That's the question I would ask every darky on earth, whether they're a Black American or an African living in some African country. What have you built without us? If you don't like us talking about how you live in mud huts, can you show us cities that you've built without our help or without our architects, without our engineers, without our tools, without our expertise, without our heavy equipment, without us at all? What have you done? It is just mud huts. That's reality. It's just huts and shacks, shanty towns built out of garbage.
Exactly, and they have to affirmatively shop for all the supplies as well because they can't think of ways to actually create from what's lying around. So
Yes, it's amazing. I saw a video recently. I don't know if it was Sudan or Nigeria. It was one of those two countries. And everything's imported. I don't know how they have the money to buy anything then. If they're running a country where nearly 100% of what they have there, right down to their hair products that they're obsessed with and their skin bleaching products, they want to get lighter. And then they blame white people for that, saying it's a white standard of beauty. There's hardly a damn white person that lives in Sudan or Nigeria, and we're still blamed for these darkies wanting to lighten their skin as though it's our fault.
exactly. In fact, a lot of white people want to get a bit of a tan, after winter. It's nice going out in the sunshine. So, oh, I don't remember once having a conversation about like skin color with another European person, comparing to see who's paler. I mean, maybe someone will say they've got some freckles, but it's ridiculous.
I've never had that conversation with anyone either, ever.
Yeah.
The only time I noticed in school growing up was when someone was extra, extra pale, like a sickly looking kid that was so almost translucent white, where you could tell there's something wrong with them. Either they're part albino or I don't know, something like
Yeah.
that. That's the only time that I even really noticed any real difference or paid any attention to it. Maybe I noticed it, but I didn't pay any mind to it. And I don't think white people are wired that way. I don't think white people just obsess over skin tone, paleness, who's the palest, who's I just don't think we do that. Not but that's not been my experience in Canada, the United States, and other places that I've not lived but visited, been to Mexico and things like that and places there. Generally, I just don't care. Like it's not a big thing on my mind. But with black people, they're constantly comparing themselves, not just to white people, but to each other and who's
Yes.
lighter. It's an obsession.
It is an obsession, and the whole changing of their hair and the skin, and then if you look at them, they complain. If you don't look at them, they complain, and it's really strange. That when my son was in junior or nursery school, we paid for him to go somewhere really nice, and he was friendly with there was a girl who was half Sri Lankan, so she was really dark. She looked like a little monkey kind of thing. She really was quite hairy as well. But then there was a boy who was half Thai, and he played with them all the time, and we went to South Africa to see my family and friends, and we came back and he mentioned something about, oh, there were black people, and he didn't say it in a bad way, but just because he used the word black, they came to us at the end of the day and said, your child has been very racist. And we said, what do you mean? They said, oh, he said black, and we were like, his best friends are people, you know, there's no ways he is. It's absolutely ridiculous. He didn't see, it was just that he had never seen a Tigger before, because in where we lived there, I mean, there just weren't any in the school either. They were only kind of like mixers. So it was just crazy. Because he was absolutely colour. Didn't see any. You know what I mean? His best friends were variations. So it's just so awful what's been done to white, and because he's a white boy. So yeah.
Yeah. But how dare he say a word? That must mean
Yes.
he's racist. I mean, it's
Yes.
it's
Yes.
incredible the way things are. To me, racism would be hatred for all people of a certain race, hating every single person because they're
Yeah.
that race. That's what I would define it as. Other than that, jokes, words, none of that is racism, because racism, I see it as linked with hatred. Now, some people would say, well, Stephen, doesn't it mean white supremacy? No, that's not the same as racism. That's a different thing entirely. It's let's take black supremacy. They feel like they're better than all white people. So that's even above and beyond in a way of racism. But words, just using words, these idiots on YouTube that say, well, you say the word darky, that's akin to the N word. And no, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't akin to that. And the N word itself, saying that word would not make me or anyone else a racist whatsoever. I could say tigga, I could say nigga, I could say darky, I could say brownie for the brown ones. They call us white people and whites, and they call us white boy. I never hear anybody saying, well, they're racist, they're evil. How dare they use the word white? How come it doesn't work the other way? How come I never hear that on YouTube, social media, mainstream media, all the years? Never heard anybody say, well, don't you call them white. You're a racist, and chastise a brown person or a black person. I've never seen it. Never, never. But your son or it could be me using the word black or darky. As soon as I say that, I'm racist somehow. Really? I mean, it's hilarious. It's absolutely foolish and absurd and stupid.
Yes, it is. It is hilarious, but in a bad way hilarious, not a nice hilarious.
Yes, exactly. It's in a way that it shouldn't exist. There shouldn't be any of that going on, calling white children racist or telling their parents your child is racist.
Yeah, it was his best friend. They were together. They sat together, played in the sandpit. You know, all the toys. The whole time they laughed and giggled, and they had the most magical time. And he just was such a little you know, blondie, blue-eyed sweetheart. And yeah, I think whatever they felt, it must have been someone virtue signaling, pretending they were doing something, but you know, just jumping to the wrong assumption, thinking that I know what it was. The accusation was because I was born in South Africa, therefore my child was racist because it was me.
Oh. Oh.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you were bringing
Yes.
apartheid or something to England.
Oh yes, yes.
It must have been. I mean, every South African has a racist if they're white.
Yeah,
Obviously, they'd have to be,
yeah,
wouldn't they? I mean,
yeah.
it's so ridiculous. And this is the way these idiots think, these Karens. It's actually shameful that they get away with that.
It must have been a huge shock for you to see that that Tigger lean into the car and try and steal your ice cream, like one of those masks in the art gallery. Just
Yes, it was, and that was
oh,
the first darky I had any contact with, and after that, I think I forgot about it. It had probably sunk into my subconscious mind for me to still remember it, but because I don't remember every single day of childhood, but that's one of the things I do remember. And I didn't have any contact with any darkies for a long time after that. They just simply there weren't many around where I lived in Canada, part of Canada where I lived, the countryside and the cities we went to. Once in a while, I guess as I grew up, we might see one maybe in a large supermarket or something, but there were few and far between. Canada was a white country. It was the Great White North. It was mostly English, French, German, Irish. It was mostly everywhere that I was white people, and the demographics since then obviously have changed massively. There's a whole lot of Indian people, and not just blacks. There's people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Middle Eastern, Muslim, covered up, the ones covered head to toe, and Asian, Chinese. Here in Canada, it's different. And I realized this at a certain point, probably a decade ago, that in England, they say Asian for people that we wouldn't really think of as Asian. And the term there is very broad, Asian. Here, if someone's from India or Pakistan, we'd never call them Asian. Most Canadians, I would say. And Callie would say, but it's part of Asia. It's yes, we know it's part of the continent. But when we think of Asians, we're thinking of Chinese, and we're thinking of Vietnamese and Japanese and people like that. And it's
yes.
in Canada, I would say Asian. It's mostly Chinese and Vietnamese, maybe and Thai and people like that. But in terms of the brownies, there's a lot of them flooding in. We don't think of them as Asian. We totally differentiate between them and the yellow-skinned Asians because they look different and they
They
behave
are
differently.
different. Yeah.
And they are,
Asia,
yes, they are different.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Asia is the yellow skin and the almond eyes. So Japan, Korea, China, those places, because India and Pakistan, they're completely different in physiology, languages. It was the same in South Africa. You had you had to categorize yourself on forms that they had white, black, Indian, which meant India, or they had Cape Coloured, which was around in the Cape area, the sort of mixture down there. Those were the 4 boxes they had. So I don't know what the Japanese coming in would have ticked, but there weren't many. So
Yes. And I can't speak for all Canadians, but when I grew up, the way that anybody I heard speak would never have grouped in people from India and Pakistan with Chinese people or Japanese or Korean. Never. They were viewed as different because they are different. And it used to make more sense back then, when I was a child and a teenager than things do now. And again, Callie, because she's Indian and grew up in an African country, loves to point out and they always do it with this smugness, as though we're all stupid and we don't realize what continent their country sits on. But they'll say, well, it's part of we are Asian though. We're part of Asia. It's like, yeah, well, North Africa wasn't exactly darkies. It wasn't sub-Saharan Africans. It wasn't Ethiopians and people from Rwanda building the goddamn pyramids at the top of Africa. We know what continent it's on, but do you realize different people can live in different areas? And she's too dumb, like most third worlders, to realize that. And most darkies that live in Canada and United States believe that darkies built the pyramids because they're at the top of Africa. They're in northern Africa. They think, well, Egyptians, that's in Africa. It must have been black people. And that's the simpleton level that they're at. You'd be hard pressed to find a black colored person on Earth today, not 10 years ago, 100 years ago, today, that claims to be educated, that could figure that out. That countries 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, it might have been all white people, and it might have been white people and Jewish people and some slaves in Egypt 10,000 years ago. They can't do it, though. They can't figure that out. They can't figure out the DNA tests show that they've taken samples of mummies and Tutankhamun and certain pharaohs are far more related to white British men than to any darkies in the rest of Africa with dark skin. The pharaohs, and it makes perfect sense, the rulers of ancient Egypt were not darkies. And this is mind-blowing to those idiots because they say, well, Egypt's in Africa. And that's how simple they are. They're like these idiots trying to fit a triangle into a round hole. They can't do it.
Yeah.
And then there's white people that defend it or parrot the same thing, and they don't like to hear that it's impossible for darkies to have built pyramids. They can't build anything today.
Exactly. How could you engineer pyramids and then devolve and then only be able to do mud huts and not even be able to put roads and sanitation, and it's completely illogical.
Yeah, everywhere on Earth, by the way, for the people that are tuned in wondering, well, what about here? What about there? They've built no cities on Earth that we can witness and go to or see the remains of. Currently thriving cities or cities perhaps buried by a mud flood or this or that. There's nothing to show that Africans have built anything anywhere. So, yeah, the whole we was Kangs and we built the pyramids is the biggest joke of all. And when I've described DNA, I think they can do certain tests with our blood, but I don't think there's a double helix that looks like a cartoon drawing or a CGI drawing. What they show us is fake in terms of that double helix cartoon looking thing, saying this is what DNA looks like. Well, prove it to me. Show me more than an artist rendition that looks like a cartoon drawing. But in terms of testing of blood, I'm pretty sure that they can test and see ancestry that way. Let's say my ancestry or any of our ancestry. I haven't had mine done for various reasons, one of which is I don't want them to have my DNA that way. Am I curious about some of my ancestry, though? Yes. And do I think that it wouldn't shock me at all with the amount of Northern European blood that I have in me if I was a descendant of ancient pharaohs, kings, rulers? Wouldn't be surprised. They say that somewhere around 70-75% of Northern European men and British men have that, or descendants of Brits are related genetically. So it isn't Negro darky blood of pharaohs. The ancient rulers, the rulers of ancient Egypt were not darkies. Period. Were there some dark slaves there? I'm sure there were 5,000-10,000 years ago. They can't even date those pyramids. They might be 15,000-20,000 years old, for all we know. A lot of how they date these things is like clay piss pots and pottery and things sitting beside that they dug up and found. And they try to date it that way. That could have been put there at any time and buried.
Yeah.
They don't know for sure how old those are. They might be 25,000 years old. People are thinking they're 5,000. They could be much older. We don't know. But I do know one thing. I don't see African engineering in history or today. So that leads me right off the bat as a child to think, well, how could they do that when they can't do anything these days?
Yes.
Why does every African country that they're in charge of look terrible, look horrendous, disorganized, chaotic, polluted, full of rubbish all over the place, and little tin shacks and the corrugated metal roofs and just shanty towns and and mud huts. It's either mud huts or just garbage that scraps they put together and piece together something that I could have done better in elementary school. I did build better than that. I built forts that were better than what you see over there, just with scraps that I got and with hammer and nails and shingles, and I built forts with shingled roofs. Some were insulated, doors I had on them with hinges that I put together as an elementary school kid with a friend, and we built forts for fun, for something to do. And what do? Well, everyone can see what they do. And that's not hatred, it's the facts. Now, if they, with their egos, could build something superior, let's say, to what Europeans do, or Asians like Japanese, Chinese, they would be boasting. We'd never hear the end of it. If they can do one thing that they believe is better than us, they'll point to themselves and say, "We the best at this." Well, yo, my kids, my kids is the best. We's the best, and they just go on forever. Like that's what they do. But a white person says, "I'm not. I haven't even said we're the best." Just saying what they are capable of doing based on what I've observed and seen my whole lifetime and study. I'm a student of history. I've studied history. Where are there great cities that we can look at and dig up, and they're great monuments, and they're great anything? They're great libraries. They're great coliseums. They're great worship halls, cathedrals, whatever. Look at the instruments they make. I mean, it's laughable unless they're trying to copy what Europeans have invented. It's just like one string on a
On a twig.
it's like something a child would invent. It's just like something a 2-year-old would come up with. That's what it's like.
It's like
It's
a bow
so
and arrow.
primitive. And how are we supposed to ignore this? And it's not racist to point it out.
Exactly.
It's not racist to it's I would say, I would put it this way for people. It's as racist as if I went to California to Santa Monica. I've been there before, but the first time I was there, if I said there's a lot of palm trees here on Santa Monica Boulevard. Well, people said, "Well, you're racist." I'm just noticing what's right in front of me. That's all I'm doing. And the ocean has waves on today, and there's surfers out there off the pier in Santa Monica. There's to the right. I'm walking the pier and I look over and there's surfers. And I said, "There's a bunch of surfers." "Well, you're racist." "Why am I racist?" "Because you're noticing, you're commenting on something. In reality, that's all I'm doing. I'm commenting on reality, and people call it racist because they're so sensitive and they're so programmed and they have so much white guilt in them to believe that as soon as you point out something, they hear something. When I say that they're living in mud huts and shacks and shanty towns, what they hear is, "We're better than them. We're superior." These liberals hear things that are not said. I think they're hearing it in their minds. Say, "Stephen's a white supremacist. He's a racist. He's saying they live in mud huts." But they do live in mud huts. They do live in shacks. I've shown videos here, hours of footage showing Liberia of just shanty towns and shacks, and in South Africa, the shanty towns in various places, and from Sudan, Nigeria, the Congo. I've shown lots. And look, the proof is in the pudding. That's what they live in. Has nothing to do with me. I haven't even been to Africa. So how could they blame me for how they're living? I'm commenting on what I'm seeing. It's ridiculous. And I wish white people across the realm would notice this and say, it's as ridiculous as if I went to Paris, France, and stood hundreds of feet away from the Eiffel Tower and said, "That's the Eiffel Tower. It looks beautiful or glorious," or "Wow, what a work of architecture." And people point and say, "You're racist. You hate French people." I'd say, "No, I don't. I'm just commenting on what I'm seeing. Doesn't mean I hate French people at all." And it's the same thing, but people can't handle it when it's the darkies. They immediately jump to the conclusion, "Well, they must be racist. How dare they notice something and comment on something, or your son to even notice skin color and that the person's black." Well, they call us white all the time. I don't even look like I know white is a term that we use, but is my skin actually white? Like as white as the screen? It's not even close. If I went by that. So are black people racist for calling me white or white man or the white man did this? They use that phrase all the time. I never hear anybody piping up saying, "How dare those black people use the term white?" I've never heard it. They're allowed to use racial slurs and nobody says anything. They can say, "You're a cracker, you're this, you're that, you're," and nobody says anything. They have black privilege to get away with far more than any white person I've ever seen.
Yes, they absolutely do get away with it, and white people kind of like patrolling themselves and controlling the words they use not to offend them, and because I don't think black people could invent white guilt on their own, so it's definitely been engineered by the supers, and because it takes a certain kind of intelligence to instill guilt, but of course you can't carry on carrying it because you have to, drop it and see it and use your agency, as you explained. So there is that as well.
Yes. It has been engineered, I would say, by the tiny hats, and that's where some intelligent men, like Jared Taylor, that speaks about certain issues. I believe he's a graduate of Yale back in the decades when might have been in the 50s or something when he graduated, or 60s. Excuse me, but in that age, you had to be intelligent to get into a university like that in America. These days, you don't. It's just they're letting minorities in and everything else. But he is an intelligent man, but he misses the Jewish question and the Jewish part of this whole puzzle. It's like he's missing a piece and a rather crucial piece in the puzzle of fitting this together, because he'll shake his head saying, "How do white people react this way? And why are we suicidally altruistic? And why do we have so much white guilt?" Well, it didn't just arise out of nowhere. It didn't just pop up suddenly, because I don't think it really existed 200 years ago, 300, 500 years ago. Or we wouldn't have built what we have. You wouldn't see cathedrals and castles. We'd be living in shit if our ancestors 500 years ago had white guilt and we're just controlled by words, somebody saying you're racist and guilting our children. I don't think it happened back then. It's a rather recent thing in modern history. And there's huge tiny hat involvement, just like there is with the tiny hats, with the little boats that come to England shores and flooding. That's tiny hat engineering. It's by design. Didn't just happen organically on its own or randomly. That's not how this world works. So I think Jared Taylor is far off on that. And I think white guilt is a crime against white children and white adults, but the children are the most vulnerable. They're the most attacked, under attack, and they're the ones that fall for it the easiest, rather than taking a white person that's 80 years old that probably isn't going to be, there's probably going to be set in their ways if living here 80 years, and if they don't feel white guilt, it's going to be difficult to make them feel it, but not difficult to make a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5-year-old feel it.
It's true. Yeah, old people are definitely set in their ways, and they won't and can't change. So whereas the little ones, the babies and toddlers, and probably right till you're in your 20s are much more moldable and impacted. It's very evil what's done to the people that have done the most, and to help. And it's not like we've only helped our own people. The benefits have gone to everyone. It's it wasn't done for like selfish and then hoarding, yeah.
Yes, in general, white people do not just hoard inventions, help, wealth. Everything that we do has benefited the entire realm, has benefited all people. And no one has to believe me on that. Do a year's solid of research and you'll come to that conclusion. If anyone did the research I've done on that, how much, let's say, the printing press has benefited not just white people, not just Germans and English people, but benefited the world. What about the internet, computer languages, the microchip, telephone, on and on and on? We didn't hoard all of that knowledge and technology and keep it away from, let's say, the third world. We could have. Now, if you look at it that way, you say, if we were truly evil, we could have just said, they're not getting it ever. We'll never allow telephones in Africa. If we were as evil as they claim, we could have done that. That's easy to look at,
Exactly.
saying we could have
Yeah.
kept that technology out of Africa, all
Yeah.
technology, and said, fuck them. Let them live in sewers. We're not even going to help them develop taps, wells, toilets, anything. Let them be primitive and savage and live the way they do forever. Let them die of malaria. We'll not lift a finger to help those darkies. But we didn't do that as a race, obviously. But is that ever mentioned, what I just said?
No.
I've never heard white people credited with helping Africans or helping anyone really in the media and movies and documentaries. You never see white people given credit and praised and saying, look what we did and look what we gave others. Look at how we helped. Look at how we helped when there's a famine in Ethiopia in the 80s and people are giving millions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's never mentioned.
Yeah.
We're just called evil, as though we've never done anything, or our parents, grandparents. I'm not just speaking about myself. I'm speaking about my parents gave money, my grandparents, this goes back, and I know this for a fact. And I know white people are the most generous and giving on earth.
Yes.
They love to point the finger at Americans. Well, whenever there's a disaster in the world, Canadians and Americans, and I'm sure British as well, give money to help wherever it happens. If there's a major earthquake in South America or a disaster, a hurricane that destroys Haiti, the money's not coming from darkies to help. The ships aren't coming from darkies to help. The hospital ships, etc., that are sent. It's coming from us. It's coming from white countries, always. And once in a while, the Japanese or some wealthy Asian country might send aid somewhere. But overwhelmingly, it is white people that help. The world over. Do we get credit? And I'm not looking for gold stars. I'm just looking for people to stop saying white people are evil and change their mindset a little bit, because they have it backwards. They have it inverted, which is exactly what this evil hell realm wants to do. It wants to turn the minds of white people upside down and inside out, and having children feel bad for being what they are, who and what they are, which is a spiritual crime against them.
It's definitely a spiritual crime, and in Africa, it was always the white people that came in to help. I know a lot of them came with church groups and things, but bringing medicines and teaching to read, and like bringing prosthetics for children who had a foot broken or eaten off by a crocodile. It was always out. They didn't invent things like that to help their own. There was this little he was a guy without legs in Durban, and when I finished school, he was moving around the town centre on a skateboard, and then I moved away for years and came back, and he was still moving around on a skateboard that a white person had given him, and that's how he lived. He was still alive. It was incredible, but he relied solely on the gifts and the generosity and care that he was given by, like, shopkeepers gave him food and like a little backpack and clothes, and I don't know where he slept, but his own kind did nothing for him.
That's a good example, and I would say, when do their own kind ever really do anything for their group? They definitely don't in America. Black people don't help boost up or lift up other blacks. They'll shoot at other blacks, they'll rob them and steal from them, and as soon as a black gets money, they have to leave the hood because they can't stay there as a famous singer or a famous rapper, hip hop, or a famous basketball player, athlete with millions and millions of dollars, because they'll be robbed endlessly. Because their own people in their little hood will know they're rich now. They probably have some good shit in there.
Yeah.
And they'll go in there, and they know enough.
Yeah.
So they know as soon as they get money, they leave the hood. They never stay in their crime-ridden, whether it's in a hood in New York City or Chicago or the worst place in Baltimore or St. Louis or Los Angeles. There's tons, Detroit. Every major city has a hood in America with black people, that it's almost exclusively black people and not just blacks. You don't see middle class or upper middle class or millionaire blacks living there ever, because they would be preyed upon by their own people, and they're aware of this. And they leave. As soon as they're starting to get famous, they get the hell out of there as far away as they can, because they don't want to be robbed or killed by their own people. They know that. And some of them talk about it. Some of the famous black comedians that are millionaires, Chris Rock and people like that, they'll talk about how they leave the hood. They would have been dead long ago if they didn't, because they're a target on their back as soon as they're famous with money. Their own people know that house over there, they've got lots of money. They might have money in there. They might have expensive TVs, stereos, whatever, jewelry to rob. And they would be a huge target in their little ghetto hood from their own people. Black people don't celebrate the success of other blacks. They don't do that.
Yeah.
And the ones that have succeeded as blacks know that. That's the best part. For the people that are tuned in, lurking, that want to call me racist, go talk to a successful black person. Ask them where they live. Ask them if they grew up in a hood. And if they say yes and start talking about when they were kids and how they didn't have much, ask why they still don't live there. Get them to answer. Go straight to the horse's mouth, people. Don't rely on me. Ask a black person that owns a business and moved out of the hood, or is an athlete, or is famous for something, or whatever the case may be. Maybe they're upper middle class. They might own a brownstone, a 3-story whole building in Manhattan, which is what Jean-Michel Basquiat's father owned. That black New York artist in the 80s. He couldn't exactly claim to be poor because his friends would say, yeah, his dad owned a whole building, a 3-story brownstone, the whole thing, not just one floor. He had money. They don't live in the hood when they have money. They live in the nicest areas they can. A black person will move to an area where 99 out of 100 people on their street and street after street are white people, wealthy white people, to avoid living with broke black people that they fear. They don't want to be robbed and murdered. They'll move to the nicest, safest white neighborhood they can afford.
Yeah. And the children at the best schools with white children.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they'll still cry racism. That's the other thing. The children that are black and raised in privilege will still claim that America is racist and white people are racist, and they grew up with white people. They'll resent white people. That happens all the time. Canada, America, I'm sure it does in the UK, everywhere. You can't win. Even if you help them get to the point where they're raised by wealthy parents, they'll still cry racism and say they're oppressed. You literally can't win. I don't like the term literally very much. I try to use it sparingly, but there's no way to win. There's no way.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we made half of the black Americans wealthy somehow, and we were able to boost them up, they would still hate us and call us racist. I know that, and so do what most white Americans and Canadians that aren't complete leftist, liberal, feminist retards. The ones who aren't are aware of it, whether they want to admit to it. And even some of those leftist losers are, which is why they go along with white flight themselves. They just don't want to admit it, but they're not going to leave. They're not going to continue to live in a black, poor, dangerous, let's say Detroit suburb when they can move out of there to a nice small town in Michigan that's almost all white, or another state. They won't stay there. So the white liberals are just as guilty that claim, oh, we got to be more. Well, they never live with the black people if they can
Exactly.
afford not to. They never do.
Yeah.
And they don't in England either. The wealthy liberals live in the areas of London and major cities that are almost all white still. They live in the richest areas. They don't live with the
Yes.
darkies.
No.
These rich liberals, these it's just pathetic. It's fake and it's not honest. These white people that will say we're so racist. Well, why don't you live with the darkies then? Experience. Who's stopping them? There's so much affordable real estate, let's say in Detroit. Tons of it. Tons of it. But you'll have to live as the only white person on the block for blocks and blocks with darkies surrounding you and gangs. And ones that might look at you as a white liberal, and they don't give a shit if you say, I'm an advocate, I'm an ally of black people, I'm for the Negroes, I'm all this stuff. They don't care. They'll still break into your house and rob you, and none of that gets you points of protection with them, these liberals. But yeah, they could buy these poor liberals that don't have much money, that say there's no affordable housing. That's a lie. There's lots of places if you want to go live in the hood with the darkies. Why don't they put their money where their mouth is and put their politics where they claim it to be and go live with the darkies? They say they're not more violent than us. Well, why don't you live with them then and try it out?
Like that French woman that invited one in the house and then invited the second one.
Yeah, she was brilliant.
Yeah.
They took over her whole house. She lost her house. They brought in garbage off the street. They they did exactly what someone like me would warn her to her face. I would have told her. If I would have been a neighbor, I would have said, don't do that. I would have tried to talk her out of it and talk sense into her.
Yeah. She ignored all the advice she was given.
Yep.
There would have been people saying, kick them out, don't let them near you, and let them live in your house is the stupidest thing you could ever do. And it's like, no. Won't happen to me. I'm a good person.
They know best, right? They think they know best, and they're so virtuous.
Yes.
They feel like they're above us, and we're just low-level racists. We're just lower beings warning them that, oh, this is what could happen. This is probably what will happen if you do that. Don't do that. Oh, no. She knows best. She's just lucky in a way, and people say, lucky? Yeah, there's other cases in Sweden and various countries, Spain, Sweden, Italy, I think, maybe Germany, various places where women have done that, whether they were young or old. And the very sweet, darky migrants, either from Africa or Middle East, brown or black, we're carrying them out in garbage bags.
Yeah.
As gratitude, you might say, appreciation for letting them live there. They got put out in the trash in the rubbish bin like they were garbage. And this is difficult for people to understand. I would say for most leftist white people, but especially it seems like women are vulnerable too. We got to care for these underprivileged people from the third world. And a lot of these older women that don't have children or grandchildren, they're treating these 20-something-year-old darkies, third worlders, as children. They have this instinct to take care of them, like a stray cat or something that they're taking into their home. We got to take them in and look after them. And they have no idea. They're so gullible and naive and foolish. They have no idea how different they are. They drank all the Kool-Aid that we're all the same. That, oh, well, surely if I took in a white boy, they'd be the same, wouldn't they? As if I took in a 15-year-old white boy, what's the difference between taking in this migrant that's looks to be 25 or 30 years old that claims to be 15 with a beard?
Yes.
and
Exactly.
they just
It's not-
it's ridiculous the way they think. I've seen it on these videos. Oh my goodness. I'm not laughing at them. It's so absurd and ridiculous that it's laughable.
Yeah.
That they just believe this, that we're all the same, even just that part of it, we're all the same. And they'll say that with a straight face, these older women. Well, we're all the same. They just happen to be born in a land of war and poverty, and they're from a bad country. And I look at them like, well, you think that their soil is bad? What makes their country bad? If your country's bad and always at war and poor, maybe it's the people. We don't have magic soil in England or Canada or United States where you suddenly come here and everything's done for us. People make a country. A country and its laws and its prosperity and its safety and culture and everything else is downstream from race. The people make the country. So if they're from a third world shithole like Haiti, it's because of the people. They don't become better people bringing them to Canada or bringing them to United States, to Florida or California or somewhere. Their countries are shit because of them. Why don't we start there? It's just impossible. Well, not impossible. It's just almost unimaginable, though, that so few in this realm can understand even that. What I just said is just way over their heads. And they think it must be the soil. It must be something, must be maybe some curses or some superstitious thing that's holding them back in these third world countries. Maybe
Yeah.
it's like a Harry Potter movie. They were cursed 500 years ago or 5,000 years ago. They can have all the resources in the world. That doesn't change anything. And people look at that and they're just astounded. What do you mean? They have resources there? Yeah, they do. They do. What's the real difference? Well, the people and the IQ and the criminality and the way they treat each other. Do they ever work together to build? They talk about it takes a village or an African village to raise a child. When do these darkies work together to build cities or build
Never.
anything?
Never.
It's laughable. They give us these proverbs. Oh, it's an African proverb that Hillary Clinton used to like to use. It takes a village, an African village, to raise a child. Well, does it take an African village to have a slum of a country? Because that's all they seem to be able to unite to create
Yeah.
is tribal warfare and slums and mud huts and huge crime rates, high murder rates and thievery and steal, like just garbage. That's what they seem to work together, and gangs. So I think the tribes that they war in all these countries, they might have 20 different tribes in Sudan. They're not all the same. They don't even call themselves Sudanese. They'll go by their tribe name, their tribal name that they're from. But I think once they come to America or Canada, they do the same thing, or England. They're in gangs in London, or they're in gangs in Chicago. Well, that's tribalism. It's not in Africa, but it's the same thing. And they wear their gang colors and they have the gang signs. It's the same thing as in Africa. What's different? They go around stealing and murdering, committing crimes. It's tribal behavior.
So the Germanic tribes and all the other European tribes, we all started working together to achieve things. That's another difference, whereas Africa's never managed to unite and do that and work as a group to build anything.
I saw a video though. I hate to push back on that, but they did work together at one point, unless there were Chinese helping them, to build one water tap. I saw a video recently where these darkies were amazed that water could be running out of a tap. I think that might be the first time that darkies in
Okay.
Africa work together to achieve anything. But I
I stand
suspect somebody
corrected.
helped them. I don't think it was just the darkies. I think somebody behind the scenes, maybe a
Oh.
Chinaman or something, was helping them with it.
Oh.
But you're right, they don't work together. They never work together. They're crabs in a bucket. They just pull each other down and attack each other. They're tribal.
Yeah.
And then, it was a great point you mentioned, because yes, Europeans, like Germany, before it was a country, was a bunch of tribes, and it was a bunch of kingdoms. If you go way back, and that's according to Matrix history. Well, I'll put that disclaimer in there because I don't know exactly what happened. I wasn't there, but as far as we can tell, we were in tribes, and then kingdoms with kings and chieftains in Ireland, Germany, everywhere in Europe and the UK, and then kingdoms, and then eventually came together to form countries like Germany, or empires. Germany and Austria are essentially the same thing, and that's why the tiny mustache man wanted Austria brought back with Germany, because it was that way. Now, what we're taught as children, and the ones that are children today, are taught that they just invaded Austria, and Austria was a completely different country and different people, and they were opposed. And no, they weren't. They welcomed them coming in. And there's footage of that. There's video footage, old film footage on maybe not on YouTube anymore. I haven't checked, but YouTube has scrubbed so much of that real history. But it's probably on Odyssey or BitChute or somewhere else on the internet, where they were celebrated, not as invaders. But anyway, what I'm getting at is you're right. We were able to come together at a certain point, instead of just being warring tribes or rivals, and build great nations. And I would say not just great, but the greatest. And for the people that say, well, that's just hubris or ego, no, it isn't. It's factual. If you look at our countries, our nations, what we've designed, societies, and how they were before they've been overcome by mass invaders, which is by design to destroy us. But before that, we had all of the greatest, I would say, the greatest countries on earth anywhere. Observably true and undeniable.
Yes.
We were way
Definitely.
ahead. Yeah. And then China didn't just they'll say, well, how did China progress? Well, this was by design as well. They'd still be in the freaking Stone Ages without our help, and without our money being taken from us by taxes and funneled into China, and without our universities from England to Canada, United States to Australia and France, Germany, training them in engineering and everything else. That was by design. All the student Chinese, Asians that were allowed to come into our countries when we were supposedly at war with them, in a sense, or the Cold War, and they're communist, and we were training generations of them as students at our white universities that we created. Think about it. Where did they learn engineering? From us at our universities, right here in Canada, right where I grew up. Most of the university, even decades ago, was Chinese. Decades ago. In the 90s, I was talking about it with friends, saying you go on campus, it's just all Chinese. It's all Asian. They paid money to learn here from us, and then take that knowledge back and build China into what it is today. They didn't have the know-how on their own. It was learned from us. How to build bridges, how to design, how to be architects, engineers, and chemical engineers, not just engineers of architecture and cities. Everything. Computer computer engineering is what it used to be called in those days, in the 90s, early 90s. Everything else, network engineer, everything. Because if you go back far enough, when I was younger, I won't say my age, but let's say in the 70s, China was primitive. They still had those rickshaws and those silly Chinese straw hats that they wore and all that kind of. That's how it looked. It looked like a primitive country. It looked third world. And now all of a sudden they're super advanced and futuristic looking. And few people question it. How'd they get that way? Well, through us, including through stolen money that was funneled to them, taken from us, and instead of used to build up and maintain our cities, our roads, our buildings, our government buildings, our bridges, our everything, our universities, we took money, these places, to educate them, and they took our money from taxes and sent it over there to build. It's theft on a huge scale.
That is theft, and that's not commonly known, not even amongst people who are into financial research and investment in stocks and shares. Because since you mentioned that, I had a conversation with someone and they said no, that's not true, and I just shut up because there's no point in talking to a wall. So this is it's very evil. It's like a blood transfusion, a permanent blood transfusion. Well, taking it out of someone, just draining, leaching, and then
Yes,
and then posting this, because I thought that they did it because they had the IQ, but I didn't know that they were getting the money. So that was a shock. But after hearing it, it made absolute sense, because it's a way of undermining Europeans and whites and kind of saying, well, look, we can do it, but you can't, therefore you're inferior. It's a constant, it's like 1,000 paper cuts. It's not a one direct blow. It's lots of sneaky, stealthily organized campaigns against us.
absolutely. That's exactly what it is. And they're targeting us. It's very similar in a way to how I'm treated on other YouTube channels.
Yes, it is.
I'm targeted by these demons
Yeah.
because they know I'm not one of them. They know I'm not like them spiritually. They know morally I'm different, intellectually. I'm not one of them. So these tiny hats and these groups that hate white people and hate white children and hate what we've done and envy us want to destroy us by any means they can, through flooding our countries with, we'll call them mass migrants that are invaders, and then boosting up China, for example. And they even announced it decades ago. And the whole big publicized trip of Nixon, President Nixon, when he was president, I think it was the very early 70s, going to China, the big visit. They're basically showing you, we're going to make China into the next superpower and build this country up and let yours rot.
Wow.
That's what it was. That's what that big event was. Because if you look at it in other terms, it makes no sense. They were communist. China was communist. Why would Nixon, a Republican, not even a liberal, want anything to do with China and opening them up and helping them out? Makes no sense if you go by that. But them and being cahoots makes perfect sense. They're on the same team. On the surface, they'll let on that they're not. But why would he even go there for business? Why? Why help them at all? Why fund them? Why give them any capital, any funding? Why do anything for China? I thought they were our enemy in the Cold War. Communism versus capitalism. And Chairman Mao of China versus us. So it's very interesting. And I've looked at it this way as well. I don't know if anyone sees what I'm saying. Most people don't. I don't hear it on truther channels. I don't hear anyone talking about the things I'm talking about. but they were definitely boosted up. If you look at Great Britain, what it should be today, based on what your ancestors, anyone's ancestors in Great Britain did, or your husband's ancestors, or any white British, the empire that Great Britain had, and the wealth and the resources and the inventors and the minds and the know-how, the creativity and the work ethic and all of it. People in Great Britain should not be living the way that they do today at all. It should be one of the wealthiest places that you could imagine. So much wealth was funneled out of Great Britain, and that much is so obvious to me. It's so obvious. Same with America, and now a lot of it is being done to Canada as well. And Great Britain obviously is an older country. Canada's much newer. But Canada, when I was younger, was a wealthy country. It really isn't anymore. It's all being funneled out. The taxes go up and the country's just falling apart. And it's just obvious. It's as obvious as you said about blood transfusion, and you're getting weaker and the blood's being pumped out. Well, that's what's being done. They're vampires sucking us dry and taking our wealth and our resources and our knowledge and giving it all away other places and boosting them up, and everything here is falling apart and rotting. We have trains in this country that we should be ashamed that it's even in Canada. It should be in India. Or like, it's not quite that bad. I might be exaggerating a bit, but with our wealth, we should have had high-speed trains 15, 20 years ago. We don't have any. And that's just one example. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than these rust bucket slow trains that are just clickety clack and old technology, way older than I am. They're from my grandparents' age, it seems like.
Wow.
Shouldn't
We
be
should
that
have
way, Wendy.
those high-speed trains, and I mean, people that can thrive in the brutal cold north would easily be able to develop super fast trains. You've got the engineers, you've got the strength, you've got the organization. You should have the best trains in the entire world,
Yes,
really.
but they send the money away, even to maintain what we've built. When you think of locomotives and things, white people invented it. Now, where do they boast about the high-speed trains? Well, Japan, China.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's obvious what
Yeah.
has gone on. They took the Avro Arrow, and there's a documentary on YouTube about it. It was the best jet plane in the world at the time, invented by Canadians and built. And they threw away the blueprints and they got rid of the planes.
That's
Intentionally.
ridiculous. But oh
Yeah.
my God, I never heard of that plane.
I
Wow.
think they even flew or and parachuted or dumped some of the planes into the lake and all this shit. Like, they wanted to
Oh
bury it as much as they could.
no,
Yeah. So,
that's
and
awful.
in terms of Great Britain being all over the realm where the sun never set on the British Empire. And now look, there's British people that can't afford heating in winter. They're shivering, and they're old elderly pensioners, I guess, as you would call them, elderly people, shivering
Yes.
with no
Yes.
heat. That
It's
doesn't make
horrible.
sense to me. It's
Yeah.
horrible, and it shouldn't be that way. It's
Yeah.
wrong.
No, it is wrong.
And if I were running things, I would come right out on television and I would say to whoever, the British Parliament, the so-called king, this is wrong. We should be one of the wealthiest nations on earth. We had the British Empire. We are great builders of wealth and nations. Where is our money going? And I wouldn't be afraid of them attacking me. I would be letting on, you better be afraid that we're going to off with your heads for how you've betrayed the people. They should be afraid, these creatures that have betrayed the British people, that have betrayed the Canadian people, that have betrayed the American people. America's falling apart too. There's bridges that will fall down and just rusting, and you look at them and you think that can't be safe. The maintenance has gone unchecked, and it's just so old where there's tons of bridges that should be replaced completely, not just maintained, but replaced. and everything's just falling apart. And people are like, well, our taxes the average person is like, well, this doesn't add up. Our taxes keep going up. The cost of living goes up. Our wages aren't going up. You would think with them taking in trillions more in taxes all the time that we'd have. Well, it just gets worse the more they take in, because they're not using the money that they've taken in for decades to maintain and build America. They're not using that money in America at all. It's being funneled out of country. And that's what I'm getting at. It's being taken, stolen. That's what's really going on.
And nobody else is going to say it the way you say it. And something you said earlier about the panelverse attacking you, and it's like you're the archetype of the European spirit, and everything that's been done to the Europeans is what the panelverse are doing to you. So you're like a I won't use the word case study, but you are showing what's been done to you is actually being done to all the Europeans. The whole
Yes.
organized, the cruelty, the slander, the attacks, the gaslighting, everything that's been done to you is actually being done to us as well. But yeah.
I wish people could see it. I wish people could see, instead of having an isolated view or narrow view, to see that it isn't just done to me. I wish they could see that. I wish they could look at it. Unfortunately, what most people do, just like if I showed Jack Talcott for 20 or 30 minutes and analyzed whatever show he did yesterday, people isolate it to, well, Jack's an asshole, Jack's this, Jack's that. And I'm showing more than Jack when I'm showing that. I'm showing you something about this realm, and most people don't get that. They can't see it that way. They don't have a big picture view. I showed a girl, people were saying, well, she's going to get recycled. But the reason I'm showing it is not for people to fixate on the person on the screen, but to try to see bigger. That's my whole goal, is try to get people to see more of a big picture. And I wish they would. And I wish people would realize what's really going on here in this realm. There shouldn't be any hungry or cold children in Canada or Great Britain or America, ever.
Yeah.
That should be impossible. And it's not me saying it in the way Talcott would say it in his hippie, socialist, wishful thinking. I'm saying about the wealth that our grandparents created should have been enough that we would be in countries, not necessarily just living off what they built, but we were so far ahead that the only way to explain this is sabotage. And that's what makes sense, that our countries were sold out. We were sold out. So were our countries.
Sabotage is the perfect word for it.
England and Canada and the United States should have had high-speed trains long before Japan and China ever dreamt of having anything of the sort. And if those countries were truly enemies of ours, like Japan, World War II, and China, and communism, going into the Vietnam War, and we're talking about just within my lifetime, they were supposedly this great communist enemy. Why are we educating their people and sending them back to China to build their country then? Why?
Yeah.
Who educates their enemy? Except for us. It's beyond ridiculous, but that is what happened. That's where they got all of the education and know-how and technology is from us. Students going to universities here, plus American and Canadian and British, we'll say secret intelligence agencies helping them in various ways and giving them certain secrets and technology and things that are patented. And then they'll just blame the Chinese, saying, well, they copy us, they don't care about our patents. But all of this was allowed, funded, helped out, and designed to be the downfall of the West and to boost up China. Or they'd never possibly be doing these engineering feats that they do today on their own. There's no way they could have done that. And I realize they have high IQ, but they don't have the European spirit of being industrious and resourceful and everything that European men exhibited throughout all of history. We were so much further ahead than China. It would have been impossible for them to catch up to us, much less surpass us. When you look at their high-speed trains, for example, and the train stations and this and that they built there, and some of the engineering feats with these really high bridges that are spanning huge distances in the mountains, built way up. And you think, how is that even possible? Look what they were at in the 1970s, riding around in these crappy bicycles and rickshaws, and just like
Yeah.
they were so far behind. They looked primitive. They looked laughable compared to what we were at back then. It's akin to, I guess you would call it football there, and giving away all your best players and all the plans and all the team plays and everything, and saying, well, now we're losing. Well, gee, I wonder why. We gave them everything. We gave them our best players. We gave them our plans. We gave them our game plans. We gave them technology. We gave them money. We funneled money. If the best football club in Britain funneled the millions of dollars that the fans were paying into it and sent it to China, well, eventually it's going to add up, isn't it? After decades of us, our money and our technology and our information and education and everything going to them. That's what happened. That's the only way that they would be at the level they're at today. In some of these videos that I share, showing again the high-speed train stations, subways, the various things, like they didn't even have those things, much less have high-speed ones. That's another thing. It would be, let's look at a primitive country, Sudan or Liberia. Would it make people's heads spin if all of a sudden they had the fastest plane in the world that they engineered, designed, and built themselves? Would it even be believable that darkies were able to build an airplane faster than the French Airlines Concorde, for example?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that
Should be
be mind
impossible.
spinning? Where you'd
Yeah.
be like, they can't even build a goddamn wooden airplane that flies. How did they do that? How did they build planes that are faster than anything we
Yeah.
can do?
Yeah. It would be
It would be
ridiculous.
obvious.
But,
You'd say,
yeah.
well, obviously it wasn't on their own. They had help, major help. Well, so did China. I know the IQ difference is huge, but they still had major help. And by the way, people that are tuned in, so did Japan as well. So did Japan. They didn't just rebuild on their own after World War II. And I don't just mean Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Tokyo was firebombed. Most of Japan was a wreck. Look what they're at today. And I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm not saying Japanese suck. I happen to have some respect for the way they've organized their society and kept it clean and kept it almost exclusively Japanese. I have respect for quite a few things, but when it comes to their technology and what they've built, and it wasn't just done all on their own. They had major help, especially from America, rebuilding Japan. And make that make sense. Because that was the enemy. They tortured American soldiers and British soldiers. If you look into that, what Japanese did to Canadians, Brits, Americans, they tortured our soldiers. They did horrific things. And then we're building their country for them right after the war ends. War is over, guys. Well, let's build it up for you. We want you to catch up to us or surpass us, because 10 seconds ago you were our enemy, torturing our troops. And it all makes sense to the average person. Somehow people just don't think about it. But they had our soldiers in tiger cages, and they were torturing us, not just in Vietnam, but in World War II. Back before then, the Japanese were taking our POWs and just torturing the shit out of us. Horrific ways. So after that, if that was done to my loved one, I wouldn't wait 10 seconds ago. Well, now I have to help you. You tortured my loved ones. Now I have to help you build your house in your country. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't even add up with human behavior. Resentment is natural to have after that, and distrust and everything else, and saying, I'm not fucking helping you. Look what you did to us. Anyway, it's revealing what this place is. Evil stands together. Evil is united. And whether there's countries and borders and lines on a map, in the end, they're all one. The New World Order entities that run this system, they're all in cahoots. And it's as obvious gets. If somebody murdered my favorite loved one, I wouldn't be over there the next day helping clean their kitchen, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be going to the murderer's place, helping the enemy that just harmed me. And that's done all the time in this realm. And people never stop to go, oh, wait a second. What's going on here? In fact, who have we helped the most? Well, our enemies. Canada hasn't sent a bunch of money to British people to help you. United States hasn't sent tons of money to England to help poor British people. But trillions of our dollars over decades have been going over to Japan and China and those places, and the Middle East as well, and Israel, of course, is another one. Who do you think built Israel? Do you think these poor, broke-ass Jews built what they have today with no help? We've been sending them billions of dollars every year. Most Americans don't seem to mind. Or they don't know. They're unaware. They don't seem to pay attention. Billions of dollars sent to Israel. It came up with Google before I even typed the whole thing. U.S. aid to Israel. Council on Foreign Relations. It pops right up. And that's one of those organizations that's evil, Council on Foreign Relations, that Hillary Clinton was part of. All of this stuff is kind of just right there out in the open, but nobody really speaks about it for the most part, or almost nobody. Council on Foreign Relations, U.S. aid to Israel, in 4 charts. Israel has long been the leading recipient of U.S. foreign aid, including military assistance. So evil organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations are openly putting that right on the internet, on their website. They put it right there. It's right here. Israel. Why would a rich country like Israel be the leading recipient of U.S. foreign aid? And that's in the open. I think in secret, it's probably China getting way more, though, for decades than even Israel. Because China was built up from our money in secret. But they're just open about this. Receiving over $300 billion here, Wendy. $300 billion.
Wow.
So when
What that
people
money
say,
could be done locally, you don't, without it leaving the country, everyone's
that's
lives
just
would
from
be so much
America.
better. Yeah.
And that's just from America. That's from one country. That's not from all of the West. Do you know how much money has been given or stolen from Germany in reparations, as they call it, going to Israel since World War II? People think, oh, well, the Jews built their own country in the desert. No, they didn't. It's been funded by us. White people, the ones they hate, the ones that they undermine.
That's so evil.
And this, it's right in the open. It is evil. Absolutely evil. $300 billion. I remember a former friend of mine decades ago said, well, I said to him, I asked him a question one time. I said, why do you think Israel is defended so much and gets so much help, and they're the great ally of America and Canada, and they're defended? And he said, well, they're the only white people in the Middle East. And I didn't even know what to say. It's just like a darky, and he wasn't a darky, but just like these darkies, they can't tell Jews apart from a European. They can look at a British person and say, well, what's the difference between them and somebody going, and they think it's the same thing. And it's just, it's remarkable the level people are at. I don't know if these idiots would be able to tell the difference between a giraffe and an elephant. They're so stupid. They think that that the Jews are white people. And I had to explain it to them that they're not these Jews would spit in your face if you called them white. You think you're
Yes.
supported because they're white people. They look down on you. They look at you as a creature. They don't consider themselves to be white at all. Why do you think they have different terms, Jew and Gentile, Jew and Goyim, to differentiate themselves from others, chosen ones, and the list goes on? Go up to a Jewish rabbi and say, are you white? Are you the same as Europeans? They'd be insulted. They hate white people. They can't even hide their contempt in the way they despise white people. But there's a lot of dumb white people like my former friend that view it that way. Well, they're kind of light. Some of them are kind of light skinned. Some of these Jews are dark, but they just can't figure it out. They're just simpletons. Everybody makes mistakes, obviously, but some people, I'd say most people in this realm, never seem to learn. They just don't want to exert any energy thinking about this stuff. So for him, well, they're the only white ones in the Middle East. We have to be on their side and protect them. Well, they look almost exactly the same as Palestinians, in case you haven't noticed. Felt like saying to them, they're both Semites. The ones with tiny hats and the ones in Gaza are Semites. They're Semitic people. Except for the fake Jews that moved from other places that are more Asiatic and from parts of Russia and Kazakhstan and all that garbage that merged in there as well. But the ones that were there are not white people. They're desert-dwelling Semites. They're about as white as a Palestinian or as white as a Lebanese person. They're not white. But my good old former friend probably would have said, well, those are Arabs. They're not white. Well, the Jews are not white either. They're so white that many of them openly boast about wanting to exterminate us. People just can't get it through their heads. I wish they could, Wendy. I really do. But our money's been stolen from us for the amount of work we've done and what we've built and poured into. And again, like you look at Great Britain in the 1940s or 50s and 60s, let's say right up until things started to get screwed up with feminism and that kind of thing in the late 60s. But before then, it was just it almost looks like something out of a fairy tale to me when I look at old footage.
Yes.
Like it almost looks like beyond belief. It's so much better. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, it does seem fairy tale like back then, because yesterday I was walking back from my appointment and I was just noticing the pavement and just the general maintenance. There were weeds growing, bits of pavement that needed to be repaired, and it was in things are falling into a state of disrepair. Like corrosion and slowly eroding, but it's absolutely there. Beautiful old buildings that have been standing for hundreds of years, and then around there are boarded up windows, and the decay is here, even in a little country town. So it's all around.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's very sad, sickening. It angers me. A decade ago or 10, 12 years ago, it used to really boil my blood. I'm not saying that I am used to it now, but it does bother me. And that, again, is including countries that I've never been to. But I know how beautiful they were by the footage and pictures and old pictures. And it shouldn't be this way. It's wrong. It's wrong for our countries to be falling apart. It's wrong for trash to be everywhere. It's wrong for all these boarded up shops shop windows. And it's wrong for these cities that were ours to be occupied by foreign invaders that are destroying it and laying down on the road, praying and just demonstrating that they're taking over, and with the attitude that there should be no, let's say they'll say openly there should be no English left. What are the English doing here? They've taken over these towns, and it's sickening to me. It really is.
It is sickening, and it's completely wrong.
It is completely wrong, and I would say it demonstrates, it's another proof, and it's a huge one. It's not just a small piece of the puzzle, it's a big piece showing very obviously that this is a hell realm, that they're degrading us and demoralizing us by design, us white
Yes.
people, European people. It's an attack on us spiritually. It's an attack on our countries, our towns, cities, our children. And it's obvious. It's not only obvious, it's undeniable that this was planned. This is evil. It's wrong. And it should be stopped.
I agree. It's absolutely shouldn't be like this, and definitely proof. It's like taking all sorts of vials of germs and disease and just pouring it on someone who's healthy, and just keeping on pouring it to make the person sicker and sicker, and it shouldn't be happening at all.
Yes. And then they lie to us, all of us, and gaslight us and say, we're not doing that. We're not doing that to you. We need them to work.
Yes.
And we need them to pay for our old people and do the jobs you people don't want to do. And they make all these lies up to gaslight us as they're doing all this.
Yeah. So they don't want to work. They just want to eat fried chicken and just hang out and get their hair done with the they just want free money to get, bleach and special hair products.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I saw somewhere in Great Britain, I think it might have been 77 or 80% statistic on a recent video that I watched the other day. They don't work. They're all on benefits. They're destroying. They're leeches. They're leeching off the British people. That's in Britain. They're leeches.
Yes.
Almost none of them work. And they're getting free housing, free food, free cell phones, free internet, free it's not really free. They call it free, but it's taken from it's stolen from the British people.
They get
That's what it
dentistry,
is.
medicine, so any surgeries, they get preferential treatment as well.
Yes, I heard that as well. Yeah. I'm not surprised though. It's as sickening as it is. It's not surprising at this point that they're given tremendous preferential treatment and privilege, and they're overwhelming the NHS, the medical system in the UK. They're destroying everything. They're destroying the cities. The crime is sky high where they are in their neighborhoods because they're far more criminal than white British. It's sick. The whole thing is sickening, and it's all by design. And the same thing is occurring in Canada as well, but it's slightly different here, and it's slightly different in Sweden what they're doing there. But there's a common theme there running through what is happening and being done to the West, thrust upon the West. It isn't just happening. I'll say it's thrust upon us. We were never asked. We were never given a choice. There was never a referendum or a vote. Do you want this? Do you want millions of people from India to come to Canada, India/Pakistan, both of those places, and the Middle East and Africa, but mostly for the past, I would say, 10 years, so many from India and Pakistan here. It's almost unbelievable. There's certain areas that you could go to and you'd be like, I'm not in Canada anymore. I think I might be, is this Calcutta? Is this New Delhi? What is this place?
Horrible.
That's what it's
Absolutely
like.
horrible. It's like,
And it stinks.
they've almost picked the sort of stinkiest, noisiest, worst. If you were going to match people that were suitable, well, this is taking a race that is the complete antithesis to what the Canadian people are, and putting them together. It's just it has to be designed.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. And Trudeau and others are puppets, and the replacement Trudeau II, They just are carrying on the plan that they're told. We're going to replace Canadians with these third world stinky bums that are gross. Someone from Canada, it's one of the mods on my channel, shared privately these third world Indians harming a beaver,
That's
grabbing it,
absolutely
throwing it.
not acceptable. It's
Not acceptable at all. You know, a Canadian, if a Canadian kid or a Canadian teenager or 20 something, they'd be in jail for doing that.
oh yeah. It
They
it
would
was
be a white
heartbreaking
kid.
to see that poor little beaver, and he was so brave. And you have to be a completely different species to inflict that harm and cruelty on an innocent animal. I mean, but they do that not just to animals. They'll do it to all of you.
Oh yeah, they
Oh
do that to a white baby. There's cases of
yeah,
them doing the
yeah,
most brutal things to children. There are cases of Tiggas that aren't necessarily from India, but black darkies in America torturing white children. Horrendous cases that I've shared. Uh, a lot of times I can't on my live
yeah.
streams just play the whole thing because it
No,
probably the whole channel would be terminated because it'd
yeah,
say, "Well, you're sharing graphic things and you're racist or you're hateful." But that's what's going on. There's horrendous things happening. And that's what these creatures do. They don't have any respect or care. They're not like us. And then, you know, obviously when I say that, these idiots, these demons will say, "Oh, he's racist. He said they're not like us." Well, their behavior
yeah,
shows they're not like us.
yeah.
Has nothing to
You
do
had
with hatred.
no, you had the video of the I assume they were Canadians. Those two men and the one that climbed out into the water to help that little owl that had fishing line around its feet. That was just showing
Yes.
the difference in behavior. You just look at that and the gentleness and the care. I mean, it was so touching, and the little owl was the way he just lifted up the feathers just to see there weren't any more lines. And oh
That's the difference. That
yes,
demonstrates the difference, and I wish people could see it, but and that's something that's been disheartening for me for years is that so few people that I've been able to reach in this entire realm can even see the difference, at least that I've communicated with or been able to find anywhere in the realm. It should be so obvious. I mentioned the story of the men going, and when I was a child, I was about, I don't know, I must have been 7, 8 years old, something like that, at our cottage, one of the first years that we had our cottage, and there was a great big dog, sheepdog. We used to call them Mr. Muggs type dogs because there was a children's book called Mr. Muggs, and it was a dog like that, and we knew the owner because my sister was friends with her, and the dog had come down the street from their place and ended up in the river out on the ice, fell through the ice. And my dad and a couple guys that were at our cottage or neighbors, they got together, and when there's ice, we don't have docks or boats in. We take the docks out and the boats because when the ice goes out the river, it'll tear docks apart. It would tear a cottage apart if the ice climbs up on a bank if your cottage is built too close to the river. It's very powerful when the ice goes out of a river. It moves and it crashes and cracks and icebergs flow and there's just no stopping it. It'll take a house with it.
wow,
But anyway, the dog was out on the ice and it was at the early spring where the ice was melting and he fell through. It was a great big 100 and something pound dog and crying out and cold water, obviously, because it's freezing water. And water is different than air. If you get in cold water, it's very different than cold air. It it will hurt you to be in water that cold. It hurts and it will drain you very quickly, your energy, and lower your body temperature and get you into hypothermia, an animal or a person or an animal. So it's very dangerous. And they pushed a little aluminum. We had multiple boats, but the little aluminum fishing boat with no motor, the outboard motor was taken off and put in the cottage storage during the winter. And they picked it up and climbed down the bank, and because there was a big bank on our river going down to the ice, and pushed out on the ice and went out and got the dog and picked up the dog, soaking wet, big, heavy dog with wet hair, would weigh even more, picked it up and got it into the boat and got back to shore and got him into the cottage and warmed him up and saved his life. Now, in some other cultures, we'll say, or different races, they wouldn't give a shit because
Yeah.
they don't even care about dogs or animals. So that illustrates the difference between European people and European men that do care about someone. That wasn't our dog. It was someone else's dog. It was my sister's friend's dog. But I don't even think they were there, that their dog was rescued without them even knowing what
Oh.
happened. And this is just an example that I witnessed as a child. And there was a time also that didn't have to do with rescuing an animal, but there was a time that we kind of got stranded cross-country skiing where a blizzard came up. And we had been skiing on the river when it was thick ice and frozen in the middle of winter and windy and cold, and the wind whipped up and a storm came. And it was so windy, we couldn't power our way on our cross-country skis against the wind to ski back to the cottage. I was out with my dad. We were stranded. And we climbed a bank by a bridge by a road, and snowmobilers came along right around and said, "Are you guys okay? Do you need some help, or do you need a ride?" And we took off our skis and they gave us a ride back to our cottage through trails not on the river but another direction. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble because
Yeah.
where we were going to go to warm up, we couldn't. The wind was too strong and too snowy and powerful to go against it, and they helped us, strangers.
That's
So
how it was, and that's how it should be in Canada, where you know that there's someone looking out for you and your pets and your children, and you know, a place where you're surrounded by people who have the same idea of what's right and wrong, and will actually leap in and do what needs doing, the right thing, and helping like immediately.
yes, I agree. That's the way it was. That's the way it should be. And of course, they were white. I don't think I've ever seen a darkie on a snowmobile in
Yeah.
my life. So they like snowmobiles seemingly as much as they love swimming and playing skating on ice. They just don't. They don't swim. They don't generally go for hikes in the woods. There's a lot of things that European people do that are unique to us as well. And the only ones I've ever seen doing it, let's say, other than European, would be certain Japanese people like to go on nature walks. They do in Japan and they do in Canada. They'll go on trails. I've seen some Asian people, usually Japanese, it seems like, not so much Chinese. I think Japanese are more the type to go walking on trails for the sake of walking, and it isn't about making shekels. It's just
Yeah.
about enjoying being out. But
They call it
it's mostly
forest bathing.
European. What was that?
Sorry, they have a thing called forest bathing. It's like Shun-yoko or something like that, where they go in and breathe the like from the spruce and the pine trees, all the resins and the clean air that you get in the forest that you don't get.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, they call it
it's a
forest
whole.
bathing. I'd never heard that term before.
Yeah, it's really cool. If you look that up sometime, it'll fit in nicely with the pleasant smells.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
Forest bathing and forest therapy, or Shinrin-yoku, broadly means taking in all of one's senses, the forest atmosphere. I didn't have a term like that for it, but I do that
You
without
do.
knowing that it was
Mm.
called that. I do that when
Yeah.
I go in the forest.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love doing that. I love all the scents and taking in all of the atmosphere and just breathing it in and feeling it and experiencing it, especially when I'm not hiking and recording videos for YouTube or sharing it with people. When I'm just quiet, that's what I do. And I like to be alone doing it. And I like to be in, if possible, in the forest. I don't own the forest, obviously. I'll say hi to people, but I do prefer just the quiet and not to hear people talking, or I prefer to be somewhere where it's just very serene, very quiet, very peaceful, soothing.
The best way to enjoy the forest, just on your own, and there's all the smells and the textures, and just having absolute peace and quiet and being away from everyone. It's quite lovely.
Yes, it is. They even have a Healing in the Forest, a guide to forest bathing, and this is a Canadian site talking
Yeah.
about Canadian forests. This is interesting.
I went on one of those Shrin Yoko things here in Devon. It was lovely. The woman had done a training course, and it's basically doing what it was so funny. She was going on about the course and talking about it, and I thought, well, I do this anyway. I don't need a name. Just go and you can
That's
touch
what I
the bark.
realized
And
when you told me about it, and then I read the description. I was thinking, that's what I do. I just didn't have a name for it.
yeah.
I've never called it forest bathing, but it's exactly. I love that fresh smell of the trees and the resins and
Yeah.
the
Nice.
pine needles. I love that.
Yeah.
I've always have. I grew up with a forest across the river from our cottage.
Oh,
As a kid,
wonderful.
I would swim
Oh,
across the river or canoe or boat and beach the boat and go exploring and walking through just miles and miles and
amazing.
miles.
Oh,
So that's
I'm
how I
glad you
grew
got
up.
to. I'm glad you got to grow up with those parts, and not stuck in a huge stinky city, because I know it's just a small part of what this realm is, but I'm glad you actually got to have an environment like that where you could be there, like go see the wolves and see the little beetle cases on the trees, and on the pine tree or spruce tree.
Yes, me too. I do feel it's a lot better than what kids growing up in the city having to spend all year, all summer, every weekend in the city, because we were at our cottage, not just my mom was a teacher, so she had the same summer holidays as we did. So we'd be at the cottage the whole summer, every summer. And every weekend we'd be at the cottage, every winter, spring, summer, and fall, and holidays, Christmas and Thanksgiving, and all the holidays, Easter, and any holidays we had. We weren't at home all the time. We were at the cottage essentially half the year or close to it. If you add up all the weekends and the holidays and summer holidays, the months that we would get, we spent as much time as we could in Christmas at the cottage. So, and a lot of it was outdoors. Regina just joined the show. I think it's her. Have you been tuned in listening, Regina?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
What?
Hello?
Hello.
What are your thoughts on what we were talking about?
Oh, I think
You think what? Have you met Wendy? Regina? I heard a bit
Hello,
of
Regina.
flapping. Is that a bird or is that Regina flapping? I heard some wings flapping.
I have birds cheeping around me, but I'm not doing any flapping, so.
No, no, it wasn't chirping. It was
Oh, okay.
sometimes I think Regina flaps her arms or something. She does some
Oh,
motion
like
that sounds
stimming
like
or something, yeah. Hmm.
some I don't mean this in a mean way, but some kind of autistic dwarf maneuver.
Have you
Where she
been
thinks
forest
she's a
bathing yet, Regina? It would be very calming if you get stressed out. I'd recommend it.
She's very quiet. Maybe she got disconnected, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Still showing her here, but
Okay, maybe on a Wi-Fi signal or something. Oh, you know
it might.
those beetles that you used to find on the trees? Did they use the resin to shed their skin, or did they get stuck and then they got eaten from inside and that was left over? Did you ever figure that out? I was wondering about those.
Oh, I'm here.
Hello, Regina. I don't think I did figure that out. I think I was told, but I didn't watch it, observe it, so I don't know if it's true or not. But I think I was told back then that they molted and shed their shell skin.
Okay.
It was like a thin layer. I don't think it was
Uh-huh.
them being eaten. They would kind of
Okay.
crawl out of it. But yeah, I wonder if they
Interesting.
have those, if they're just in Canada and the United States. They would mostly be found at my grandparents' cottage on pine trees, very old, tall pine trees. Like I'm talking about, I'm not sure what the height would be in just a second. I'll see if I. 40 feet, about over 12 meters tall, I would guess some of those trees were 40, maybe 15 meters tall. They were very, very tall, old pine trees covering the cottage where my grandparents had. It was like an old cabin type of cottage, and it was a very old structure, and the trees were all very mature, very old. Even as a child, they were very old already. So by now, they would be over 100 years old easily,
Wow.
because that was a long time ago. So, yes, they were very big old trees, and that's what they seem to be stuck to. But yeah, the sap would come out of some of those trees. There'd be sap coming out of some of those old pine trees. Resins and pine tar, I guess it'd be called.
Yes, pine tar.
I don't mean like maple syrup. Yeah, like pine tar would be coming
The
out.
sticky. Yeah,
Very
sticky, and
sticky.
then it oxidizes. Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
remember
think they.
that. It's a long.
I think that's used in making. Is that rosin that the ballerinas use so they don't slide all over the stage? Pine sap, dried. I'm
Oh,
getting
it could
confused.
be.
Maybe it's not. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Rosin is made from heated and purified pine tree resin. Dancers
Uh-huh.
use it to prevent slipping. Yes, it's exactly used for that.
That's
I
why the
didn't
Tigers
realize
can't do
that.
ballet. There's no pine trees.
They're too busy with their foolish dancing and the stupid music they play.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
I don't think their feet would even fit into ballet shoes. I don't. It's too refined for them anyways. I don't think they'd want to dance that way.
No, you have
They
to be
just
quite
want to
light
shake
on
their
your feet.
butts.
Oh, sorry. I'd rather go back to the forest topic. So oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Regina's back. I'm not sure if she can hear us.
Uh,
Are you
I
here,
thought you'd have.
Regina? Go ahead, Wendy.
I thought Regina would have lots to say about forest bathing because it's Japanese and she likes anime. I thought she would have been able to give us some pearls of wisdom.
I do have a lot to say.
What do you think of forest bathing? Do you do anything like that, Regina?
I haven't done that before, but I've never heard of it until now.
Do you go in a forest?
Sometimes we go on walks to the forest.
What do you like about your walks in the forest? Have you met Wendy before, and
No, I
are you
haven't met
familiar?
her, but I'm not
Okay.
familiar with Wendy. I haven't met her.
Well, Wendy, this is Regina, and Regina, this is Wendy.
Hello,
Regina
Regina.
is she's a
Hello.
dwarf, she says, and I think she's 11 ounces tall, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
I love your accent.
Who? Mine?
Yeah, your accent's really
Ah,
nice.
oh, thank you. Thank you.
Do you have hummingbirds in the UK?
Yeah, we have hummingbirds.
I've never seen one. Where do you have them in your garden, Regina?
Yeah, we have them in our garden.
Oh wow. How do they survive the winter?
I don't know.
You know, the chickadees that you showed in the you had a lovely video yesterday with the cardinals going into the ivy to be safe at night time, and then you showed the chickadees, and they look like long tail tits that they have in the UK, and they are so cute. Just the little faces. If you were gonna make cuteness, you would look at a chickadee or a blue tit, and they also snuggle up at night. And there's like a video I watched where there was a branch, and there were maybe 5 or 6 on the branch, and the others kept flying in, and they kept squeezing in between each other, and incredible how they squashed up. And so that was something nice to see. And it was really interesting about the birds flying over at nighttime. I've never witnessed that. That would be amazing as well to see that. I've seen the murmurations, and I was just thinking that for them to fly through the night, and it said that they lost most of their body fat doing that thing. And I think, how cool is that? That they have to do it, but then they're going to arrive starving at a place and tired, and then be like snack food for cats and foxes and whatever else is out there, or just die of hunger if there's no food or water. So it's beautiful and brutal nature, and it was really interesting to learn new things. So something I enjoy as well, that you always put in different videos, that you never, it's like, it is a variety show. There's truth, but you also don't know what you're going to show us, which is fun. It's like, it's unpredictable in a good way.
Thank you, Wendy. I thought of you when I first found that video on the birds before I shared it. I thought you might
Oh,
enjoy that one.
I did. Oh, I almost sent you the link for the little owl on the tree with the fishing wire around it, and then you actually posted it before I could send it to you. So YouTube at least is sending some good stuff in the mishmash that they send.
Oh wow! I'm glad that they shared that with you. I've seen birds fly over at night, not where I currently live, but years ago, I experienced that.
Oh wow!
And I was going to say that hummingbirds, when a lot of times by the time they reach a flower to feed on, they're almost out of energy. It's a high risk move for them to fly because they expend so
Yes.
much energy traveling that compared to other birds, they're not just hungry, but they can exhaust themselves and be unable to fly and pass out and die because it takes
So
so
cool.
much energy to move their wings or
Oh,
their wings so quickly. It their wings are moving at such high speed. It takes a lot of energy. It'd be like us moving our arms and legs and doing jumping jacks and not being able to get enough calories and energy into us, just getting worn out very quickly. So it is very cruel. They're so beautiful, and the design is just horrible with almost everything here. Even when it looks beautiful, if you just look deeper than the surface, that's the way this place is. There was a time when all of these blackbirds, they weren't crows, but they were what we call blackbirds in Canada. And there was a huge flock of them. It was just thousands. Where I used to live, I had a property with lots and lots and lots of trees and trees on the great big spruce, great big spruce trees and maple trees, and they covered everything. They chose my place, my property, to land, to rest on their flight. And some
oh,
asshole, some old man was walking down the road, and there was some on, like, resting on the grass and on, I guess, some right on the road in front of him. And like an inconsiderate asshole, he went
oh, no,
and clapped his hands, and
that's
they
so
it
cool.
shortened their rest. They had to get up and fly. It
Wow.
startled all, and when some of
Oh,
them started to get up and fly, and he destroyed that whole rest and beautiful moment. I was out on my porch watching, and just still, I didn't even want to move because I didn't want to startle them. I just
yeah,
wanted to watch them rest in all the trees. Some of the trees were just covered. It was the most
amazing.
birds I've ever seen anywhere, and some
Wow.
idiot had to come along, some zombie at that moment walking the road and do that.
It just uh, that was a demon in a meat suit, because there's no neutral reason to disturb them, and there's a good person never would, and a neutral person would just let them do their thing.
Yes, they weren't harming him. They
Oh,
weren't doing anything to him. It wasn't even his property. The vast majority of them were on my property, and he frightened them away. And meanwhile, he not only disturbed them and ended their rest, which I'm sure they needed. Who knows how long they had
yes,
flown
they
before
might
they
have been.
landed on all my
Yeah,
trees.
yeah.
And they had found a spot where they could all land together because I had enough trees for them to cover. Whereas there weren't that many trees, like certain people might have a few trees in their property, but my property was loaded with trees. And they were just covering the trees, like more birds. It was just amazing to me. I'd never seen
Wow. Mm.
that many birds in one spot anywhere in my life. And he just ruined it. He ruined the whole thing in a moment. And
That's
it
so
just
cruel.
reminds me of,
Mm.
it's so cruel, and it's a reminder of what idiots will do. That's things like that stay with me. This must have been, I don't know, 8, 10 years ago, and I won't forget it. And it's what these demons do. It's what they would do outside of here. If there were a
Yeah.
paradise, they would immediately try to do that. It's what they do every time they try that. When there's something good or someone is enjoying or animals are enjoying some peace, rest, they always have to interfere and disturb. Always.
Yeah. It's so true. And it's just something like my husband and I, and when we go out for walks, if there's a bird or an animal doing something, we'll stop and be quiet and find another way around, just not to give it a scare, not to give it a fright. It's like a common courtesy. And even if you're out for a walk and there's like a crow's come down to the pavement or a seagull's picking up some nesting material, and you're going for a walk, you can just stop or go a different way. You don't have to power on like lots of the Karens do. It's like little small, tiny little things that you can do that are like a mercy and a kindness to other beings, and it is very lacking.
Yes, no consideration. They have no common courtesy. All they're thinking about is themselves. They have no care. It's like they treat the realm like everyone else is in their way. whether it's a bird, a person, nature itself. They just want to ruin everything for everyone. There's so much to that. He disturbed their rest, and obviously he affected thousands. It might have been 10,000 birds. It was so many birds. I can't even describe. There were trees just covered in blackbirds. It was one of the most it wasn't just
Wow.
beautiful, it was like a spiritual experience for me.
Yes.
I was
Oh,
entranced, and that was just when that clap came, it was just like taking me out of that, and it was ruined.
and
So
those
he
birds
ruined
might
the
have come
experience
back as well. Like the
Yeah.
next year, they might
I
have
never
made
saw
your.
them again. Yeah, I never saw them the next year.
Oh, what an
He
asshole!
ruined it. Total asshole, and he was an older man. He must have been
Oh,
over 70, maybe 75, just an old fool, like a gray beard, and just I could just tell he was an older man, and that nothing better to do than to walk my road as a retired old fool and disturb everything else and try to ruin that moment. And as I said, it was like a spiritual moment for me. It wasn't just beautiful, it was powerful and spiritual. Like I was experiencing something I can't just get back and I can't just have again. And then I remember thinking at the time, Regina just keeps joining and leaving and joining. I know you probably can't hear a sound when she
uh,
joins, but I do. Every
oh,
time
I
she
can't
joins,
hear her.
yeah, there's a beeping sound, and
That's annoying.
she's just yeah, it is annoying. So, gone again, on again, gone again.
Can you remove the link so that she does? Because if she had a
I might
chance
have
to
to
talk
do
and
that.
yeah,
Hey, don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do what?
Don't remove me.
You keep joining and leaving, and all I hear is the
Because
beeping
my sound
sound.
is really messed.
Hmm.
maybe you need
Well,
to,
what go
Regina.
ahead,
Maybe
Wendy.
you need to be somewhere different that you don't have that your signal doesn't keep dropping. It would be courteous to investigate and try and make it a pleasant experience for Stephen. He doesn't have to do these streams, and beeping sounds distract from conversation.
I'm not trying to distract you. I'm just
I
saying
know you're
it's
not.
not my fault.
Okay, but you
The
can
sound
try and
keeps
find a
dropping
better.
out. What more do you want me to do?
Well, why do you keep dropping off?
Because no one can hear me.
It sounds like you're mumbling, so you need to speak up a bit or increase the volume
Because
of
no
your.
one can. Because no one can hear me.
I hear you perfectly now, so
We can hear you.
Okay, well you couldn't before.
What's that flapping sound? It sounds like wings of a bird when Regina's avatar lights up.
Sorry.
What he's sorry for? I don't know.
I'm gonna go.
Because I asked about a flapping sound?
No, I just got a blood test today. I gotta go.
Oh, she left. Good morning, Fiona.
hello, Fiona.
It's good to see you. I just noticed she's in the. She joined a couple minutes ago, it looks like.
You had a
I got
lovely
distracted. I
conversation.
forget what we were talking about.
We were talking about the birds, the beautiful 10,000 birds in the tree, the spiritual experience you had with them being in the trees, and then the man coming and clapping.
Oh yes, he disturbed everything, and it was wrong. It was wrong in a way that I don't even know if I can express in words. But it just changed everything. It's almost like it just ruined everything, not just that moment. But he spoiled a kind of beauty that existed that just I've never experienced that again in all those years. That must have been a dozen years ago, something like that. And they're beings like that are not only inconsiderate, they can't even conceive of being considerate, it seems like. It's all about them. And I remember in that moment, now that I think back, just thinking that being probably was a demon, but just thinking they probably lived their whole life doing things like that, what they did that moment.
Yes.
And that kind of struck me back then, thinking they probably lived this way for 70, 75, might have been 78 years old. He looked somewhere maybe mid to late 70s. He's probably lived his whole life just getting away with that shit. And
That
now
was
that I
the
think of that,
perfect.
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted you. No, you continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say I watched a video earlier in a guy of a murderer that was caught 50 years after his murder, and he tried to lie about
Oh, wow.
stabbing this girl that was a hitchhiker. She was college aged. She was hitchhiking, and he stabbed her in his vehicle and threw her in a snowbank and drove away. And
Oh,
they ended up catching him somehow through DNA. And his daughter, I'm not sure, I'm trying to remember how they got the DNA. He had a daughter, and they realized that they can do certain tests where they could tell she was the daughter of the murderer that they were looking for. And he never thought he'd be caught.
50
And it's
years
that type
later.
of
Sure.
50 years later, and he's that type. It's that type of entitlement that some beings have to take a life and just throw it away in a snowbank and drive away. And I don't want to sound scatterbrained, but I think there is a connection there. He was old and just part of it seems like entitlement, like everything's about them, other lives even.
Yeah. He was cruel when he was young, and that didn't change, because you don't suddenly. It's like you've said it before. Wisdom doesn't descend from the sky and land on you as you get older. You just get more set in your ways, or whatever you were when you were younger. So a miserable old person was miserable when they were younger, and a cruel old man was cruel and a killer and inconsiderate when he was younger. So that it ties in perfectly with the guy getting away for 50 years with murder.
Yes. And I suspect the man that was walking down the road of the place I used to live had gotten away with cruelty and been that way, been arrogant and entitled and just can't let things be. Can't let others be, can't even let others enjoy a peaceful moment or birds enjoy some rest after flying and landing. Obviously, they were there to rest. It was so
Yes, very
you didn't
obvious.
need anybody to explain it. I mean, it's obvious that they all
Yeah,
landed there.
yeah.
So they're traveling and they're resting on the same place. They found a spot to rest, and he couldn't allow that to, and it bothered me so much in that moment.
Some of them mightn't have made it after that. That might have been the only rest spot that they could have, and the younger the ones that were less strong or experienced might have actually died, and
Yeah,
there could
he
have been
might
a
have caused
population
deaths.
reduction in those birds.
That
So,
asshole. That
oh,
old asshole might have caused some deaths of some of them. It's sickening to think about. I
it
remember,
is.
and it was so that I don't know if I'm even doing it justice, but it was so peaceful and spiritual for the moments that they were there resting, because it was almost like out of a dream. It was real, but they all landed at almost exactly the same time, covering everything. And then there just wasn't any movement, but they were right there. And you could see the rest and the peaceful nature. And all of that was shattered, like if you're in a dream and somebody makes a huge loud sound or claps in front of your ear or does something intentionally to destroy that peaceful sleep, peaceful rest, peaceful moment. But what I want to get at is I felt like I was sharing that moment with those birds, like I was part of it in a way, that's hard to explain, but because I wasn't traveling, I was just out on my front porch watching, but I wasn't moving, I was just watching, and I felt like I was part of that, and he just shattered it. And it was like somebody shattering a glass or doing something, or some loud tigger coming in and just yelling or ruining something. It was very disturbing. And that old idiot that killed the girl, she was an artist actually, and she was traveling. I think in this in they said something about she was traveling either to an art show or back to university where she was the dorms or something like that, and hitchhiking. And this was like in the very early 70s where hitchhiking it was more common in America back then than it would be today. And he propositioned her, asking her for something sexual, and she said no, and he grabbed a fishing knife above the visor in his car, and she leaned or something. He said this is what he said. He lied because they said that he said he stabbed her once in the back and she immediately died. He said he couldn't believe it. She was dead, but they found many, many stab wounds on her, probably 15 or more, something like that. So they knew he was lying. The cops knew he was lying. And also they knew that he had sexually assaulted her, which he wouldn't admit to. He just said he stabbed her once, barely touched her, she died, and he claims that he just pulled over and threw her body buried it into a snowbank and drove away. So even after 50 years, he still couldn't tell the truth.
Right. A typical liar of the realm. And wow.
Yeah.
But
Someone in the comments, I read the comments on that, and they said it just figures that he would live that long. A despicable creature got to live 50 years and do almost nothing with his life. Work at carnivals and just these traveling jobs that achieved nothing and add nothing to others, and then ended up in some care home or something, assisted living when he was old, added nothing to help others. And he snuffed out a life that was actually doing something, contributing something, making things. And it perfectly encapsulates this realm in so many ways.
it does.
That's
Yes.
it's just remarkable how that works. And it just like so, and it makes me think of how many drunk drivers. They're the ones that live, they survive, a lot of times they're unscathed, and they just murdered a whole family. They drove into someone drunk head on, and they hit a family, and the father and mother and the children are all dead, or maybe one of them might live and they lost their family, and the drunk just crawls out of the crushed vehicle. They're not even hurt. That happens so many times in this realm.
Yes. You showed us a video of I think it was a plane crash where the pilots who managed to get it down and save the people, they actually died. And yeah, it's a realm where it feels scripted, but it's designed to cause maximum trauma to the best ones, the good ones, and like losing like what's been done to the Europeans, all those birds that nasty old devil chased off. I mean, there's so many examples, and I was just thinking about those birds, and if they were like blackbirds or crows or whatever they were, they sort of whatever was guiding them could have been like a spiritual, some sort of sense that you were attuned to, and you were probably picking up on that. And so it was beyond just a visual eyeball enjoyment. There could have been something else that you were picking up, the peace that they were feeling when they're like, whew, I'm finally sitting down on a branch and all my friends and family are around and this is a safe place, and you were picking up on another level.
It could be because I felt like I was part of it, even more than just feeling them being in a safe place. I felt like some kind of unspoken communication between the birds, the flock of birds, and me, these black birds.
Oh, wow.
I felt that not quite like that, but I felt things that were a little bit similar. When my mom was dying, I knew she was going to die, and a raven came and visited me.
Amazing.
And I had a moment of just knowing that I'm going to have to go to the hospital and be with my mom for the next few days, because I just somehow knew that was a message, like a message that she's not going to be here very long. And then I would see him again after she passed away. He would come every day for a while. The same one. I could tell. I just knew it was the same one. It wasn't by the look of it. I could just tell by the feeling of it. And land in almost the same spot and talk to me. He was very talkative, cawing to me. So yeah, that was a long time ago, but I've had a relationship with some of these birds and animals that it's hard to explain, because it's not necessarily verbal communication. It's just another type of like spiritual, maybe psychic spiritual communication. It's on a different level. It's on a different wavelength, I think.
An incredible and beautiful closeness that you have with them, and I didn't know that about the raven coming. Well, coming to look after you.
Mm-hmm. I think this reality is it's rigged or scripted to a certain degree, and then there are the unpredictable things as well, elements. It's a mixture. I think that's why it's complex and it's difficult for a lot of people to understand, because they kind of want it one way or another, and it isn't 100% one way. Just like we don't have 100% free will, obviously, here, but we do have choices. So we have some choices mixed into a very controlled, strange, evil realm. We don't have 100% free will, but nor are we 100% enslaved. There's elements of both mixed together, almost like a bowl of soup with different ingredients, and things are mixed in. And we're not even told what ingredients are in the soup. We're in the soup, and nobody's telling us as children or as adults, for the most part, unless they're on my channel listening to some of my videos where I'm trying to convey this, but we don't know all the ingredients in the soup that we're in. We're in this weird soup that's like a storm, in a way. A stormy soup that's all mixed together, and we don't even know what all the elements or ingredients are in this place. So we're kind of trying to figure it out. At least I am. I don't think most beings are, though. I think the ones that are here on my channel are very rare, from what I can determine. Most beings don't even seem to care about what this place is, how it works. They just care about the simple things. If they have, as they say, if they have a roof over their head and they have money, and they say this in their videos all the time. They say it all the time, and it just reminds me of so many others that I've heard in this place say that throughout my life. That's all they worry about, is the most basic survival things and their entertainment, and that's about it. They can't even look at this realm and see how much evil's rewarded. You look at the royal families of the world, and you look at the Rothschilds, and the more evil they do, the wealthier their families become, and the easier their lives are, and lives of wealth and power and leisure, and then idiotic people in this place believe in karma. It's like I made that video of exposing how fake that is, and debunking karma, and showing that they get rewarded for evil. It's not karma, it's the antithesis of karma, or it's reverse karma at best.
Yes. Yes.
So, and it's so obvious. It's not that this is difficult. Just look at the Billionaires Club. The pattern's always there. For the most part, most of them have the easiest lives of wealth, pleasure, leisure, privilege, power, all of it. They're not punished. It's the reverse. Good spirits here get punished. Things are thrown at good spirits out of nowhere, like diseases or all sorts of things. Weird things happen where a car comes out of nowhere and tries to run you down and doesn't stop, and you're a pedestrian, and it's a near miss by inches, and they're speeding, and it just seems like they're trying to hit you. Things like that. This matrix throws all sorts of weird, evil things at good spirits. And it's not just typical things or explainable things. Sometimes it's things that seem supernatural or scripted to the point where it just can't be explained through normal means. Just like certain things happen where a being survives. I've survived certain things, and I shouldn't have survived it. But it wanted that so that I'd still be here. It didn't want to take me out those times. And the way humans react is, well, good, I got lucky, or I'm blessed, God help me, or an angel came or something, and they view it that way. I view it a different way. I'm in a hell realm. Was I really helped by it keeping me here? See, I have a different way of looking at it than most of these people.
Yeah.
These people could be, quote unquote, saved by an angel out of a car wreck, and they'd say, well, I was saved, and my diaper saved me. There was one guy that was burned in a car wreck as a baby, and he said he had a wet diaper on, so his genitals were spared from being burned because of that. And his 80% of his body or whatever, like a huge amount, has been burned, and he's horrific. And they view it as, oh, I'm blessed. And I just don't view it that way. I view it differently. They're in hell, and their skin's burnt off, and they've had so many surgeries, and they look deformed from severe burns in a car crash that went on fire. And they view it as a blessing because they can't imagine anything other than this. They view this as life, and this is it to them in their minds. They can't imagine. So in this hell realm, they could be kept here and tortured and experience that kind of level of shit forever, and they'd be grateful. Like slaves, like slaves in a dungeon that are not only slaves, but being tortured and kept and abused and kept in one place in a hideous dungeon, dark dungeon, and beneath a castle, or maybe beneath a house of horrors or a royal mansion or something. For them, they just think, well, I'm blessed. And I'm looking at, well, you're in a dungeon being tortured. My viewpoint is just completely different. And I don't think there's any way that they'll understand what I'm speaking about. They just don't get it. I don't even think they have the capacity to understand or comprehend it.
Yeah. It is like when you do the bloop, 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 bloop underwater sound, it's exactly that. They're not going to get it.
Yeah, I could say to them, why didn't the angel that came to save you stop the car crash from happening, stop you from getting burned, prevent
Yes,
the whole
that's
thing?
exactly.
Why didn't
Yeah.
they swoop in? Why were they late to pull you out after you were horribly burned and burned so bad they're deformed and they need so many surgeries with painful skin grafts? And some cases, people with severe burns are put into comas to spare them the pain. They induce a coma at the hospital. There's horrific things here, but me saying, why didn't the angels come sooner to prevent the suffering? Again, they would hear, and that's all they hear. It's not even
Yeah.
close to them understanding. They can't hear. They
Yeah.
can't comprehend. Because to them, they'd say, but the angel saved me. Well, after you were born or burned
Yeah.
and your parents died in the crash and you're the only, like you lost life in that crash and you lost. Why did they arrive so late?
Exactly. Aren't they all seeing and all powerful? They could have stopped the happening or at least do the perfect healing at the end. Like don't actually go through all the pain.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I would say to them, because it's about pain and suffering. That's why. And that's why that pattern is there with so many
Yeah.
cases. It's a pattern that people have to recognize. See, I think most humans are capable, unless they're mentally retarded or the lowest of IQ and sub 65 IQers in certain African countries, where if they saw a $20 bill or 20-pound British note on the ground every day on a walk, not around anybody, where you thought they must have dropped this. There's no one around, so you just pick it up and it's not stealing. You found it. There's no one around. There's no way to return the money, or let's say you're an honest, decent being that would return it if you saw, oh, that person just walked by, it floated out of their pocket. Not like that, but something where there's no way to give that money to whoever. It's just appears like magic, but every day on your walk in the same spot, you would notice there's a pattern. There's a
Yes.
20-pound note that shows up every day on your walk, and you're like, all I have to do is go for a walk today, and I know it's been there 5 days in a row. I picked up a 20-pound note, and I just keep putting them in my wallet or purse or whatever. People would notice the pattern there, but they don't want to notice the patterns of evil and suffering. That's what I notice. Most people don't want to look at those. They'll say it's negative, or you're focused on the negative. I'm just noticing these patterns. The angels are almost always late. Why don't they
They
show up
are.
before all the harm is done?
Yes.
So that's a pattern that I notice. And then people get angry at me for noticing patterns. Well, you're angry at me for pattern recognition, which is just a form of intelligence. They're literally angry at me for being intelligent and aware to notice patterns. What a realm this is, where people get angry over that. And it's just incredible, this place. I'm one of the few, and I'm not boasting, but I seem to be one of the few beings that's intelligent, that's using my intelligence, trying to help others see, rather than using my intelligence for evil and profit and personal gain, which is the norm in this realm. There are highly intelligent beings here, but they're not going out of their way to help anyone. In case people can't notice that about this realm, most highly intelligent beings in this realm are not good. They're selfish and evil and trying to do harm to you for their own benefit. That's what type of beings they are. It's pretty obvious. The ones in the world stage that are famous and many that are not famous.
It is an obvious pattern, and you are so different in that you do what you do, and And the fact that you're unappreciated is telling on the people that do that, the unappreciation and the ingratitude and what they are.
Yeah, it's very telling, and it's very strange. It doesn't feel normal to me to be in a realm where there might be 12 or 15 beings in the entire realm that appreciate me at all, no matter what I do. It's it's strange to me, and it seems very wrong, but in this realm it's normal. In this realm they will praise the ones that poison them and get angry at me for saying they're poisoning you. And get angry at me for just trying to alert them and warn them and try to make them aware, and that's hated in this place. They'd rather worship evil billionaires. I think I was was it my last live stream? Recently I was speaking about how most people, most beings in this realm idolize evil. Their idols are all evil. Whether they're actors, bankers, fake inventors, or fake businessmen like figureheads like Elon Musk, billionaires that are propped up and we're told they have hundreds of billions of dollars or they're close to a trillionaire, things like that. That's what's worshipped and praised and idolized in this realm. And then people have idols that aren't necessarily famous or world famous, and the ones they idolize in their families are evil. I would say almost no being in this realm has an I don't think people should have idols, but almost no being in this realm has an idol that isn't evil. It's almost exclusively evil that's being idolized here. Whether it's athletes, celebrities like actors, or celebrities that aren't actors that are just famous on the world stage for some stupid shit they did and they became famous, or whatever. But that billionaires, the Billionaires Club, all these beings that are idolized in this realm are sellouts and did things for fame, did evil things to become famous and part of the club. It's remarkable. And people don't notice that pattern. They think there's nothing wrong, or they'll say, oh, well, it says in the Bible, don't choose false idols. But every idol they have is evil, no matter which one they have. And they don't notice. They're just so blind. They can't notice that their idols are all evil and that they've given all their power away to even have idols at all. I don't recommend anyone having idols, just like I don't recommend anyone smoking crack or doing meditation or going to church and kneeling down and praising some monster and calling it a god. It's ridiculous, but that's normal in this realm. That's why when people talk about normal, I wonder what they're speaking about, because the things that are normal in this realm, it's almost exclusively evil and slavery, worship and slavery.
That's the new normal, is just more of the evil worship and
Well, I think they could end all the big religions and still have the world enslaved. I think there's some on my channel that believe somehow that it's just religion. It isn't just one thing, though. There's a lot in this realm that believe if the billionaires were all ended or disappeared, that this place would be utopia. I think they'd be replaced instantly. And even if there was some magical interference where they couldn't be replaced, the billionaire banksters, the billionaires in tech, the billionaires that mess with our food and air, water, the billionaires that want control, if they were all removed, this would still be a hell realm. And I think the matrix itself would just adjust, and we'd be facing new evils in this place. But most don't see it. They just don't. They don't get it. They don't want to face where they are. They want to have one boogeyman and say, if we could just change this, we'd change everything. And it just doesn't work that way.
It's true. You could just look at like all the Tiggers with their infighting in Somalia and Nigeria and everywhere else. The people would just be evil. Well, they still are lower down evil, but they'd just ramp that up. So it's not fixable at all.
Yeah.
You'd have to remove like 99% of the people, and you'd be left with. But even then, the whole the design of the body, all the like the tornadoes and droughts, and I mean, you couldn't clean the air or the water. It's just you have to wipe it all out and start from scratch. But that's not going to happen here. So.
Well, it's like trying to keep a place clean in a dirty hell realm, and if you had constant rain and mud and pigs running through your house, you'd never be able to keep it clean. The floors would always be dirty.
Exactly what
There's
it
no
is.
way to
Yeah.
keep this. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
way to keep this place clean. It's
No.
impossible.
Yeah.
And people don't want to admit to that, but they say it's negative, but it's very freeing, because I've said openly many times here, I can't fix this realm. Neither can anyone. And once it really sinks in, it's almost like taking a deep breath and exhaling and going, well, I don't have to, and I can't. No one can.
Yeah.
I'm going to give up on that false idea of working to fix something that's unfixable or worrying about it.
Or
Don't
feeling
worry about it.
guilty about it.
Yeah.
You
Feeling
know.
guilty that
Yeah.
I'm not doing enough because I haven't fixed this whole realm. I can't. No one can. No
Yeah.
one has. No one can. The best thing to do is to shut it down. You can't fix something that's designed to be evil. If there was one, if this realm were completely different, if it were hypothetically a paradise of sorts, and there was just one evil robot messing it up, just one out of all the robots, there might be 1,000,000 robots already here worldwide, in factories, in homes, in mansions, wherever, labs. But there's just one evil one that we can't control. Would it be wise to keep trying to fix that robot that fights and stops, or just hit the off switch on it and shut it down?
It'd be obvious just to pop that one faulty one in a volcano or under one of those big things that compresses steel and just crush it into powder. So that's the
Yes.
obvious thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
'Cause we can't fix it. But that's what people try with the realm. They just keep thinking, "Well, we can fix this," or "If only we could do this." That's what anchors people here spiritually. I think that's one of the biggest anchors to this realm is the belief, the Finkelstein style belief. He just recently in the 2 or 3 weeks ago said, "Why don't we work on fixing this? Why don't we stop watching with the TSM," he calls me. Evil always calls me TSM. They'll never call me King Stephen. They always try to reduce me to 3 letters of my channel, and my channel's not me. I'm not TSM. He calls me that. Finkelstein, Jeremiah, and Rebellious Meat Puppet, they all call me TSM on evil. It's another pattern. They always do that. But they say that I'm negative and dragging them down. They say, "Why don't we fix this?" Go ahead. Try. Not to my audience. I'm saying it to him if he's tuned in. Go ahead.
He'll be the first to fix anything. Yeah.
He could work the rest of his life believing he's going to fix this. I don't think he will work on it, but I'd laugh if he did. You just anchor
Yeah.
yourself here. That's all he's doing. That's all you achieve by having that mindset that this can be fixed. Because if you focus on that, you're not focused on getting out of here and leaving here and calling it what it is and facing truth and saying, it's a hell realm. It can't be fixed. It's designed this way. That's
Yeah.
so freeing. It's more freeing than people can understand. It's akin to, I'm going around in a prison. I don't call this a prison, but it's not a perfect analogy. But let's say instead of this realm, I was in a prison here and you were in prison with me. And Fiona was in prison and Mayhem was with us and Salty Siren and Ren and Mind Mirage and just a bunch of us that are on my team. We're all in a prison, and we're with other prisoners that are inmates that are strangers to us. It's a great big place. Thousands of inmates. So way more are there. But I'm going around saying, I'm leaving. And then some people look at me like, you're crazy. And I say, well, this is a prison. I'm starting a prison break. I'm going to leave. Are you coming with me? And then some people say, well, this isn't a prison, Stephen. This is a good place. And that's what I feel like in this realm. It's kind of that twilight zone of they're in denial about where they are. And I'm saying, look around. There's bars on your little home there. You're in a prison cell. And look at my hand. I fashioned this skeleton key. I can open this door, and I open it, show them. I opened your cell door, and I opened it up. You coming with me? And they say, I'm not in a prison, Stephen. And I say, what about all these bars and guards and locks and gates? And where do you think you are? There's walls outside of this place and barbed wire, but I have a plan. I have a way out. And they say, well, I'm not in prison. I'm not leaving because this is a good place. I get 3 meals a day. Look, I have a bed. I have a sink. I have I have artwork on the wall. Look at that drawing I made. And I made this out of crayons and I tacked this up on my wall. You're lying, Stephen. We're not in a prison. Look at how nice my little home is. That's what I deal with essentially in this realm. Trying to convince people where they are. And they don't want to look at it. And then they wonder how they're going to be trapped here. Well, you've anchored yourself here by believing that this is a good place, that you can make it better, you can fix it, you can put up some decorations on your walls. You could put up some flowers in a vase. It doesn't change where you are. You're just decorating a hell realm or decorating a prison cell. Again, it's not a perfect analogy because I say this is far worse than a prison, this hell realm. Far worse overall. But the ones anchoring themselves here believe that this can be made better, it can be fixed, and they claim it isn't what I showed that it is. So how are they going to get free? I can't envision them getting free. I can't envision a way that they could. They're the type that I could open the cell door and say, here, come with us. We're leaving. And they'll argue and say, this isn't a prison. Far from being able to convince them to leave. They can't even admit to what this place is. So that's what I deal with. I don't think most in this realm, humans can see what it is at all. And I think anchoring oneself here, the easiest way to do that is what Finkelstein's doing and others, claiming they can make this place better. Well, then you're attached to it. And attached to a false belief. Because they're not going to make this place better. No one is.
And the whole thinking you can fix it lines you up perfectly to get too duped into having a mission or a secret, because you're so a secret plan or because you're so special that you're going to come back and be a helper. It's very freeing. And I actually, when I see people fixing up things, or not that it's wrong to do that, but I often think, okay, they're just like decorating their prison, even though it's not a prison, but also that this is only temporary, because it also helps for those that are too competitive and trying to do everything one up, thinking it's the main thing when it's not. When you know that this is temporary and you don't have to stay here. And that you can't fix it, and that there's better outside of this realm, and that you definitely don't want to come back and be recycled into millions of lives of pain, suffering, because if any of us came back, we would never have a luxurious lifestyle. even though that's what people say, that, oh, this, if it's tough now, you'll get a good one next time. It's not designed that way, and it never will be. And also you'd have to become evil to get that, and you'd have to like destroy what you were to do that, and that wouldn't be worth it, to lose yourself for some stupid temporary stuff. So
Not for me. Not even close. They could offer me $10 trillion and say you're going to have it wouldn't matter. I just laugh and say I don't need that. I don't want that. I mean, while I'm in this body, not
yeah,
leaving, just
yeah,
whatever. I'd say I don't need it. I wouldn't do any. I would never become evil for any amount of money here. They could never buy me off or bribe me. I'm just not. There's no interest in that. And it's a very important point you brought up actually about how temporary it is. If you the ones that think, well, I'll just sell out for evil for one luxurious lifetime, they'll probably be stuck here forever. They'll get so attached to this place and their yachts and their mansions, and
yeah.
that would anchor them here, not just that lifetime. That could set them up for millions of lifetimes in this place. Or
And they might
forever.
get the yacht next time, and maybe the time after that. But then what's stopping them ending up in Mumbai having to look for food in that trash mountain, or
Yep. It it's a spin of the roulette wheel.
yeah,
They're not gonna get the yacht lifestyle every time.
no,
They could end up eating from a garbage heap in the most polluted city and as an orphan left to the streets. Some of
yeah,
those children there might have had a wonderful life their previous lifetime to this one, or maybe
yeah,
3 lifetimes ago. I think that's how this place works, and the way that we've talked about before with time, you could end up in what
oh, yeah.
most humans would call the past that could be brutal
Oh,
without civilization, just horrible conditions in the past where you're, let's say, hundreds of years ago in Canada or America, and you're being scalped and tortured by Indians. You're
oh,
captured, you're
yeah,
being brutalized, and that could be your life. There's children here that are brutalized as babies and they never reach 2 years old. Their whole life is just abuse until their parents kill them. You never know what parents you're gonna get.
yeah.
This is a brutal place.
I just thought of something to ask you. So how the whole plan to eradicate the white people is well underway. So if it gets to a stage when there's fewer and fewer white parents to have, white babies, if the spirits can only go into a white body, they'd have to go back into the past and maybe end up on those galley ships as well.
Mhm. Yeah. As slaves taken by Muslims.
Those from the Barbary
The
slave
women
trade
as
and
sex
things.
slaves, and a lot of the men, almost all of them were brutally castrated, abused, men and women and children went through horrendous things. They in the future, unless
Yeah,
something changes on this timeline, they might just try to enslave white people instead of eliminate all white people, just reduce the numbers to a point where we're already a world minority, but a number where we can't even really fight back against the hordes of barbarians and creatures, where they just enslave white people as quote unquote punishment for us creating modern civilization, essentially. And having white people see the destruction and of everything that we and our ancestors built and created. I wouldn't wanna be
absolutely horrific.
a white child in the
No,
future here.
no,
Go ahead.
no. To even imagine, I mean, that could happen, and yeah, it just I haven't got any. Excuse me, I haven't got any words for that. So, wow.
It's horrible, and it's not just a possibility, it seems to be the track that things are headed already, unless there's some intervention or something to change the course. That's where it looks to be going. And there's so few people that really want to look at things with honest eyes, courage, strength, and just admit to what's going on. That would be step one. That would be the solution and fixing things or changing the course. But most people can't even do that. It's because most in this realm do not want to face any truth. They'd rather pretend, be in denial, bury their heads in the sand. They'd rather build a sandcastle and say, look how beautiful, what I build in my life lasts forever. And some of us that are knowing beings kind of just watch and shake our heads going, well, that sandcastle's temporary. The sea is going to come up and swallow that sandcastle overnight or by morning. A sandcastle is temporary. It's not forever. And the lives people build here, the things they gather, their big achievements. See, I have that awareness where I can create songs, I can create paintings, drawings. I know it's not forever. It's not just, oh, well, they'll outlive me. Eventually they're gone. Everything here is temporary. And I know a lot of people want to say that's sad. There's certain ones that respond, that's sad, but it's true. There's a better way of looking at it than saying it's sad.
It's true.
And I think if people face that, it helps them to change their mindset from feeling sad or depressed to saying it's true. And I know that. I can create more artworks. I could stay up tonight or this morning or tomorrow, and I could make artwork. Whatever medium, whatever genre, doesn't really matter. That's never been my focus anyways. That's more of the focus of humans, like what mediums do you use? Doesn't matter. I'm just a creative spirit. I do what I do, whatever comes naturally. But I know it's temporary. I'm not taking it with me. I can leave it to loved ones. It's not going to last forever. Nothing I create or make or give lasts here, because that's the nature of this realm. And I think coming to terms with that is important.
It definitely helps knowing that it's that temporary and there's somewhere that out of here will be much better than what we're currently in, because I don't think you could make anywhere worse than what this place is. So
Yes.
the logically and with statistics, if somewhere was only even 50% of what this place is like, it would be a huge improvement. It would be exponentially better. So because everything does seem to have been designed to create maximum pain and maximum suffering, which it's intelligent, but an evil intelligence. So
yes,
that would mean that there would be places where there wouldn't be that going on. Just the fact that there's goodness here would mean that there's realms designed by goodness that none of what we've gone through it would never even cross their minds, and it would be trying to explain, trying to teach a fish about what happens at the top of a tree. They just could never ever grasp it, sort of thing.
I'm the one that's casually
Yeah.
walking along, seeing humans trying to turn a big open sewer in India into a restaurant, a fine dining restaurant. And I say, you
I know.
can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't waste your time. And they say, well, what are you going to do? I'm going to go somewhere else and I'm going to build a restaurant. I'm going to
Yes,
build
you're much
beautiful
better
cities. I'm going to
in
build
all
a realm.
ways.
I'm not going to try to turn what's already a sewer. I can't
Yeah.
do that, but I can go make something better. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I just saw backstage you said you must go make breakfast.
Yes, it's been absolutely lovely. Thank you very much. And I'll say goodbye now, so that going to be lots of noise on the road. So thank you, Stephen, and bye, Fiona, and Salty, and who else is there? Mayim. And thank you very much again for a lovely conversation.
Thank you very much, Wendy. It's been beautiful, and I love these conversations. Have a delicious breakfast.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. That was Wendy, everyone. And I really do love these conversations. I absolutely do. Some of my favorite moments on YouTube now are having these conversations with Wendy. I think they're very well, sorry for saying, they're very meaningful and relaxing and enjoyable. Oh, the Canada geese pass over where you live. Oh my goodness. The honking Canada geese. Oh gosh. It is lovely, these chats. Good morning to you, Fiona. I'm not going to waste this lifetime or 1,000 lifetimes trying to fix a sewer, meaning this realm, into a fine dining restaurant. It just can't be done. It's impossible. It's not only impossible, it's laughable and a waste. Once you really see that, it can't be fixed. It's impossible. And part of what they want us to do is try to fix it. That's part of the trick. That, just keep thinking you could fix it. Just stay there. Just go back another time. And I'm saying, no, I'm not doing this again. Not at all. Never again. Never again. Some people say, well, if you escape this realm, you get out of this matrix, Stephen, there might be other hell realms out there. Could be. I can't rule that out. I can't disprove that. I can't disagree. So for the people that think that that's a gotcha thing, gotcha, there could be other hell realms out there outside of the matrix, not just levels. There could be other matrices with hell realm levels in it. Could be. Well, what are you going to do about that, Stephen? Well, if I find those, I'm going to shut those down too. I'll end those. I'm not going to settle for being trapped or enslaved anywhere. Anywhere. Not just in this matrix, but anywhere. And they might say something in response, something like, well, what are you going to do? What will you do? Where's the line? How far will you go? As far as I need to. I have a knife in my hand right now. Now, I'm not saying anything by that, but I'm just getting at, what will I do? I'm not letting any of this shit stop me from doing what I have to do to get freedom. Because slavery in this realm is essentially viewed as normal. Most in this realm don't seem to mind being slaves. It doesn't seem to bother them. All that bothers them is money and things getting more expensive. Other than that, they don't care how enslaved they are. They look like some of the biggest spiritual slaves you could ever imagine. They don't seem to mind. But I do. I don't want slavery. I want freedom. And I don't mean what humans mean by freedom. What they mean is pathetic compared to what real freedom is. I deserve freedom. I will only settle for freedom. And when I rest, I want it to be complete rest. If I have to rest for 100 matrix years or 1,000, I'll do that. And that would go by in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't even notice it. But I need rest. This place drains me and tires me out. And that's part of what it's designed to do. To drain good spirits, to tire out good spirits. It's operating as it's designed. That's what I see. This place is designed to do what it's doing. Designed to be evil. It's designed to create struggle, suffering, disease, pain. Designed to create grief, loss, heartache, depression, fatigue. Designed to create spiritual fatigue, where even your spirit feels tired, not just your meat suit. You just feel tired. Tired of it. Tired of just this place trying to grind us down. It's the way this place is. Now, I know I can't fix it. That isn't defeatist. That isn't depressing. That isn't giving up. That's not disempowering. It's simply true. I can't fix this place. I can't walk through the streets of Mumbai or Calcutta and see an open sewer and say, I can make that into a fine dining restaurant. No, I can't. No one can. It's beyond me. It's bigger than me. No one can. By bigger, I just mean the scope of it. Can't fix this place. It isn't even broken. It's the way it is. Might as well say, Stephen, why don't you fix your laptop into being the most beautiful wild horse? I can't. It's a laptop. It is what it is. It's not broken. I'm on it right now using it. You're welcome, and thank you, Wendy. I appreciate you, and I love our conversations. I truly do. I think that eventually, or I hope eventually, it will hit people. 4 hours, 33 minutes, I just noticed. The 33. I hope people will notice how empowering it is to realize, oh, we can't fix this, nor should we try to waste our energy on what we can't do. We should focus on what we can do. That's a better way of looking at it. Focus on what we can do. We can strengthen our spirit. We can help each other in small ways, but that's not fixing the realm. If Wendy needed help, I would help Wendy. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that wouldn't fix the realm. And if I help my neighbor, it doesn't fix the realm. I try to be helpful, but that doesn't fix the realm. So focusing on what we can do, I think, is better than what we can't do. The reason we can't fix it is because it's not broken. It's not because we're small or weak or powerless or all the things they try to make us believe, all that bullshit that, oh, we're just insignificant. They say on YouTube, and religions preach that, and all that is programming. I'm not saying that you're small or that you're powerless or insignificant. Quite the opposite. Good spirits are meaningful, significant, powerful, beautiful, and better than this place. Deserve better than this place. That's what I see. The opposite of what they preach to us. The exact opposite. So if we make ourselves more aware and focus on, I'm not going to worry about fixing, quote, fixing what can't be fixed. I'm going to create better than this place. It's not just me saying that. I'm trying to get that across to every good spirit that this reaches. to have the mindset yourself of saying, I'm going to create better than this. I'm not going to try to turn a stupid sewer into a fine dining restaurant and turn that sewage into food, because I can't. This place is a sewer. It's a sewer matrix, this realm. We don't have to worry about fixing this. It's not your job to fix this. It's not your job to be a slave here perpetually trying to clean a floor, and they're spraying and flooding in sewage and mud and dirt, and it always gets dirty. It never stays clean. Nothing here stays clean. Nothing in this realm stays clean. Nothing. There's an immense amount of garbage, waste, human waste, animal waste, dirt, dust, grime, and it just keeps coming back in this place. That in itself should show you it's not a good realm. This place is filthy. The air is even filthy. The air is dirty. The water's dirty. Get a filter and see what comes out of your tap. It's gross. It's gross. And see where the stuff goes that you flush down the toilet. This place is horrible. You can't even keep a house clean in this place. It doesn't stay clean. We're constantly cleaning and fixing and washing clothes and doing this, and it never ends in this place. And then people insist that this is a great place. One of my neighbors said to me one time that she hates doing laundry. And I just said, "Oh, really?" And I'm a curious person. I said, "Why?" And they just said, "Well, I don't know. I just hate it." She said, "I wish I could that our clothes, we just wear them once and just toss them, and they were temporary. We didn't have to wash or use whatever." There's a lot of people that don't like having to do these things all the time in this place. Washing dishes, washing clothes, doing this, cleaning and it's just constant in this place. But it's normal for most people. They don't even step back and go, why does everything get dirty so fast all the time here? Nothing stays clean. And it's not just people that have kids. They'll say, yeah, well, if you have kids, everything gets dirty. No, I don't have kids. Everything still gets dirty. Everything gets dirty in this place. Nothing stays clean. It's impossible to keep anything clean here. Nothing is clean in this place. And if you start just examining how dirty the air is and the water and just everything. But anyway, what I'm getting at is there's no fixing this place. It's designed to be this way. It's operating as designed. And I think a better way of looking at things, the people that say, he offers no solutions. Oh, I do. Just not the ones people don't want to hear. They want me to tell them how to fix this place. And they can't understand it's not broken. What's the solution? Creating my own realm. How about that? Not trying to fix what I can't fix. How about that? But again, it's not one most people like Finkelstein. They don't want to hear that. They'll say, where's the solutions? Well, Jeremiah Finkelstein, how about you try to fix tornadoes, hurricanes, great floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, firestorms, lightning killing people, life eating life here? Fix that. Fix it. Get off your ass, Finkelstein, and fix it. And then he'll look going, well, I can't fix that. Exactly, dummy. Finkelstein, if you're tuned in, Jeremiah Goldstein Finkelstein, you can't fix anything that's designed here. But you want to pretend you can and say, well, where's his solutions? How about you hop to it and start working on fixing the shit I just mentioned? Fix it. Fix the places where they don't have water. Fix the salt water into drinking water. You'll say desalination plants. Build them then. Go ahead, do something. Go dig some wells in the desert in African countries and see how long they maintain them before they stop working. You did all that work to dig wells, and within 8 or 10 years, they're done. Maybe less. Go ahead. That's not even a fix. That's just doing something, helping the helpless, essentially. Not a fix. Fix the realm, Finkelstein. You run your mouth a lot. Why don't you fix the realm? Do something. He lied about me recently, saying that I'm not a magical being. How would he know? He doesn't even know what this realm is. He can't even come to terms with that, much less understand what I am as a being. As a being. A being that he'll never comprehend. He and his kind. Not just him. I'm just using him as an example. There's a million or more, millions of Finkelsteins out there. Millions of them on YouTube. Functioning at a low level. At a baby truther surface level. Fix one thing. Try to stop all the waste in this realm. Not just the garbage you throw out. But again, all the stuff that goes down the toilet. Fix it. Fix this place where you don't have to clean the dirt and grime. Fix this place where this is a great fix, Finkelstein, for you to work on, where life doesn't have to eat life to be here in bodies. That includes tigers, lions, hyenas, wolves, birds of prey like owls. They never have to eat another mouse. Fix it. You can chuckle and call me crazy, but you know you can't fix it. You know you can't. You can't fix it. And I call out liars like you. A lot of liars in this realm. If I'm wrong, fix it. You say it's not a hell realm? Fix it. You say this isn't a soul trap? Fix it. Show me. Show me I'm wrong. Go pray to your God. Get your God to fix it. Go pray with your little buddy Lomik that believes in a God, which is why he's upset with me. He can't take it. All the months of me showing that his God's a monster bothers him. So be it. I hope it drives those beings nuts. I hope they lose their minds. Tuning into my channel, my show, and hearing me show that their so-called gods are monsters that they're so attached to. You praise monsters and you think you're good? You're not good. You're warped. You're not good. You're not moral. You're warped. You're praising evil monsters, which shows me you belong here. Lomik and Finkelstein belong here. You idiots can't fix anything. Lomik, Board, aka Board Monkey, Finkelstein, any of you on YouTube can't fix anything about the realm.
But as far as reincarnation is concerned, from the work that I've done, it doesn't seem to be that reincarnating in the same place again and again and again without memory of previous reincarnations or previous lives is normal in the known universe. But that's something that's very not normal.
Oh, it's not normal, but it's occurring here. It's occurring here. In this place. So this guy posted this, stories from the Matrix. He's now calling it a matrix. And he has a pyramid symbol. This is interesting. It's kind of interesting. Brett Stewart. This guy is very smart and extremely well-spoken. He's got my full attention. Man, I wish I had more full attention beings here. Will he lead us is the question. They want leaders right in the first comments. They want leaders, these slaves. They want to be led.
It's something that actually keeps you from progressing. Because if you think about it, how are you supposed to learn a lesson or have a greater understanding if that whole previous life is completely unavailable to you? You have no access to it. It's not, other than at the most base, unconscious levels. So it seems like a very poor system, right? And well, it's a poor system because it's designed that way. It's designed to keep people here.
Oh, wow. I wonder if this guy's been watching some of my channels, my videos. Because I've covered his work. Designed to keep people here. Wow. Fascinating. And the amnesia, you can't learn if you can't remember. With no recall, you can't learn from one lifetime to another. I've spoken about that, made videos about that. It's fascinating. I know some people just say, well, he's discovering the exact same things you are, Stephen. That's all. Just a coincidence. It's all a coincidence in Hell Realm, the way people try to gaslight me all the time, too.
Because keeping people here, souls here, whatever that is, feeds into a much larger system. And it powers that system. And this is a system that constantly is expanding and trying to create more scenarios like what we have here in other places, on other planes, whether it's planet or something we can't visualize or comprehend. It is going to paint a picture of
a parasitic realm. I'm going to say something that I don't know if anyone's ever said on YouTube. I know people say, oh yeah, everyone said that. But goodness, good beings might be one of the rarest things, not just here in this matrix, the sewer matrix, hell realm that you're in, anywhere. Because a lot of you seem to think it's 50-50, it's balanced, it's a duality system, good and evil, and they're kind of equal, or there's half and half. No, what if good is just so rare? Anywhere, that's a possibility. That a good spirit fighting evil might be one of the rarest things to exist, as this guy would call the known universe. But I think the universe term is a system term that they implanted into our minds to limit our thinking. And that Jade Tarot used to mock me saying, he says there is no universe. Well, I'm thinking bigger than universe. Uni, one verse. One verse, universe. I'm thinking bigger. I've got a mind and an imagination that thinks bigger than that human limited shit. Universe. One verse. I'm not one with anything. I'd love to show you realms of my imagination that would leave you speechless and realize, oh, now I get it. This is a shithole. If he's able to dream that up and imagine it, beauty and magical wonders, and this place is this way, then yeah, this is a shithole. I wish I could do that. I think most people in this realm will settle for shit. That's what I think.
Who the actors, what agencies are responsible for what's been going on here for the past, since the beginning of recorded civilization, and why it's being done. And this one, I'm going to go into, I probably won't go all through it tonight, but I do want to kind of give a little teaser on this one, because it's directly related to Red Dog in two ways. But there's a Project PT-51, which is just the name, the handle that we gave it at the time. And this is on, it was what we refer to as a topical search on moksha. And moksha is a Sanskrit word. And it refers to emancipation, liberation, and release from samsara, which is the cycle of death and rebirth. And how that occurs. How does moksha occur? And this was just, we had no idea what it meant or what it was associated with when this came out. And so obviously all the remote viewing work was done blind. And what came out of this project showed two very specific things. It showed, number one, that what's been going on presently here is that reincarnation or lives and lives, because this shows up in Red Dog, is that when you sit down in that chair, all of these memories that you've forgotten about essentially are shown to you. But becoming free from this cycle is seeing all of these lives again. And the description of the diagram is that a system has been placed, a net has been placed essentially around this reality that we're living in right now, Earth, if you want to call it that, and or larger reality. It seems to be this specifically focused on this planet, but that when you die, is the description we use. I use a description of, it's like gravitational lensing.
So he likes to talk about gravity, gravitational. He calls this Earth a, quote, planet. So they'd love to praise beings like him, saying he's so smart, extremely well-spoken. But he's misleading you already in the first 3 minutes. People don't bother with that, though, because I think most humans are desperate to watch something. And they're desperate also out of envy to say to me, you don't know everything. There's other channels. Go watch this then. Watch this guy with the pyramid matrix, calling it a planet and talking about gravity. Go ahead. Can you prove this is a spinning ball, floating, wobbling, tilted planet in motion, flying through space, floating? No, you can't. Brett, you can't. I think his name's Brett. Yeah, Brett Stewart. Can you prove gravity is what they claim? No, you can't. No. You like to use Sanskrit words, which is dogmatic, like moksha. Sanskrit. Samsara is another dogmatic word. Samsara. You going to tell us about karma next? You're putting a lot of that dogmatic shit in here from religion. Go ahead. Do I think people see through it? In the first 3 minutes, I see through it. Do I think most people that call themselves truthers see through this? No, I don't. I think they praise it, which is what I'm seeing in comments, and I'm not surprised. Praise, 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 praise. Praise, follow, praise, follow, praise. That's what people do. That's what they're good at.
The description of the diagram is that a system has been placed, a net has been placed essentially around this reality that we're living in right now, Earth, if you want to call it that, and or larger reality. It seems to be this specifically focused on this planet, but that when you die, is the description we use. I use a description of, it's like gravitational lensing for your light or your soul, where it bends you back. Where normally you'd leave and you'd go off somewhere else, but instead, because of this system is in place, it lenses you, curves your light back, and you come right back. You come back again and again and again and again, and it shows the drawings in the remote viewing data showed a very large cage with a plethora of people, like it just showed many minds essentially trapped in this cycle again and again and again and again. And for context of how to get free, the big first part of that was becoming aware of what these past lives are. But as context of the why, We looked a lot at, and probably I'll do a YouTube video showing the exact remote viewing data for this, so I can get to the question and answer tonight. But the why is that this particular type of system of control, of sending people back again and again and then forgetting who they were, of souls, is that one, it fractures their soul again and again and again, because they keep having all these different personalities that are constantly being remade over and over and over again. But that process feeds into a much larger system, that it's energetically being fed back up a chain, a supply chain, to somewhere way, way off in the distance, whether that's in the universe or dimensions, I couldn't tell you. But diagrammatically, it shows a chain between different, there's a symbol for Earth, and it's referred to as the chevron within a circle on top of it, which refers to Earth. And it shows the diagram, it shows all these lines, which referred to as a supply line, and all energy, like all roads, if you will, leading back to Rome. In this case, all this energy goes back to one place. And these supply lines, though, are being fed for conquest, as that there's an outward expansion from one place in the universe that is going outwards to then feed energy back to it. And what exists in that place are, we have lowercase gods, lowercase g gods. There's the best description we have for what these things are. These are things that used to be organic life forms, but their technology and their consciousness has advanced to such a degree that they're not even, you couldn't even call them necessarily organic. They live in all this energy is essentially creating an environment for them that they're artificially living outside of time, inside of the universe. And so they essentially are immortal. But what these things are is not benevolent. These things, for lack of other word, this is essentially pure evil. As when you stick your nose into that and you start to describe what's there, is these things will look back at you very, very clearly. But when these things look back at you in a remote viewing session, they don't even care, because they look at you as such, you think of like a gorilla in a gnat. This thing is a gorilla, it sees the gnat, it's like, what a small mind. And that's the data point that comes back when you get the data streaming through in a remote viewing session of your remote viewing them looking back at you. What you'll get is you'll see them noticing you and then going, what a little mind. And then that's really it. Like, it's just no concern at all. Like, what a joke. But these are things, that's what is a key integral part of why a system of control, where this unseen hand originates from, is that it all leads back. And so all of these different groups that are here, that, there's a lot of information in the disclosure community and the whistleblowers that talk about the type of beings that are here and what they're doing, is that the bigger purpose behind them, it's like how many layers do you want to go back? With remote viewing, you can go all the way back. You don't stop at what's just occurring. Whistleblowers and people who are doing disclosure, while I think it's important to discuss what's going on here, in whether it's the MyLab programs or whether it's secret space program or whatever it is that there's kind of an end of custody that exists for them of what's happening locally in our solar system or happening locally on the planet. But with remote viewing, you can trace it all the way back. Well, where do all these roads go and why? What is it for? What is it doing? Why is this constant cycle of souls being fractured again and again and again here to feed this larger system? Why is that occurring? And in this project, Moksha, and there's other ones that kind of expound other projects, which I'll go into probably the next 1 to 2 months, that bring more clarity to this and why this is occurring. And but the central aspect seems that the energy is being used to create an artificial, timeless environment for some type of life form that used to be organic, and allows them to exist in a space that we really can't even comprehend. The data point is just lowercase god. That's the closest we can get. But in a nutshell, what came back from that session work is that reality as we know it, again, it's using our understanding of that word and the meaning and the definition behind it, 3D physical reality, is that what this is not, it's projected. It's not something, it essentially it confirms very much what exists out of ancient culture and their understanding on Maya, on how physical reality isn't real, the idea of dream. And everything that our work described is that reality is something that's illusory. It's something that's actually being generated in someone's mind to believe it's actually real. And then we actually described what's behind that and also the circumstances behind that. So as far as minds existing in large, well, I don't want to spend too much time on it because it kind of one answer begets a million questions, right? But it's Matrix, stories from the Matrix. It's a funny parallel. That movie series actually got that word. The Wachowski brothers, I guess they're not brothers anymore, I suppose. The Wachowski twins, is, I suppose, what they prefer to be called now. But they got the term Matrix from the declassified remote viewing documents. And, this is so fascinating. And they actually named the video there. I think in an old, you can go find an interview of them where they got the name, and it came out of the declassified Stargate documents looking into remote viewing. The Matrix is not far off. It's different. I mean, it's very, very dramatized, but it's not far off.
But the very first site template that I arrived at doing this session was a specific place. It was a specific place, and there was a lot of different elements going on here. The first element is I want to just kind of describe the environment that I'm looking at. The environment is an absolutely huge structure that resembles a factory. Now, this factory could be kind of akin to what you might, if you've seen pictures or videos of the inside of the Amazon factories, where there's just stretches of miles of aisles and automated things moving back and forth and shuffling and arranging and picking this off a shelf and moving it along. If you haven't seen these Amazon factories, you should go take a look because they're pretty amazing. So where my unconscious is pointed to on this specific topic, this header, if you will, this URL web address of reality in the information database, is a location and a place that's describing an absolutely immense facility. And this facility, there's a number of things going on that are located here, and there's a number of actions that are taking place here. The number one is that it's occupied by two different sets of people. Number one, it's occupied by...
So this guy mentioned fracturing of souls. They love to use the word soul. I think the soul grounds you here like the bottom of my foot. The sole of my foot grounds you. I'm an eternal spirit, not a soul, not a foot. What was the other part I wanted to discuss? I'm thinking of it. Sorry. Oh yeah, he said fractured souls, but they don't mention the degradation. They'll talk about fracturing, you get fractured from one life. What about degradation? The way that people get spiritually degraded. Their spirit gets degraded and drained, not just sucked for energy. It's worse than that, is the way I view it. The more you come back here, the more you lose. You keep losing and losing and losing till there's nothing left. That's what I think. Anyway, this guy's kind of weird, but I'm not surprised people that are truthers love weirdos like this. I think he is kind of weird. His eyes are very far apart. They're getting darker, and he's going to have the Biden black eyes eventually. He'll have the Biden black eyes. Is he doing this for profit? I don't know. It looks like this channel recorded him from somewhere. Will he lead us is the question. I can't get over that comment there. Oh, humans. They're always looking for a savior, a leader. Always. It's so human of them. It's so very human of them. It's so very human of them. Bless them. Bless these fucking idiots, these fools. Bless them. Bless these fools. Bless these fucking idiots, these fools. Bless them. Bless these fools. Bless these idiots. Bless these goddamn fools, these idiots. Bless them. There's that old thing from the Bible, the Gospels saying, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." Forgive them. Jesus said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." Not the Betty Davis eyes, the Joe Biden eyes. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Forgive them. I'm going to expand this on the screen for you. Forgive them, Father, for they are zombies and they can't possibly understand what they do. They just can't do it. They're not even close, these people that believe themselves to be enlightened, awakened truthers. This guy's very smart and extremely well-spoken. He's got my full attention. Then in the responses, the replies, "He sounds like Edward Snowden to me." Another, "Will he lead us?" is the question. They're always looking for a leader or a savior. Always. Always. Oh, my goodness. Bless them, Father. Bless these fools. Bless this Asian, for she doesn't even know how big her boobies are. Bless her for her giant milk jugs. Bless her, Father. Bless her. Bless her red lipsticks. Bless her. Father, bless her. Who else can we bless? Hold on, wait, we've got some more blessings. Bless the Tiggas, bless the Negroes for murdering so many white people, black on white, violent crime. 41 times higher. Bless them. They're so oppressed. We have white privilege, obviously, right? Bless them. Oh, bless this nose ring. I just call them nose rings now. Bless this nose ring. I don't just mean the ring. I mean the meat suit with it. It's just a nose ring. Another nose ring. Believe she knows something. Bless her. Bless this nose ring. Bless this nose ring. Father, bless her. Bless her. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Bless this gingerbread woman with the horse teeth. This is smells. Please pay me a 75% off with my great big teeth. Bless her. Bless her. Bless her, Father. Thank you. Bless her. Bless that horse tooth. Grifter, please, Father, bless her. Bless her. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. More blessings from Jesus. Father, should I whip them? Should I whip them? Bless this puppy. Bless this cute, adorable little Rottweiler puppy. Bless this little puppy. Bless him. Bless him. Bless them, Father, for they know not what they do. You created a realm of fucking idiots and zombies. Bless them. Bless them. Bless them, Father. It's a realm of fucking zombies. Bless them, please. Here's another one. Bless him. Paulie. It's another Paul. Bless him. Oh, bless him. Bless him. He called King Stephen a, quote, cunto, he said. Ya evil, he said. You evil. Bless him. Bless this idiot. He still makes videos and he hangs out once in a while with London McDouchebag, that loser. Bless this fool, Father, that believes in more and more land and islands. That's his big thing. There's more land out there. They're hiding the land. Bless him. Bless that idiot. Bless that fool. So many blessings. So many blessings. Father, bless them. Father, my Father, bless them. UFO Jesus, bless them. Bless him. He doesn't dye his hair. No, that's natural. That's natural. His hair's not dyed. He's denied dyeing his hair, Father. Bless him. Bless him. Bless him. Bless him. Bless him. Bless them. Bless them all, please. Father, they need your blessings. They need your blessings. We've been praying harder and harder.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the devil tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know, the Freemasonic Bible tells me so. Yay! Jesus! UFO Jesus, Cowboy Jesus,
Chinese Jesus,
Black Jesus,
Dolphin Jesus.
The Messiah is fire! Fuck yeah! Viking Jesus, Gangsta Jesus, Homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair.
Jesus loves me, yes I know.
And the devil tells me so.
He assures me
That Jesus
loves me. Jesus.
Fuck you, heretics.
Thank Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Glorious Jesus.
Amen, Jesus.
Hallelujah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Surfer Jesus.
UFO Jesus.
Mexican Jesus.
Yeah, homeless. Dolphin Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. Oh. Oh my goodness. There's so much about this realm that's cruel, evil, and stupid, but there's also a lot that's fascinating and weird, and it's a strange place. It's a strange place. But the dumbest idiots in this realm often believe themselves to be the most intelligent. It's fascinating how that works. The dummies in this realm think they have it all figured out. The lazy-minded dummies that never look into anything. They believe they have it all figured out. And it's fascinating. Let's see here. I recorded this little short video earlier. Yo, kids.
Exactly grew up in the city of Chicago, but close by. But decided to come back, you know, check out this place and show you guys around a little bit. For those that haven't been to the city, it's an interesting place. So as you can see here, there's a high school and there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school, and
there's a Popeyes literally built into that high school. That's that. When I saw that, I just could. All I could do was laugh. All I could do was laugh. They gave the Tiggas a Popeyes fried chicken. That's what Popeyes is. Popeyes fried chicken. Louisiana fried chicken. And the Tiggas love Popeyes as much as they love KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. The Tiggas in America love fried chicken. They love it. And they gave them a Popeyes. Oh, what a realm this is. Oh, I'm surprised they didn't celebrate and then at the same time cry racism, saying you're stereotyping us. We don't all eat fried chicken. You can't win with these Tiggas. You can't win.
just as we were walking, there was a
Chicago has Popeye's chicken. Popeye's chicken built into the high school for the Tiggas. Yo, kids. They should have a watermelon patch right next door or a watermelon stand. Oh, I'd never seen that until earlier today. Yeah, they need a hair salon with weave to help their hair. They can get their hair done at high school. Little Asian women with the hair salon selling them black weave hair. Oh my goodness. This place is getting so laughable. It's ridiculous. I never thought I'd see a Popeye's chicken built into a high school. Oh. Got to get your kids to school somehow. Your kids, we got to get those black kids to school. We lure them in with some Popeye's chicken, fried chicken. We get them kids. We get them kids to school with them fried chicken. We lure them in with the hot sauce, the hot sauce and fried chicken with hot sauce, and fried chicken. We get them kids to go to them high schools classes. We get your kids. We get your kids with the Popeyes and the hot sauce and the watermelon. Here's the meme: fried chicken and watermelon. This is how we get them to go to high school in Chicago. You just have to build a Popeyes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. You can't do it. Oh, I love it. Aunt Jemima, what do you think of this? Them kids eat some fried chicken. Them kids need some fried chicken. Where's this? Oh, this is in Britain. Look at this. Why should we have to live with this? It's an honest, valid question for the people that are tuned in going, he's racist. He's saying we should not. Why don't they live in their own countries and do this? Why are they doing this in Great Britain and in Canada? Why? Why are we allowing this?
So, another day in Europe, yet another instance of roads being blocked for prayer sessions. Now, I am so very curious. There are tens of thousands of mosques in the whole of Europe. Plenty of places to pray. So why do these individuals in this video think the road is an appropriate place when they literally have...
Did he say tens of thousands? There shouldn't be a single goddamn mosque in Europe, period. No, I'm not a Catholic anymore. I'm not a Christian. I was born into that family. Would I allow them to keep their churches? Yeah, I would. I think I would. But this? No. No. No, it doesn't belong. This doesn't belong. This stupid shit. Hold on, Aunt Jemima. No, hold. You want to make me breakfast? Okay. Make me some breakfast. Bacon and eggs. Some coffee. A small glass of orange juice. I feel like having a bit of orange juice today. Fresh squeezed. Yeah. Oh, you want to see this? Hold on. Yeah. I'm drawing Muhammad right now. Yeah, with a red beard. Oh, you like that? What did you say? You can't, you're not allowed to draw Muhammad. Well, fuck them. I'm drawing him right now. I'm scratching out a drawing of Muhammad. Yeah. On this scrap paper that I'm going to throw in the garbage. I'm going to put in the recycling bin after this. I'm going to toss this in the recycling bin. Yeah, what? You got a problem with that? Oh, they do. These idiots do. Oh, I see. These idiots do. They've got a problem with that. Well, fuck them. How about that? Fuck them.
Have many mosques to use instead.
I call this drawing Muhammad on the toilet. That's what I call it. Why are they kissing the asphalt, the pavement, like slaves? What are they doing? This is gross. This is gross. That's what fear looks like in like allowing them to take over your streets. They actually allow them to do that right on the road. Right on the road. How's this possible that this is allowed?
Very strange indeed. I really can't figure out why these people would want to use a road for their religious gathering. I think we all know the answer, but unfortunately, we can't say it out loud. Thanks to YouTube's disgraceful bias. What do you guys think? Share your thoughts in the comments down below. So, if you want to see just how much Britain has changed, thanks to open borders, look no further than this video.
I think they were praying for a wife younger than Muhammad's child bride. That's what I think they were doing. A bacon sandwich sounds good. Yeah, they don't like bacon. Anyone that doesn't like bacon is mental. They're mental.
Are these really shops that would have been a common sight in England in, let's say, the 1950s or even the 1970s? Absolutely not. This country has changed rapidly. Of course, we're not allowed to suggest that that might be a bad thing for the English, because that would be bigoted. No, we must sacrifice English culture on the altar of multiculturalism. Speaking of multiculturalism, here is an image from a British school, and surely that school must have excellent results because it is strengthened by diversity. Share your thoughts in the comments down below. So, I heard Reform UK is appointing a new head of immigration. Here is the man's first broadcast as a Reform candidate.
Yeah. See. Yeah. See. Can you I can put it on Friday. But you can't get to me now. Are you sure? Yeah.
Of course, I am just kidding, obviously. This man is apparently just someone who started randomly following people in Camden, and this guy started filming him. But Reform UK really does seem to be hiring anyone these days, so I wouldn't really be that shocked if he did become one of their candidates. Anyway, let's take a look at a video of a young British man who has just received an excellent haircut and wants to show it off to all of us. Let's take a watch.
Hey, I just got my ear trim, looking fresh for tomorrow.
But bro, look at this. You tosser.
Absolutely wonderful. I'm sure he will show up at his high-level engineering job tomorrow and receive lots of compliments. Share your thoughts in the comments down below. Now this is absolutely ridiculous, but unfortunately not at all out of place or surprising in modern, enriched British society, if you know what I mean. A completely and utterly unhinged woman was shouting down her phone on a bus in Britain when a man politely asked her to keep her voice down. Can we guess how she responded?
What? Yeah, no, I'm on my way there now. Yeah. No! Not at all.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
You're a little bit loud. I was trying to...
No, I'm not loud.
I was trying to read a book.
What do you mean you're trying to read a book?
I'm trying to read.
And what's that got to do with me?
I've got exams, like, literally in the next...
Why are you complaining for? No one else is complaining.
Yeah, but you're being super loud.
No, I'm not. If I was being loud, someone else would have told me I'm being loud.
But even the guy in front of you, he was getting annoyed.
Can you leave me alone? Can you stop troubling me, please?
Yeah, but you...
I'm on the bus, minding my business, talking on the phone, and you're getting involved.
Yeah, but you're making...
You're making my day. Listen, I was having an alright day, and now you're winding me up, yeah?
Yeah, but you're winding everyone else up.
No, I'm not winding up anyone. Everyone's sitting down, minding their own business, and you're the one coming talking to me.
Yeah, but you're a bit loud.
No, I'm not loud.
I was just trying to revise. I've got an exam.
Some man on the bus is stopping me about I'm talking loud. Am I loud? Exactly, that's what I said. I'm not loud at all.
You're being very loud.
No,
you're being inconsiderate.
Listen, don't tell me about I'm being inconsiderate. You're being inconsiderate.
Yeah, but
Furthermore, you shouldn't even be filming me.
Yeah, but I'm filming you because you're being mad loud.
No, I didn't give you consent for filming.
Okay, but you're making me fail my exam because I'm trying to revise.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Get the camera out my face. Get it out of my face.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let me continue my conversation.
Yeah, but your conversation is too loud.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're making up an excitement for no reason.
You're making everyone uncomfortable on the bus.
I'm not making anyone.
Even he's uncomfortable.
I'm gonna ignore you. You know. All right. Yeah, no, the man's saying that I'm being loud.
But, madam, excuse me,
no,
miss, excuse me. You're making too much noise.
No, I'm not. The speaker's making the noise. That's what you're hearing. You're not hearing me.
No, but I'm here. I need to hear your personal arguments.
Well, I'm not having an argument. I'm having a friendly conversation with my friend on the phone.
Yeah, but you're still on the phone. You're shouting at me now.
I'm not shouting at all. I'm making up. He's complaining about I'm making noise. I'm not talking loud at all.
Listen,
I think I'm talking at my normal level of speaking.
Look, everyone in the bus is getting uncomfortable.
No one's getting uncomfortable. You're making me uncomfortable. That's what you're doing.
I'm making you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
How?
Because you're filming me. You're telling a lie, saying I'm speaking really loud, and I'm not. Yeah. Number 2. Yeah. I can't even hear the speaker properly. I don't even know where I'm going now because you're there making up a whole heap of noise to me.
Are you getting off soon?
Anyway, as I was saying, I'm not even going to pay him no mind. Yeah. No, I'm telling you. Exactly. Yeah.
God. Please, can you just keep it quiet, please?
I'm talking quietly. This is kind of me with.
Absolutely disgusting behaviour. This is truly an issue in our society that can't be fixed, if you know what I mean. I'm sure many of you have encountered similar, equally enriching individuals who seem to have absolutely no sense of common decency or volume control. I mean, what on earth is wrong with this woman? All she was asked is if she could keep her voice down, yet she insisted on shouting at the top of her lungs. We should not have to live like this. Share your thoughts in the comments down below. Share your thoughts in the So there has been a lot of awareness brought to schools where English people are now a minority, especially in London. Yes, that's right. There are schools in England where the English are in a minority. But what is life actually like for these English school children, the first generation to be in a minority in the school environment? Well, let's take a listen to this, gentlemen, shall we?
I grew up with more Afghans and Somalians than white people, bro. Like, white people were a minority in my school still. If you went to my school, yeah, and you was white, I understand why you're racist still. Because what we used to do to them, bro, I can't, especially in year 8, they showed us roots. Remember history? They showed us roots in it. Oh my days. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? After they showed us roots, oh my, do you know what we used to do to these lot? We used to, bro, is that what they used to do to us? Kunta Kinte. They chopped off Kunta Kinte's foot. Well, then we started taking certain man's shoes, pocket money. Bro, go take £30 out your mum's purse. And if you don't give me that £30, the rest of this week is long for you, bro. The rest of this week is locked off. You can't sit in class with me. You can't do we're pressuring you the whole week. We would, bro, what? Oh my. And that's why when I first jumped on TikTok, I started saying certain things back at it, but you being racist? So I'm saying, yeah. You're being racist, so I'm being racist. People who are racist always surprised when you're racist back. I'm going, what? What do you think this is? Do you think this is one-sided? I never grew up in an environment where you were on like better than me. I grew up in an environment where there was a bunch of us, bro. Bunch of Jamaicans. We used to beef each other. We used to have Yardis versus Zulus, Jamaican versus African youths. Or we used to have blacks versus Afghans. It was never no black versus whites. They would have lost. What do you mean? There's like 5 of you in our year. Like, what the fuck? Bro, we used to... Obviously, I'm a changed man. And we're cool. Like, all my white brothers, we're cool now.
Absolutely disgusting. So this man really did just lay out the agenda. The highly anti-English education system teaches both the English and the immigrant children that the ancestors of the English children were evil, irredeemable, and exploited their ancestors. This, of course, makes the English children feel deeply shameful. And as the man said, whipped up a lot of the immigrant children to the point where they were purposefully targeting and harassing and bullying English children based on the grievances the education system had given them. This is appalling and really does show just how much the government hates us. Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
Tigger time. We on Tigger time. Lazy time. In Tigger town. In the dirty hood. Yo. Oh, yeah. Yo. It's Tigger time. Ooga booga. Take a time. Ooga tigga. Take a time. Ooga booga. Ooga booga.
And harmonic and balanced, and that is what family. So I didn't even have any concept of that. I didn't care. I wasn't there, but I had the essence of the love of them. And I try to explain this like I was not on earth. I was not watching my husband cry or the people panic. I wasn't there. I was not there, but I was with the essence of them. I could still feel it in my being, when you have a gut feeling, you can't really put a finger on it, but it's kind of like that. And so when I'm sitting with the love of my dad, it was kind. And now my dad wasn't always patient, and my dad wasn't always encouraging. He was blunt, he was to the point, he was gruff. I always tried to please him, never really could please him. He wasn't very much lovey-dovey, kissy huggy. So in that essence of the moment, I could still feel my dad. I'm sorry. I could feel him. And it was like loving and gentle and calm, and the darkness surrounded us was like just soothing. It was so soothing and peaceful and harmonic and balanced. And that is what life is. That is life. That just because it was in darkness doesn't mean it's not life. That was life. That is where we return to. So I was so happy. So he's like, okay, well, now you're going to go back. And I'm like, hell no, I'm not going back. And you don't get to touch each other. I had a knowing that he couldn't touch me. He had no control to send me back. So I knew you weren't sending me back. No, 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 no. It was so soothing and peaceful and harmonic and balanced. And that is what life is. That is life. That just because it was in darkness doesn't mean it's not life. That was life. That is where we return to. So I was so happy. So he's like, okay, well, now you're going to go back. And I'm like, hell no, I'm not going back. And you don't get to touch each other. I had a knowing that he couldn't touch me. He had no control to send me back. So I knew you weren't sending me back. No, 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 no. And I was not going. I'm like, no. He's like, you got to go back. You got work to do and you can't stay. And I'm like, nope, I'm staying. Not everything to live for, everything. And so here I am refusing it. And he's like, you're going back. And then all of a sudden there was this horrific bump. And I thought it was like a leg or a body part. And it kind of shocked me because I knew in my essence there was no touching. I knew it. Then all of a sudden this bump came back, and it was just a ginormous bump. And then as soon as I got bumped, I went through this super, super, super white tunnel. And it was just like, it's kind of like on your podcast entrance, but instead of blue, you got to speed that up 10,000 bazillion times, and you go right through that. And that little tunnel wormhole is what I traveled through. And then all of a sudden, I didn't, when I was with my dad, I didn't have eyes, and I didn't have a mouth, and I didn't talk with any of my meat suit. I didn't talk with this. I talked with my essence. That's how we talked. And so when you come back to this physical plane, it took me a moment to realize I'm in a meat suit now. And I was confused where that essence went. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I still have it. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so this center core, okay, I still got it. Okay, good. Okay, so what the hell is happening on the outside now? And then I looked at my husband, and as his face came close to me, my dad's face was on top of him, and then my husband's face would blur in, and then my dad's face. And I was trying to focus, and I was trying to say, essentially talk to my husband and say, where are we? So now my husband is with me. My husband is now with me and my dad. But we weren't in the darkness no more. We were now in like not a really good place here. Like we were now, you could tell we were on earth. We could tell we were back. And I was trying to say to my husband, essentially, like, where are we? Like, why are we here? Like what? And he's looking at me like, and I couldn't communicate with him. And then literally it was so odd that it was like the lights lit on a walkway pathway when you, it's like, tick, 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 tick. Oh, I have to talk now. And then when I start talking, I was like, where are we? Like I said, where's dad? And his face looked like I caught him in a lie. And I was like, okay, well, dad's not here and you're here. So where are we? And that's when I was trying to tether, am I land? Like, where am I? So coming back in the integration, that was hard. It was hard. And that's what we did thereafter. It's like, what happened? What happened when this bump happened? So I now had to piece together what happened on the land while I was somewhere else. I'm heaven. I don't know where I was. I've never been there before. So if I've never been there before, I can't tell you where I was. But I do know I was not on this land. I was not on the earth. I was not a dream. And it's just like yesterday. It's just like yesterday, and it's just a part of my being that I can't change. It's just a part of who I am that I can't change who I am. So when I came back into this earth, I came back into a meat suit that had very specific criteria for the life that I created. I was a mom. I was a wife. I was a daughter. I was a boss. I was a business owner. And I had very specific criteria of how I needed to conduct my life. And when I popped out after my near death, that all died. That died all with it. And my new integration, my new identity, my new normal became my new focus in life. All I focused on was getting back to normal. That's my story.
Lori, thank you for sharing your story with us. When you first saw your father, what was your reaction like? Like, for example, were you excited to see him again since he had been gone?
Funny thing, you don't know that he's gone because I wasn't on Earth. So the only people, and I didn't know that I had family on Earth. So when I first saw my dad, it was the place, I just went back to the place of my origination. So it's not, I'm visiting on Earth. This is not where we are. I'm just visiting. And I went home. I just went home. So to see him again wasn't like, oh my God, my dad is dead and look what I get to see, because there was no consciousness between, because my brain was dead. My body was dead. There is no conscious thoughts moving through that. So you go back home to what you came from. So I was in a normal place. Here is not normal. Here is not the place where this is not our, we live on the rock, but we're just borrowing it. We don't stay here. So I went back to normalcy. So to see my dad was normal. To be with him was normal. To be in that energy was normal. It's where you go. Was I shocked to be greeted by him? No, because it's normal. Now, when I pop back out, I won't lie to you. Like I would have loved to have been greeted by like Elvis Presley. Like I thought that would have been cool. I would have loved to have been greeted by a couple of other people, but John F. Kennedy, I think that would have been cool. And I'm not saying, oh, I got my dad. this is just where we originate from, and this is the natural place of where to be. That's our natural beauty. It's our natural state of being. That's where we are. So to see him was normal.
You described humans from that viewpoint as kind of like red energy or red blobs or something, right?
More like infrared. When I say infrared, I mean, so I'm in the real estate career. When a home inspector takes an infrared camera or a firefighter and they're looking for fire, they will take, everything looks gray. And when you come across a hot spot, you will see like a different change in color. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red, but it's a different change where everything is a gray blob. It's not necessarily color where it's red or blue. It's just a change in temperature. So whereas a gray blob, you now see that there is a lighted blob that you can see that is an energetic soul. But soul to soul, I couldn't tell. And I say soul because I'm born and raised Catholic. So soul for me is normal. That's my label term. When you see the energy or essence or soul of that person, it's not a color. It's not like one soul is red or better than the other. They're all equal.
Normal, they're all equal. This woman is typical.
Whereas a gray blob, you now see that there is a lighted blob that you can see that is an energetic soul. But soul to soul, I couldn't tell. And I say soul because I'm born and raised Catholic. So soul for me is normal. That's my label term. When you see the energy or essence or soul of that person, it's not a color. It's not like one soul is red or better than the other. They're all equal souls. We're all equal in soul. And when you see those, and then you look at the blob on the table had no energy source. And I couldn't, as I'm watching the energy source, because all of them were humming so loud. And when I say a lot, we're talking 12, and there's a little bed, 12, 13, maybe 17. There was a lot of people in there. So when you're seeing all of this energy come at you, and then there's a space, and then.
So basically, she was out of body, and she thought, well, I'm not on Earth anymore. I'm in a dark place. My daddy's here, what looks like my dad. I must be home. It's just assumptions. People, this is the way most humans operate. It's the way they are.
As we get to look, I seen this blob on the bed that had no inner center core, and I couldn't make out what that was. Like it didn't dawn on me that was me. That was not me, because I'm me and I was where me is. So I don't know what that is. And the energy was so loud. It was like, let's just go. Let's get out of here. And that's where we went.
You were on the bed and you had the moment with your husband, and then you left. And I don't think there was any time distortion between being in your body and then being out of your body, right? It was kind of instantaneous.
Well, here's the perception of distortion. So when you are a conscious thought, because I come from a very data-driven world, when I say mysticism, like I have to have some sort of theory that goes with it. So I'm a brainiac person, and it's very hard when you have a geek brain person that you can't convince me something that I can't touch, see, or smell. So call me a skeptic, I'm okay. But I have to make some sort of conscious understanding of this for this to make sense to me. This was my journey. So
This was my journey. And she said she's a brainiac. A brainiac. Wow, I got to play that again. That's fantastic. The ego.
Then you left. And I don't think there was any time distortion between being in your body and then being out of your body, right? It was kind of instantaneous.
Well, just here's the perception of distortion. So when you are a conscious thought, because I come from a very data-driven world, when I say mysticism, like I have to have some sort of theory that goes with it. So I'm a brainiac person, and it's very hard when you have a geek brain person that you can't convince me something that I can't touch, see, or smell. So call me a skeptic, I'm okay, but I have to make some sort of conscious understanding of this for this to make sense to me. This was my journey. So when I was on the bed, how I've understood this to be now in my life today, years later, when you're on the bed and your body is still an entity, a form, meat suit, whatever you want to call it, shell, whatever you want to call it, a walking, talking, functional tool, call us a tool. When the tool is still vibrant and potentially working, you have thought, you have consciousness, you have understanding, you have reasoning. But when that tool no longer has function, no longer has energy, no longer has life source, it becomes a blob of nothing. It's nothing. It's a carcass. And I don't mean carcass in a negative, disrespectful way. It just means the suit is no longer a functioning tool. It's now just like a skin that sheds its skin. It's just shedded skin. So it's no longer there. So that moment of the time that I was consciously functioning, I slipped to a non-consciously functioning essence. So we are still essences here. We're just covered by a shell, a carcass, a body. And our essences still remain in each one of us. Like we still have that within us. It's only when we shed our skin, we still keep our essence. We still keep it. And then from there, when I slipped into my essence with my dad, I can't tell you how long. So to your question, I don't know. That is one of my conscious traumas, crises. Where did I go? How long was I gone for? I don't know what death is. I know how it feels, but I don't know what it is. I know that the body stops functioning, but that's not what death is. Death is not the body's, the tool of the essence dying. Death is the transition between a human form to an energetic form. Death is that transition. So that is what I had to identify, and that is what I had to contextualize what the transition is. That is no time gap in there. So that's why I had to pull all my medical records, kind of went down a couple of dark rabbit holes. When you kind of get focused on that, you go down a couple of dirty dark rabbit holes, pulled all my files, tried to piece back together every time, because in that transition, people say, it's 2-3 minutes. 2-3 minutes. Maybe you're dead. Maybe 5 minutes. Yeah, but please appreciate those 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Those 5 minutes destroyed my life, changed my life forever. And people say, well, what a blessing you had. Well, no, because everything that I worked for before and everything that I was before was collapsed in those 3 to 5 minutes. And in those 3 to 5 minutes, I went down a dirty rabbit hole because I needed to know what happened to me in those 3 to 5 minutes. So it may only be 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to somebody else. But that is the transition of my entire life, from being normal to being not normal. So those 5 minutes were the most important minutes of my life.
What did your father look like on the other side?
No look, no look, no looking. You don't see.
Normal, normal, normal. She loves the word normal. Well, what's normal in this hell realm, lady? What's normal? What are you talking about?
I went down a dirty rabbit hole because I needed to know what happened to me in those 3 to 5 minutes. So it may only be 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to somebody else. But that is the transition of my entire life, from being normal to being not normal. So those 5 minutes were the most important minutes of my life.
What did your father look like on the other side?
No look, no look, no looking. You don't see. You have no, we have to appreciate that is a conscious brain. No, just that's a conscious brain question. There is no looking because your eyeballs are of your body. You have to imagine for a moment, you're going to go blind. You can't see a thing. You can't smell. You can't taste. You can't hear. And you can't touch. So the question would be, if you don't have...
False. Lots of people experience seeing, including seeing in 360 degrees, excuse me, including seeing in 360 degrees, smelling flowers, smelling plants, trees, beautiful aromas, just in the astral realm. Lady, you don't know what you're talking about. All you can speak for is your experience, and you think somehow that applies to everyone. And you have these definitive answers like, no looking, no seeing, we're blind, no smell. No, you're full of shit. You don't get it. You don't get it. That's what you experienced. I know your eyeballs don't go with you, but I can see more out of body than I can see in this body. I don't need these eyeballs. These mad Viking emerald green eyes. But she believes she has it all figured out. And that's a trap in itself.
Have your 5 senses looking because your eyeballs are of your body. You have to imagine for a moment, you're going to go blind. You can't see a thing. You can't smell. You can't taste. You can't hear. And you can't touch. So the question would be, if you don't have your 5 senses, what did you have?
She sounds Canadian. With consciousness, you can do everything. You don't need the body. You don't need this.
How did you identify him? And you identify him only through your essence, and that's your 6th sense. And we do forget about our 6th sense. And our 6th sense is our essence that is connected to a higher power.
Oh, a higher power. Oh my goodness. Call it a higher power, a god, a source. You're always wanting to worship something else. Something higher. Take me higher, 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 higher. And that's a fool's game. This woman would call it normal to believe in a higher power. Well, this is a realm of fools and zombies and slaves.
It's connected to home. That's what we're connected to. That is where the magic happens. The magic doesn't happen in your meat suit. The magic doesn't happen in the body. That's just the outside shell. That's the brain that wants to make sense of where my 5 minutes went. That's my brain. That's my ego. That's my body talking to me saying, what the hell happened? That's what I needed to know. And now, if you're just sitting with your essence of it, I don't see him. But when I came back to this land and I had my husband and I was back in a suit again, I could see my dad's face. I could see it. And my dad's face, he always wore black glasses. Oh, he's a handsome man. He's just a handsome man. And when I looked at my dad, and he always had he was a draftsman as well, like an architect draftsman. And he always had we're very Ukrainian. So we got our big black bags going on. And so he always had big black bags under his eyes. And when I saw him on top of my husband's face, my husband had glasses. And so when I saw my dad's face, my dad didn't have glasses. I've never known my dad not to have glasses. And I've never known my dad not to have black bags under his eyes. I never knew that. And when I saw my dad's face on top of that, I never saw, he was a young man. He was a young man, and a man that I don't recognize. I know he was my dad, but I was shocked how young he was and how healthy he was and happy. He was just happy, and it was comforting. And
Yeah, they give you, it's comforting. They give you the image of health and happiness. Look, everyone's okay. Your dad passed away. Look how healthy he looks. He's younger. He's 30. He's in his prime. Or 35, whatever you would consider to be coming into your prime as a man in a human meat suit. And she's overjoyed. She's thrilled with it. I think this is genuine happiness by her, closing her eyes and smiling and remembering. I think she's being honest about what she experienced, but I think she's a fool, as are most humans. Most humans are fools. And I'm not saying it to be arrogant. I'm not saying it to say they're stupid and I'm better. It's not like that. They are fooled. Therefore, they are fools by definition. And they love this kind of stuff. He looked so good. He was happy and healthy and younger. And he didn't look sickly. He had no he didn't need glasses. Who knew out of body you don't need fucking glasses when you don't have a body anymore? Who knew? What a shocker. And he had no bags under his eyes. He used to have black bags under his eyes. That was gone. It was heaven. It was heaven, as Ian would say. It was heaven. And then the next day, Malibu's on fire and he's fleeing for his fucking life. And she's not smarter than Ian. And this is normal. Her favorite word, normal. This is normal on earth, to be a fool and not think, well, how do I know that was my dad? That's an obvious question that I would ask. Do I think that ever crossed your mind? No. I bet not all the time that's passed by since then, it never crossed your mind to think, how do I know that was my dad? And that it wasn't a trick. She's the type that doesn't realize the realm she's in here is full of tricks. So how could she imagine tricks being beyond the meat suit? You're in a realm of matrix, full of tricks, lady. And you just don't get it. And that's normal. I'm not picking on her for the people that are tuned in, lurking, going, oh, King Stephen or TSM. TSM is picking on her. No, this is most people. She represents most on earth. They're at her level. They're tricked and fooled and gullible fools for lifetime upon lifetime upon lifetime. And it takes tremendous effort to intervene and try to get between that and get them to go, wait a second, I've been fooled. She'll never say she is a fool, but she is. She is a fool.
And it was like, okay, so we're all here together. And I couldn't piece those worlds together. And I've been looking, again, a rabbit hole. So now when I come back, this is the rabbit hole. I come back and I'm like, I should find a picture of my dad without glasses. I cannot find a picture of my dad without.
I'm not surprised, but you're focusing on the physical again. And this is what humans do. They never focus on the spiritual. Even when they have a near-death experience, they go right back to the physical. She'll rummage through things. Where's a picture of my dad without glasses on? That was my dad. That couldn't be a trick or an illusion or a hologram or mind control or a shape-shifting entity is another possibility. No, that was my dad without glasses. Do I have a picture of my dad without glasses? And people wonder why, like, I can't help these beings. They're functioning at a level where there's no way to help them because she believes she has it all figured out and she sounds stupid and duped. And she's searching for what's normal. If you want to be a slave, then fixate on what you believe is normal. You don't have a clue where you are, lady. Not a clue. You don't have a clue about this realm, much less what's beyond here. Not a clue. You can call yourself a brainiac. You haven't studied the realm you're in now.
Glasses. He's got glasses, but no. I never saw, he was a young man. He was a young man, and a man that I don't recognize. I know he was my dad, but I was shocked how young he was and how healthy he was and happy. He was just happy. And it was comforting. And it was like, okay, so we're all here together. And I couldn't piece those worlds together. And I've been looking.
She's one of the perfect candidates for this. All they have to do is comfort you, show you a deceased, quote unquote, loved one, or one that resembles them, or what they would imagine them to look like when they were younger, let's say in their 30s, an adult, but much younger than when they died. And he's so happy and healthy and handsome, and it's so comforting. It comforted me. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be real. And that's the thing about humans. You can feed them anything. It doesn't have to be real. Just play to their emotions. Comfort them like what she got. She got comforted. And here you are back in hell realm. Congratulations. Is it comforting to be back in a fucking... you can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. You can't make this shit up. How comforting is it? So you had a few earth minutes with a being that you assume is your father, and I don't think it was at all. And here you are back here again in hell realm. How comforting was it? Oh, you had those those precious moments with an imposter. And they just can't understand. You're in a realm of deception. You're in a realm of deception. And she has this look on her face. It's just pitiful. It's pitiful. I couldn't help this woman if I were a neurosurgeon, if I were head and shoulders above all other neurosurgeons on earth, and I could give her a goddamn brain transplant. I couldn't help her. There's no way to reach someone like this. She's so confident she has stuff figured out, and she was duped so easily, like one of the easiest ones they ever had to deal with. And Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh God. Damn. You might as well be extra large trying to convince us that you're thin. I just don't buy it. You got duped so easily. Easily.
Again, a rabbit hole. So now when I come back, this is the rabbit hole. I come back and I'm like, I should find a picture of my dad without glasses. I cannot find a picture of my dad without glasses.
Matrix and Mandela effect create a picture for this woman. She needs more comforting. This Sanpaku eyes woman that just never shuts up. Her mouth is going a mile a minute. Her brain's not going. Her mouth's going. Give her a picture of her father without glasses, without the dark puffy under his eyes. Give her a picture of a handsome father that she could say, like Callie, I wish my daddy just wore Old Spice all the time. The same stupid cologne that you can get at the cheapest price at the cheapest corner drugstore. The same garbage that millions of other idiots wear. And you can picture your handsome daddy with no glasses wearing that Old Spice cologne. And your eyes can pop right out of your head. That's what she wants. She wants a picture of her daddy with no glasses on. Fantastic.
He's got glasses, but no black bags. But there's not a damn picture I could find of my dad that doesn't have glasses. So I still keep looking.
He was born with them. When he was born in this realm, he had glasses on as a newborn baby, obviously. Obviously. That's what you should fixate on, the glasses. Where's my daddy without glasses? That's the big thing to fixate on. You are a brainiac. I agree. You're so smart, lady. You're so smart.
Because I thought, well, is that in my head? Is that in my imagination? Did I know that to be true, or did I create that, or where is that coming from? And
he had glasses on, popped out of the vagina, out of the womb, and he had little baby glasses on. This is her big thing. I got to find my dad without glasses. Wow. What focus? You're really focusing on what's important here, woman. Really.
now, just the last little bit, I found this when my mom passed away. I found this big box, and he's quite young. He's about 2017, 2022, and he's in a band, and he's got no glasses on, and I don't recognize him. And that is the man, I've never seen these pictures before, and that is the man that I had with me when I came back to the.
She sounds like she's from the west coast of Canada, I would say. Probably BC, somewhere near Bex. I wouldn't doubt it. Now, I could be wrong, but look at the comments. She's adorable. I absolutely loved her authentic. That doesn't even make sense. That's not a complete sentence. This person wrote, I absolutely loved her authentic. Her authentic what? Smile? Personality? What? I absolutely loved her authentic. What? What a gem. Look at these fools in the comments over there. I'm banned on his channel, by the way. He hid my account so that people can't see my comments. Jeff from the Jeff Mara podcast is a coward. It's a fool. Look at the comments. I really liked Lori. She's real. I've taken much inspiration from her. I can't help these beings. As a mother, this person wrote, as a mother who lost her son last October 14, my favorite question that Jeff asks at the end, where he says, what do you tell to the people who lost their loved ones? Double red hearts. Ezra. Fascinating interview and so genuine and heartfelt. Wonderful interview. Much appreciated. Always gets so much praise. If you're a fool, you will be showered in praise in this realm. Showered in praise for being a gullible fool. They love it. And if you come upon someone who isn't a fool and is trying to explain things or help you see, you'll be hated. That's how this realm works. It's amazing how it works. This person said, time to shut the eyes and wind down listening to Jeff and friends. With hearts in the eyes emoji. Shut your eyes and shut off your brain and your logic and reason and just sit back and be programmed. That's what these people want to do. Oh man. I hope everyone can get to the point of laughter that I'm at. It's not mean to laugh. It's just get to the point of just laughing. There's no way to help these beings. I'm not saying that to be mean. It's not negative. Look at this. I love this woman. She became my hero. You can't make this up. The comments are just... you can't make this shit up. It's almost like being in a freaky weird dream where they're just praising the idiots, and that's what it is. With all the exclamation marks. I love this woman. She became my hero. And here I am laughing, calling her a gullible fool. And then sure enough, I check the comments and this is the way humans are. All you have to do is read comments on these channels, not just this one. Obviously, people could say, well, not all humans are like that. It's just Jeff's channel. You read enough comments on enough channels, you'll understand humanity. You'll understand. Women are getting sucker punched in Chicago by Tiggas. Tiggas walk up to white women and sucker punch them. Is advertised on the side of YouTube. They're recommending stuff. This one says, I'm Muslim, you can't arrest me. This Muslim woman, they don't think they can be touched or arrested. You just can't make this shit up. You're in a hell realm. Look at this. Authenticity is the highest vibration next to love. They keep calling this woman authentic for just being a fool. That's what fool equals in this realm at this point. If you come across as a foolish, enthusiastic idiot, well, they're authentic. Oh my goodness, she's so authentic. She's so authentic. She searched and searched for a picture of her daddy without glasses on, and perhaps tried to remember that old spice smell of the cheapest cologne that's, I don't know, is it $5 or $10 a little bottle? Oh my goodness. That old spice smell. All men should wear the same cologne, right?
Earth. Such a crazy question. Nobody's ever asked me that question. That's a very good question, Jeff. Good for you.
Well, thank you. You said that when you were with him in the black space, that
You said that when you were with him in the black space, that you said you said you
And I called this guy on the screen. I said, I don't think this guy's straight. I was saying that it must be, trying to think now, 6, 7 years ago, something like that. And people are the truthers, especially truther women. Oh no, Jeff has a beautiful wife. He's not Nama's gay. He doesn't even sound gay. They said to me on these other channels back then. Oh, Jeff, he doesn't even sound gay. They were saying on Forever Con Man channel.
are you gonna talk about me again and my love for shekels? Oy vey, I still cover the same NDE shit. I say the same thing every week. Get out your credit cards, guys. Come on, guys. Guys, I'm that creepy, nasally, tiny hat, forever con man cruising around in my van.
And people don't even notice. Like, that's the thing. The creepiest voices you'll ever find, you can find on these YouTube channels. And people are just like, oh yeah, no, he's straight. He's not. He can't be Nama's gay with a voice like that. He just can't be. This is upside down world.
Space. That was life.
Nobody's ever asked me that question. That's a very good question, Jeff. Good for you.
Well, thank you. You said that when you were with him in the black space, that was life.
What is your testosterone level at, Jeff? -6 million? What is it at? I mean, how are you even able to sit upright with your testosterone so goddamn low? It's incredible that you're even able to sit. Look at this. And look at his eyes turning black. Just demonic black. And it's all normal to people in this realm. In this fucked up realm full of zombies and demon tards. His voice sounds like it's one of the most Nama's gay voices you could ever create. And people are just like, oh no. Jeff, he sounds perfectly straight. He's masculine. He's not Nama's gay. And she's not, her eyes aren't bugging out of her head like that. That's perfectly normal. Her favorite word, normal. She's perfectly normal. Oh my goodness, what a realm this is. I don't think I have a we'll say a sizable imagination. I'm not sure I could create a place as fucked up as this if I focused my whole imagination on it. It's such a strange, weird, evil, fucked up Twilight Zone place where it's filled with liars and gaslighters that would say they'd argue till the end of time that he's not Nama's gay. Forever. As though no gay man ever is married to pretend they're straight in this realm. And it happens all the time. There's thousands of gay men that are married in this realm. Look at the eyes here. Oh yeah, that's normal. He's not full of darkness. He's not full of Jeff. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with Jeff. That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. He just has the blackest eyes you'll ever see. And then Jeremiah Finkelstein will say, Stephen has a problem with dark eyes. What's his fixation? Well, maybe that's fucked up. Maybe there's something very bizarre about that. I happen to notice when their eyes look like black holes or black tar pits from hell. I just happen to notice this stuff. And when their eyes seem to be looking in different directions, and one eye's half closed and one's open, and a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of weirdness with their eyes in this place. But the baby truthers, like Lomick and Finkelstein, and all those losers, Mushroom, and oh, Steve, what's wrong with Steven? Yes, the eyes turning black, the Black Eyes Club. I nicknamed it years ago the Black Eyes Club of these demons on YouTube that have YouTube channels. And they always have their face in the camera. They have no shame at all. They have no shame, but they have no fear of people recognizing, going, wait a second, what's going on with their eyes? They're all turning black as black.
If that is life, then what is this? If that is life, then what is this?
Another very good question, and we're going to go down that.
She says, If that is life, what is this? We're going to go down that rabbit hole. Just tell us it's all for a reason. We're on a mission. It's a school. We're here to learn. We've heard all this shit hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And it still works on people in this realm.
Thus, Earth. Such a crazy question. Nobody's ever asked me that question. That's a very good question, Jeff. Good for you.
Well, thank you. You said that when you were with him in the black space, that was life. If that is life, then what is this?
Another very good question, and we're going to go down that. We're going to go down that rabbit hole. This is my knowing, my truth, my essence.
This is my knowing, my truth. It's my truth. My truth. All this garbage again. Absolute garbage. Rubbish. It's trash. This is my truth. It doesn't have to be true. It's just my truth. It's not me speculating. It's my truth. It's my truth.
This is my knowing, my truth, my essence. Before we were created, now I have influence and a flavor from coming from spirituality. I have a very strong faith, a faith in a higher power. Some people call it, I don't care what your label is. I am not one for labels. I don't care. I have a very strong faith. And what created you created me. We share different parents, different DNA. But what I do know is we all share the same essence. And whatever created me created you. The essence that is within me did not come from my mom and did not come from my dad. We are attached to it, yes, but it's not from them. It's from a higher power, a higher being. It is a internal wisdom.
Higher. That means we're lower. Isn't that wonderful? I found this recently, the wonderful tar baby. The wonderful tar baby. These images are still available. I don't know if you can still buy these books. I didn't know this was real. But Walt Disney's The Wonderful Tar Baby. I'll have to try to find these and track down a copy and buy one. Walt Disney's The Wonderful Tar Baby. This is the stuff people find comfort in. They're comforted by lies that makes them feel good. Oh, wow, we were all created by the same monster? Wonderful. The same monster created us. Oh, I got to put my hand on my chest. I'll put my hand over my heart. It feels so good.
That we have within our soul. We all have this. So when you meet other people and you're instantly energetically connected, it's two essences coming together. It would be two totally different interactions that come together and you're like, I don't even.
She almost sounded like Talcott there. Two totally different. Two totally. Almost sounded like Jack Talcott at that point with the voice going that way. And putting the hands all over the place. They're very talk with their hands, moving their hands all over. She's trying to show her fingers, saying, can you count to 10? Count my fingers. She's got her fingers up in the air. Maybe she's going to do the jazz hands, move her hands and do the jazz hands with her hands. Look at this. And then the praise heaped on her by how many comments were there? 218 comments, and not one that was critical, not one that was demonstrating some thought. It was all just heaping praise on a fool. That's what humans are great at, heaping praise on fools.
Being. It is a internal wisdom that we have within our soul. We all have this. So when you meet other people and you're instantly energetically connected, it's two essences coming together. It would be two totally different interactions that come together and you're like, I don't even know how you and I are even on the same plane. It's our essences that are coming together. So when I'm in that black space and I went home.
The black space. How do you know it was home? The wonderful tar baby. There's some black space there on that log. The wonderful tar baby. I heard a term that I think they used to use in England about pickaninnies, they called them. Decades ago, I guess. And I've never heard a Canadian say that term ever. Pickaninnies. But this woman believes that she was home. How do you know? How do you know that wasn't just another little part of this matrix and you weren't home at all? You were just duped again. But I think it feels good for these beings to be duped. They love it. They love it.
Other people and you're instantly energetically connected, it's two essences coming together. It would be two totally different interactions that come together and you're like, I don't even.
Two totally different. Two totally different.
Know how you and I are even on the same plane. It's our essences that are coming together. So
you're scissoring is what you're doing. You're scissoring together.
When I'm in that black space and I went home because something became very clear to me. It became very clear to me that our meat suit is not home. It is a place that we are occupying for a limited amount of time. It's a game. This is the game of life. And this life that we try to create.
Oh, this is the game of life, like the board game they have. I made a short video on that. I think it was Matt McKinley calling this the game of life. Wow, this isn't life though, lady. You're calling this the game of life, and I'm saying this isn't life.
Are occupying for a limited amount of time. It's a game. This is the game of life. And this life that we try to create for ourselves is good. It can be bad. It can be hard. It can be happy. It can be tough. It can be sad. And you can change the game of life, but you don't get to keep it. So when you go.
She's such a brainiac. Wow, she's so profound. I like when people call morons like her profound. I love it. It's great. Keep doing what you're doing, humans, and see if it ever sets you free. Just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Go, you don't keep money, your house. So that tells me that this is not home. That tells me that we're borrowing this, and you're borrowing it for a
I know it's not home, but it tells her somehow that this is a game. Well, games have rules, and players can opt out and say, I don't want to play anymore. I'm tired of this game. The rules are known when we play a board game or any game. This doesn't fit the criteria for being a game, lady. But of course you call it something like a game because you don't care about the truth. For you, truth is just a feeling. My truth. You're like that Hank character. Truth is just a feeling, he says. And you say my truth. And you can change the truth tomorrow and say that was my truth yesterday. My truth today is different. Right? It's whatever you desire. Well, that's not truth. That's your feelings. Feelings are not the same thing as truth.
a certain amount of time that your tool, your meat suit, is a surviving tool. So when your tool is no longer functioning, you don't get to stay in the game of life. You get to go home again. And home is where we all want to go. Now, some of us are scared to go home. Some of us can't wait to go home. There's not a day that goes by. If the good Lord comes down today and he says to me, Lori, good job. You're done. You're done. We're checking you out. Every day my bags are packed. Like, let me be clear on this. It's not because listen, I got to play the game of life and I'm stuck here. Like, God knows I could be stuck here for another 40 years. So I'm here. I'm planted.
Oh, you're stuck here. Huh. What a loving God that has you stuck here. And you just said you could be stuck here for another 40 years. No, lady, no. No, another 40 trillion lifetimes. How about that? Instead of 40 years. Reincarnation, recycling. You don't have that figured out because you're a brainiac that yaps so much and you don't look for channels like mine. You don't look into things. You have the mouth going and the eyes getting big. Is there anything under that hair called ears where you listen maybe and learn something?
So I got to make the best of what I have in this plane. And it's my job. My creator gave me free will to make my choices. My mom and dad put me on this earth to be a function.
Your creator. You said higher power earlier. You're using the term creator now. Are you going to say God or source next? Go ahead. But lady, if you had a creator that made you out of whatever, then that's the starting point. When's your ending point then? Because you basically are admitting that you're not eternal. Because that which has a starting point tends to have an ending point. You have a creator, you claim. Well, maybe you've been fooled into believing that. Maybe you've been fooled into a lot of shit. And some people say, you're so harsh and mean, Stephen. Why don't you feel sorry for her? The reason I don't is because I've spent decades trying to reach people like her, and almost none listen. They think they know everything. She's a brainiac, she said. Her truth. So be it. I spent way more years trying to help her kind than she would ever listen, even for a minute, with open mind, open ears, and focus to a being like me. I waste my time on these creatures. That's why. So if the people that want to feel sorry for her or cry tears for her, please go right ahead. Go ahead. And one day, I think those tears that you cry for these fools will turn into anchors around your ankles. Because you're crying for fools that believe they know it all. And they don't want to listen to anyone like me, much less consider. They wouldn't even listen. Listening is the starting point. That's the lowest level. That's not the peak. But they can't even do that. They can't listen. They can't pay attention. They can't contemplate. They can't ponder. They can't say, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone else sees it differently. Maybe there's validity and evidence to what someone like King Stephen's saying Or she'd probably call me TSM, like Team Evil does. That's a pattern that they use. Or anyway, there are reasons. I do have my reasons why I don't feel sorry for these beings anymore. I think they exhausted my sympathy for them. Because I don't meet any that want to listen to anything. They believe they know it all. They have huge egos, huge mouths. And they preach and get people to believe their shit.
Functioning player in the game of life. But I get to choose. I get to choose to be happy, or I get to choose to be miserable. And I make choices every day. And every day I could come on.
I'm going to say this again. I said it earlier, but if you have a higher power, what does that make you? To this woman and to people lurking on my channel, if you have a higher power, a quote unquote higher power, as she said, what does that make you? Well, if it's higher than you, you're below. You're under it. You're an underling. And that's what some of you want to be. I don't know why. I can't relate to you. You want to be underlings with lords, rulers, masters, deities, gods, monsters above you. And you think somehow that that's a good thing. And I'm a different kind of being saying, how's that good? How is your slavery good? Viewing something that's sadistic and evil as a higher power and you as beneath it. How's that good? It looks like slavery to me. Now, it doesn't to most humans because you are very different from me and you demonstrate that all the time. You'll do anything to be slaves. Most humans on earth. You love your slavery. I can't set you free. You're in love with slavery.
On conversations like this, and I just want to say for the record, I get hundreds of media calls. And Jeff, I need always to stop at this second. I am frightened to come out to share my story, like frightened. So I only come to safe spaces where I feel that you're really going to take care of me. And that's why I said I would come, because I feel protected and I feel safe. Because when I get vulnerable, I need to have somebody protect me. And I don't like being vulnerable, but in order to move us forward, in order to touch our...
Oh, she's moving us forward. She's crying without tears, everyone. She's emotional, but there's no water on her face. There's no wetness. Oh, I'm almost teary-eyed now over the woman that's so emotional, but her face isn't wet. She mentioned safe space. How I loathe that term. Safe space. Safe space. Are you a college student that needs Kool-Aid and cookies and coloring books and crayons? Oh, Jeff, you provided a safe space for me.
Creator gave me free will to make my choices. My mom and dad put me on this earth to be a functioning player in the game of life. But I get to choose.
She's so authentic. Her coochie chakra was crying tears. She's so authentic. She's so authentic. Her coochie chakra. Oh, that's so authentic. Oh my goodness.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
coochie chakra. Who hurt you when you're cuckoo?
Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
I don't know. Somebody hurt her coochie chakra because she just got all emotional. Thank you, Wendy. She got so emotional. I didn't see any tears on her face, though. That's what was weird. This woman, she's so wise and profound. Oh my goodness.
Plain. And it's my job. My creator gave me free will to make my choices. My mom and dad put me on this earth to be a functioning player in the game of life. But I get to choose. I get to choose to be happy or I get to choose to be miserable. And I make choices every day. And every day I could come on conversations like this. And I just want to say for the record, I get hundreds of media calls. And Jeff, I need always to stop at this second. I am frightened to come out to share my story.
Oh, does anyone believe that this anonymous woman that I never heard of gets hundreds of media calls asking for her? Hundreds of media calls. Really? I find that very difficult to believe, lady. Hundreds of media calls. Seriously.
Jeff, I need always to stop at this second. I am frightened to come out to share my story. Like frightened. So I only come to safe spaces where I feel that you're really going to take care of me. And that's why I said I would come, because I feel protected and I feel safe. Because when I get vulnerable, I need to have somebody protect me. And I don't like being vulnerable, but in order to move us forward, in order to
take care of me, Jeff, protect me. Jeff, I need a safe space. Jeff, please protect me. Protect me. Yeah. What are you talking about, woman? What are you talking about? You're on YouTube. You're talking to a screen. Who do you need protection from? What are you talking about? No one is attacking you. Are you paranoid? Like, what do you the way you're describing it, that you're walking into the lion's den full of demons that are going to come after you. I do that all the time. I walk into fucking places and confront these demons. Who is Jeff going to protect you from? What is he? He's probably dressed right now in some rainbow pajamas. Who is he gonna? What are you talking about, you delusional woman? Who is Jeff? Who is he gonna protect you from? This is one of the most ridiculous ones that I've seen. No wonder they keep calling her authentic. Oh, it's so what a joke.
Touch our grief. I get vulnerable. I share my story. Happy, or I get to choose to be miserable. And I make choices every day. And every day I could come on conversations like this. And I just want to say for the record, I get hundreds of media calls. And Jeff, I need always to stop at this second. I am frightened to come out to share my story, like frightened. So I only come to safe spaces where I feel that you're really going to take care of me. And that's why I said I would come, because I feel protected and I feel safe. Because when I get vulnerable.
Wait a second, lady. If it's just a game, why do you need Jeff to protect you? And why do you need a safe space? No one's harming you, but as Fiona's saying, you can't fathom for a second. You're so self-obsessed and self-absorbed. It's all about you, isn't it? This chick on the screen. Lori Brewer. Lori Brewer. There's no mention of others in this place, of course. She doesn't care about anyone else. She wants Jeff to protect her in his rainbow unicorn namaste PJs, his pajamas.
I need to have somebody protect me. And I don't like being vulnerable, but in order to move us forward, in order to touch our grief, I have to come. I have to come heart in hand.
What about the fact that almost all of us good spirits have been attacked by bullies, and some children unalive themselves because of bullies? Boys and girls. Kids. That's how bad this place is, and that's allowed in this quote-unquote game of life, as she calls it. Children bullied to the point that they end their lives and write notes sometimes. Some other times they don't leave a note, but sometimes they write notes describing how they just couldn't take more of it and it's too late for them, and they hope other children get help somehow or somebody helps them because they're bullied by fucking demons in schools, in elementary schools and in high schools, by creepy demons. And a lot of these kids are very bright, very sensitive, very good beings, and they get preyed upon in this hell realm. It's not a fucking game of life, and it's not a school. Even that thing I'd mentioned about children being preyed upon and bullied to the point that they end themselves as children shows to me conclusively that only a hell realm would that be allowed to happen in at all. Only in a hell realm. And there's a lot of things like that only in a hell realm would that even be possible or allowed to ever happen to one child, much less the amount that it happens to every year. And we don't even know the numbers. A lot of that stuff is covered up. They just point it to, as a death of a child. It doesn't get mentioned as suicide. It doesn't get mentioned as suicide by bullying. So we don't even know how many there are. But we do know that there are some, and there's quite a few. But it's probably a lot more than the numbers that we ever get shown in this place. So calling this a game of life is disgraceful. It's a slap in the face to those that suffer every day here, and the ones that are bullied to the point some of them are unaliving themselves at 7, 8, 9 years old. It's that bad. Their lives are made that horrible that even if they love their parents and love their brother or sister or their best friend, and they might have a friend, some of them don't have a friend, but some of them have friends, and they're still bullied to the point where they just want out. To call this a game of life is fucking ridiculous. Go tell it to the children in the hospitals, dying, slowly dying of leukemia for decades and decades. Think of how many children have died just in your lifetime in horrible ways. And you call this a game?
I get hundreds of media calls. And Jeff, I need always to stop at this second. I am frightened to come out to share my story, like frightened. So I only come to safe spaces where I feel that you're really going to take care of me. And that's why I said I would come, because I feel protected and I feel safe. Because when I get vulnerable,
she feels protected and safe. How many children don't feel loved, don't feel protected, don't feel safe in this place, and they're abused every day? Every day in this hell realm. It's countless millions. And here's a grown woman crying for herself. I feel protected here. This is just pathetic. It really is. It is. And then sometimes I laugh at these fools. Other times they piss me off. They start to anger me. Because the only tears they ever shed are for themselves and for demons. And the real innocent victims of this place, there's so little care and compassion. It would have to be a hell realm for children to end themselves in horrific ways and just want out of here. And they just want out of the pain. And these near-death experiencers on these channels never seem to express care and emotion for the most innocent in this realm and the most vulnerable and the most abused, which are children. Because a lot of them don't even have a chance. They can't fight back. They can't live on their own. They can't make their own money and move out of a house at 7 years old or 4 months old. And this is what they go through, abuse. There's so much abuse of children here that if you thought about that long enough and looked at it, you'd have, as any logical being with a true spirit would have to come to the conclusion that this is a hell realm for children.
I need to have somebody protect me. And I don't like being vulnerable, but in order to move us forward, in order to touch our grief.
This realm is an abomination. No children should be treated the way that so many children are here. It's wrong. It's wrong. The treatment of children and the realm itself is wrong. And I would say that if I was the only one here saying it, I'd still say it. And then there's liars like Finkelstein saying this topic is so popular. What a fucking liar, saying, oh, it can't be real because people are talking about it. Some of us have worked tirelessly for years and decades trying to get some of this information out there to get people to talk about it. And then a few people start talking about it and copycatting. Oh, it can't be real because there's copycats. What a loser. So many retards in this realm, demon-tards.
I have to come. I have to come heart in hand, and I have to give you everything that I can give you. And if I'm not, I'm not playing the game very good. I'm just blowing smoke, and I don't have time to do that. Life is too short. I'm going to give
You're blowing smoke out of where? Out of your ass or out of your coochie chakra?
you what it is. And if the consequences come back, that I get hate mail like I did before, you know what? I'll take it because I'm a bigger girl now and I can deal with it. So Jeff, I need to thank you with all my heart and soul for keeping me safe and allowing me the space to be vulnerable with you. So hopefully people will connect and people will understand and people can move forward. And that's my goal, my passion in coming back.
You had this moment with your husband right before you left where you looked at him and you felt like he gave you permission to go, right? Did you ever talk to him about that in a later point in time?
No, I divorced him.
Listen to this. No, I divorced him. The husband that was good to her. Look at this. Yet again, they show you what they are. This is this. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. It's just. Oh my gosh. Watch this.
Connect and people will understand and people can move forward. And that's my goal, my passion in coming back.
You had this moment with your husband right before you left where you looked at him and you felt like he gave you permission to go, right? Did you ever talk to him about that in a later point in time?
No, I divorced him. It's too hard. It was too hard. The Lori that he knew was not the Lori that came back.
You're such a good being. You divorced him. Oh, you're so wonderful. The Lori that he knew is not the Lori that came back. Because you got duped by entities. So you came back and divorced your husband. And you just say it as though you just threw something in a trash can. You must have really loved him the way that you say, no, I divorced him.
You looked at him and you felt like he gave you permission to go, right?
Sounds like he was a loving man that really cared about you. So what'd you do? No, I divorced him. This is the thing. This is why a lot of men these days are not getting married, because they don't want that. They don't want someone that can turn on you in a heartbeat like a snake. Look at this.
Did you ever talk to him about that in a later point in time?
No, I divorced him.
No, I divorced him.
It's too hard. It was too hard. The Lori that he knew.
It was too hard. This is just a game of life, though, but it was too hard. She came back and divorced him. The man that looked at her and kind of gave her permission to go, probably with love and care in his eyes. Well, I just broke his heart. I divorced him. Fuck him. Right? That's her attitude. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it that way. It just seems like, look at her there. Look at the coldness. Look at the eyes of that thing on the screen. And the lips, straight line. The coldness. Are you going to listen to her talk about this being a game of life? That's a viper on the screen. That's what that is. Would I ever trust that thing on the screen? Not for all eternity. That's what I'll tell you. That's what I get from that. Do I think most in this realm will ever see why and see what's on the screen? No, I don't. But right there, it's showing me what it is. Where I have it paused. That expression, that energy, that essence, that look, that everything about it shows me exactly what that is. And I don't want to spend eternity with that. She talked about home. Well, that home, the so-called home of that thing is not my home. I can tell you that. Very different.
Was not the Lori that came back.
Who are you crying for or pretending to cry for? Oh, yourself. And of course, in the comments, they viewed her as authentic because she's fake. Makes perfect sense in Hell Realm. People view the fake phonies and creatures as quote unquote authentic.
So the man lost. The man lost me that day.
He lost you that day. The man lost me that day, she said. Well, that's the game of life, right? Take another spin. You called it the game of life multiple times during this, lady.
At no fault of either one of ours. Was not the
And she gets fidgety.
Lori that came back. So the man lost. The man lost me that day. At no fault of either one of ours. So it happened.
No accountability, no fault of either one of ours. Of course. You divorced him, but it was nobody's fault. Obviously.
It's a sacrifice. So when people tell me how big of people tell me how big of a blessing this is. I don't cry on podcasts. Jeff, damn you. Damn you.
So they call her authentic because she does this stupid act and says, Jeff, damn you, damn you. I just don't like beings like this. I don't find her authentic. I don't find her trustworthy at all. I'd rather go to India and trust a goddamn snake charmer than this.
Sorry. People tell me how big of a blessing this is.
And she sounds like a Canadian. And she's not the only Canadian woman that's like this, by the way. This is getting to be pretty common in Canada, unfortunately. This kind of stuff. And they'll divorce men at the drop of a hat. Anything that happens. Why'd you divorce him? Oh, well, I was out for a few minutes and had an NDE. And I came back. I'm not the same Lori, so goodbye.
I don't cry on podcasts. Jeff, damn you. Damn you. When people say, what a blessing you've had. Damn you. Damn you. When people say, what a blessing you've had. Yeah? Which part? Which part? Did I get
the whole thing? The whole thing, lady. What a blessing. You figured out that this is a game of life and you think you have it all figured out now. You divorced your husband. What else have you done? If I were him interviewing her, or if, let's say she were on my show, is a better way of putting it, I would say to her, what good have you done in this life, Lori? That would be my question. And I'm genuinely curious. Have you done any good here? Or is it just a game of life to you? You ruined your husband's life, right? You crushed his heart. Well, was that just a game? Was that part of the fun for you?
to see my dad? Yeah, it is. That I get to change my whole life in business, that I get to reinvent my life. Sure.
Oh, your whole life in business. Business. Well, isn't that temporary here in the game of life? Why do you even mention that? Who gives a shit about that? But that's on your mind, right? Or you wouldn't mention it otherwise. That's one of your main focuses. Maybe you care more about that than you ever cared for your husband. I would ask her, what do you care more? What did you care about more, your husband or your business? Lori, is it possible that you were deceived during those minutes that you were out? Is it possible that some entities deceived you? Can you conceive of that as a possibility? Or do you know everything, Lori? You're very smug. Your body language reveals so much about you. So much about you.
Yeah? Which part? Which part? That I get to see my dad? Yeah, it is. That I get to change my whole life and business, that I get to reinvent my life? Sure. What a blessing. Did I have to reintegrate and learn?
Where did all that positivity go? Now you're crying victim. You're crying victim. Huh.
Sure, it's a blessing. But it's also been painful. It's been traumatic. And I don't want to sugarcoat how hard it is coming back after a near death experience.
You don't have to sugarcoat it because the audience over there at Jeff Mara Podcast is applauding like seals, saying you're so authentic. They love you. You're amazing. They love you over there. You don't have to sugarcoat it. Just cry for Lori. Lori should cry for Lori. Lori's the victim in this realm. I wonder what her husband's doing now. Hopefully he's doing well. Hopefully he's better off without her, I think. I think so. So he was there when you passed away. Who's going to be there the next time when it's not an NDE, when it's a real death and you don't come back? You going to do that alone? Lori? I wish I could speak with her. I think it would be a great interview.
Want to pretend and glamorize and make me different than anybody else. I am no different. I put my pants on the same way you do. I am no different than anybody else. The hard part.
That's a stupid expression. Put your pants on and no different. Makes no sense. Absolutely false. You're very different from me. And you're very different from all the women that I know and trust and have love for and care for. You're not like them. You're not like me. And you're not like quite a few. Well, I won't say quite a few, but a couple handfuls at least of women that I know that are not like you. So to say you're no different is false. That's wrong.
I'm no different. I put my pants on, pretend, and glad.
It does sound like Jack Talcott. No different, no different, no different. Yeah, I would say her husband is better off. I think so. Yeah, she probably would talk about shekels and look at her. Look at this expression that I happened to pause on there. The neck muscles are strained. The jaw, look at this. All tense.
Coat how hard it is coming back after a near death experience. I don't want to pretend and glamorize and make me different than anybody else. I am no different. I put my pants on the same way you do. I am no different than anybody else. The hard part for me is I'm trying to find out who this.
Putting your pants on the same way is a physical action. You're very different from me spiritually. And I think you're very different from the women that I love and respect in this realm. Very different spiritually. I don't care about your pants or your panties or any of that stupid physical clothing, physical stuff.
New person is because I had a life before near death. And in one way, I'm blessed and grateful. This is the blessing that I got to validate with that.
I think she'd be running back to Jeff saying, Jeff, give me a safe space. Give me a safe space.
Heart strip that I was dead. Good. That's wonderful. That's the only blessing. That's my only validation that I wasn't on this planet. Other than that, it was all work. And it's work, strip that I was dead. Good. That's wonderful. That's the only blessing. That's my only validation that I wasn't on this planet.
Planet? Is this really a planet? I don't think so. I don't call it a planet.
Other than that, it was all work.
Plan ET, planet, plan ET. Plane with a T on the end, but also plan ET. Plan extraterrestrial. Plan et. Plan ET.
And it's work that other people who love me, they have to work at it with me. In order to love me, I have trouble in restaurants. I can't go to busy, full restaurants. I have after effects from my near-death experience that have changed my life. And the people who love me, they have to accommodate. And when I say a disability, I perceive it as a disability because that's not who I was before. So what I was before and what I was capable of doing before, I'm not capable of doing that now. And I've been faking it to make it, and I've been just doing it, and it's coming at a great cost to me. And in January of this year, I said, if I have 5 more years left on this planet, I'm not going to live inauthentically anymore. And if you don't like me, that's fine. I don't care. But I'm not going to be something I'm not because I have to fit in or have a job or sell a house. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not. I just can't. So being authentic is the hardest thing you can do in life.
Have you noticed that you have any new abilities that...
Being authentic should come naturally to people. What's going on with Jeff's eyes? One eye's closed a lot and the other one's open. Very, very strange.
Could be considered psychic after your experience.
Yeah, that's what makes you nuts. That's the problem. Nobody talks about those. So I got to do a little before and after because I have 2 lives. I have the life before and then I have the life after. So I've got a very big division. My life that I was born, then I died, and then I have to start all over again. But the bad news is when you're starting all over again, you already have a life that...
Lori, tell us more about real estate. But I thought your NDE was supposed to be so life-changing, but you just focused on the same material shit.
that you came from that people expect you to be in the old life. In my old life, I'm a real estate broker. I sell houses. People rely on me. I have a job. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I am a mother. I have responsibilities. I have obligations. I have a house. I have 2 car payments. Without selling a house, I don't make money. Without making money, I don't eat. I don't eat. I don't make a car payment. So there is a go, 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 hustle, hustle, hustle. You got to get this done. And in that time, before my near death, I was creating a for sale by owner plan because I knew we were in a recession and I knew this service would be good in my brokerage. I knew this would be a good service. So I was creating.
Jeff, what happened to your face and your eyes? Jeff, how come your eyes are just solid black? How did they turn like that? What's wrong, Jeff? You're making shekels pushing evil on your shit show. You banned me years ago. And it looks like you're demonic, Jeff. That's Jeff close up. That's quite something. There's no light in his eyes, not just no white. There's no light at all. It's just black and dead. Why does it look demonic? Because it is demonic. That's why. The one eye open, one eye shut as he's speaking. She's a total liar. She says the hardest thing to be is authentic. Authentic doesn't take any work. It's just natural being yourself. Natural, just be yourself. So she's faking being authentic. She is a liar. She's a fraud. And Jeff looks demonic because he is demonic. He looks demonic because he is demonic. Is the tar baby eyes. The tar baby eyes of Jeff. Look at that. It's as obvious as it gets with some of these creatures. Creepy, creepy, creepy creature.
Writing content, creating a website before websites were really even like websites. So I'm creating all this website.
Oh, you're fantastic. You're creating websites before websites were websites. I was making websites in the late 1990s, early 2000s for a zine that I created. But I don't have to go around saying I was creating websites before websites were websites. And if I'm talking about spiritual things, I don't have to go into that stupid shit. It's just something that I did 26 years ago, 27 years ago.
Have this near-death experience, came back. Guess what? I spent $30,000. In the olden days, we have to spend thousands of dollars on websites. Come back.
No, you didn't. Thousands of dollars? There were free website services back then. You could get a website and design it yourself and write the HTML code and JavaScript, etc., and it was free. There were tons of places in the late 90s, early 2000s. 30,000. So then you must have paid somebody to design your website then. Anyway, you're such a liar. You're lying and lying and lying and lying.
Finished it, closed it, garbaged it, done by the wayside. Now I come back, I can't eat red meat. I'm a steak lover. Like, we come from grade A, triple A beef in Canada. It's like, oh my God, if you're not a steak eater in Canada, like, what is wrong with you? So we have these beautiful steaks. I come home.
What do you care what people think? I thought you didn't care if people what they thought of you. But you care if you don't eat steak anymore?
So first off, my near death. Now they kicked me out of the hospital. The nurse came up to me and she said, by the way, and as soon as I was in the hospital, I knew something was different. I knew something was different because when I was starting to now get better and sit up, and I was like, what's happening? I was getting my bearings. A nurse that was.
I bet if this woman would have told more lies during this, even more would have loved her in the audience. The comments would have been 400 or 500 praising her. It's all reversed in Hell Realm.
Sitting in the corner, but I saw her only as a blob. The body essence that was sitting in the corner, I now looked over because now I had to tether back to real land. I looked in the corner and I had said in the corner I said to my husband with that girl, I said, was she always at this, like with us at this whole time? He goes, oh yeah, she was. So now as I'm sitting here trying to orient my new body, my new body was battered and broken. They were resuscitating me. What had happened was I went into an SVT according to my notes because I needed to know. According to my records, there was an SVT. When the SVT goes for so long and the heart just sits and quivers, and I've had a lot of these, so I've had 3 heart surgeries to try to fix this arrhythmia or ablation.
Why would there be such a thing as a heart arrhythmia if this is just a game and a good place? Why does that even exist?
Asians, they're called. They don't cut the heart open. They put all the wires in, they burn you. So I've had 3 of those. Can't have any more because has a higher risk. So when I was getting oriented in the hospital, I looked over and I saw the girl that was that blob that was sitting there before. And as I'm looking at her, I would get snippets of pictures. And I started getting snippets of pictures. I could see a kitchen. I could see like a breakfast, not a breakfast bar, but like a buffet hutch. And I could see her crying and she was sitting at the table and I could see the placemats and I could see that they were white with fringes. And I'm looking at this and I was awed. And so when she came up and she was doing that thing, I said, were you crying at a kitchen table? And so I was telling her, this is what I saw. I said, it's kind of weird. This is what I saw. And I was going through it and she's like, what? And I had a little bracelet on. and I could hear like a tube in my ear, and it's like, she's got to have, you got to give her, she needs this bracelet so she can feel, she's got to make these decisions, and she's got to feel. And I'm like, I'm not giving her my.
This woman is so wise and profound and feeling, isn't she? She's just, it's just amazing. She's so psychic that she thinks this is a planet and this is a game of life.
Bracelet. No, are you nuts? So I thought I was nuts. I thought I was totally. And I could hear like a tube in my ear, and it's like, she's got to have, you got to give her, she needs this bracelet so she can feel, she's got to make these decisions, and she's got to feel. And I'm like, I'm not giving her my bracelet. No, are you nuts? So I thought I was nuts. I thought I was totally, I thought I was totally unbalanced because of all the chemical in my system. So I said to her, and then as we're talking, I'm like, oh, so here's what I saw. And I showed her things. She's like, and then you could tell when people get, when you tell them something and they start to get that panicked look on their face, then you're like, uh-oh. And then that's when I see their panicked look, I perceive that, I translate that to be like, uh-oh. And then I'm scared. Then I get panicked because they're panicked, but I don't really know why I'm panicking. So it was kind of odd. So I'm like, here, I said, you've got to make a large decision. This is what's happening. And I tell her everything. And now she's crying. She's crying and she's like, oh my God. So she takes this little piece of paper and she writes it in, and she said, near-death experience.
Yes, she ditched the man who cared for her through all of that. But of course she did that. She's the type that would probably fall in love with a man that was evil, that treated her like dirt. That's pretty common in this hell realm.
Experience. She goes, you need to go home. And she gave me two names of books. I don't remember which ones. Two names of books. I think one of them was Dr. Jeffrey Long, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, she gave me two names of books. She puts it in the center of my palm, and then she closes my hand. And she goes, you need to read these books. She goes,
That's another, I just thought of it. That's another thing. A lot of people on a Jeff channel or Team Evil shit show channels, they think that someone who talks like her and talks really fast and just keeps going nonstop, never shuts up, they view that in Hell Realm as authentic because she just goes on and yaps and yaps. And they think, well, she's authentic. She's got all this to say. She's authentic.
She goes, this is what you had, and you're going to have trouble. I was like, what the hell are you talking? Nothing happened to me. I came back. I didn't die. I'm still here. I thought, ooh, you clearly missed the boat on this one. So I gave her my bracelet. I did. I gave her my bracelet. I listened, gave her my bracelet. Now I come home. And as soon as I'm coming home, now I'm not happy to be there. So now I can blow out light bulbs. I can blow out the oven light. You never turn an oven light on. So now I'm blowing out light bulbs. Now I'm having trouble. I'm stirring soup. And there's a hockey game on. And I can tell you which color of the team is going to win. And I see this, and then all of a sudden I see a guy get hit with a puck in the cheek. And as I'm stirring the soup and I'm looking at this, I'm like literally watching this happen as I'm stirring the soup. I don't see the soup. I see me stirring this. And this guy gets hit in the face, and I'm kind of like right there as he's getting hit in the face, like right in front of me. And as he gets hit in the face, I'm like, oh my God, I said, he's going to get hit in the face. Somebody's going to get hit in the face, and it's going to do 20 minutes later, hit in the face, stops the thing, and he's bleeding, and he's got to go to, and then I panic. Then it's like, what the hell was that? And then that's when it sent me on the path to, okay, now I can hear things. So my hearing is super, super sensitive. My eyes are super sensitive to light and to like electronics. I'm very electronics in me. I just don't like them. I don't like anything. I don't wear watches. I don't wear nothing electronic. I can't sleep with electronics. I don't have a TV in my room. So again, it's very hard to be with me. It's just tough. Those are just my disabilities. I that's one of the things when I reached out to Dr. Jeffrey Long, God bless him. He said, this is normal. This is normal for you. And I'm like, I can hear things. So that's what I started doing, because I went down a very hard path as a ginormous skeptic. And somebody said, I went to my priest because I thought, you talk about possessions. So I thought maybe I was possessed in some way. So my mom at the time, she was still alive. My mom was like, well, you should go see the priest because that's what we do. So I'm like, okay. And then I went to see a shrink, and then I went to see my doctor, and my doctor just wanted to load me up with pills because he didn't know what to do. So they wanted to swack me up on all these pills. And then I went to go see a psychic because I was thinking something's wrong here. So I went down this path of I'm having trouble. So I thought nobody can solve this for me. And somebody came to me and said, you know, and I was constantly crying and I was really mad at God. And I said, I give so much to people and I help people so much. I ask for nothing in return. And this is what you do. And if there's a God, why would you do this to me? Like, why would you put me back here? Like, why? Why would you take me away and then put me back here? So for the longest time, I had to really make amends with my higher power. I really make amends. And then I started doing sessions. One of the people had said to me is to comfort me and said, well, if God had to pick a person to come back on this earth to explain what heaven is, better he not pick the largest skeptic. And the second, it kind of comforted me. But you know, in the years, I'm like, yeah, no, that's not comforting me anymore at all. That is not working for me. So I started doing sessions. I did 100. I said to myself, I will have this figured out. I'm going to meet with 100 people for free. I'm going to do free readings. And the readings were, I want to understand if I sit belly to belly with somebody, I couldn't go grocery shopping. I didn't leave the house for a year. I couldn't touch the handles on the carts of the grocery carts. It was like the humming. And the humming was so loud, I had trouble with it. And nobody talks about the after effects of a near-death experience. There's lots of people that don't have verifiable near-death experiences, but they still will have the after effects. And how the after effects happen is you take a body or a tool, you shut it down to nothing, it goes to zero, and then you kickstart it again and you reboot it. That sucker is going to reboot a little bit differently. So I rebooted, I kickstarted way differently, and I had to figure out how. So I met with 100 people, I did 100 sessions, and I sat with them belly to belly, and I said, all I ask, I'm going to do this for free. I'm going to do a reading, and whatever comes, comes, but you can't lie to me. You have to tell me the truth. And I would write everything down. I wrote crazily, and I would write, and I'm like, this is what I'm seeing. And I would write it down, And so I created my own dictionary. As crazy as it sounds, I created my own dictionary. So when I would get visions or snippets, I would get that, but I wouldn't just take the first one. It had to be validated because I'm a skeptic. It had to be validated. If I got that same snippet out of 10 or 15 people, then that is what I corresponded to the language. So if the word is milk, then milk is milk. So if I had that 10 times, then that word became this, it became the parallel. So that's how I developed my language with spirit, with energy. That's how I developed the language. So now when I meet people and I do things, I don't tell them, I hide, and I just listen and I do a reading, and that's it. So I don't claim to be a psychic. I think there's only one predictor of the future, and that's our divine source. I can do the past, I can tell you, and it's like eating McDonald's. If you ate McDonald's every day for 30 days, I promise you, you're going to gain weight, a lot of weight. I promise you, because that's the law of probability. So I just did the law of probability with the likelihood of something being true, because I have to base it in scientific pockets.
If you had a friend that was grieving over the loss of a loved one, what type of advice would you give?
Grief, loss, death, and dying. They're all different things. They're all different. So I would compartmentalize, because this is what I do. I would compartmentalize the loss, because you had a life with somebody that you loved and you shared essence with and you shared bodies with. So you're not just grieving the loss of an essence, you are grieving the loss of trust and the ability to be vulnerable. And somebody has given you a safe space to live on this rock. You are missing your vulnerability. You are missing, you're now got a little wall up because you kind of don't know who to trust. So there's many layers to loss grief. One is, what did you have before? So we would identify what we had before. We had trust. Maybe we had abuse. We had something with that human that we are now no longer with. We can't hear their voice. What I would do to hear my dad's voice one more time, thank God I have it, and my mom's. We miss human to human. I'm human. I want to hear their voice one more time because it brings my body comfort. When my body aches in grief, I'm no different than everybody else. I've lost people that I still cry over. I miss them terribly, especially when life is hard. My body misses them. My body craves for them, craves for their kiss, their touch, their smell. My body is in grief, just my body. And then my brain is in grief because now I am now paraphrasing that I can't be vulnerable no more. And now my nervous system is a little bit out to lunch because my brain is saying, I got to keep this together. I got to do this. So my brain needs to be realigned. And then my essence has all the answers. And my essence, my soul, my energy, I feel connected to them still. But as soon as I feel connected to them, my body misses them so much more, and the grief goes so much higher. So what I would say to them is, there's a reason we are three parts. We are the mind, we are the body, and we are the soul. And that is our trifecta. So what I would say to them is, be mindful of your trifecta. That's, if you take care of all three, your grief will be tolerable to survive.
After watching this podcast, people may want to reach out to you and ask you questions. Are you open to that?
Oh, for sure. Whatever I can do to help people move forward. The stuckness, when people are stuck, it makes my life tough because we are a global connection. We are all globally connected. We are all energetically connected.
Globally. There you go again.
Podcast.
Yeah, you're not creepy and evil at all, are you, Jeff? With your one eye closed and the black eye, you're not creepy at all, are you?
People may want to reach out to you and ask you questions. Are you open to that?
Oh, for sure. Whatever I can do to help people move forward. The stuckness, when people are stuck, it makes my life tough because we are a global connection. We are all globally connected. We are all energetically connected. So when one cries, we all cry. So if there's somebody who's stuck, absolutely they can reach out. Whatever I can do, however I can help, I'm there.
What's the best way to contact you?
They can go to my website. If there's anything, it's easy. It's called Crisis to Clarity.
Jeff barely reacted to anything she was saying. She was getting all animated and there was just no reaction. She talked almost the whole time. I think he might have asked about 3 questions, it seems like. It was almost all her, the whole show. She did nonstop talking. Remarkable.
Crisis to Clarity with Lori Brewer, or it's loribrewer.com. And that's everything there. You've got blogs.
You have a website named after yourself? loribrewer.com. Oh my goodness.
You can follow me on Substack. Sometimes people just need to read a little bit of encouragement. There's like, that's what I do in my life now. I've given up my real estate career so I can just devote my life to this. And this is what I want to help people with. But you can just read on Substack. You can follow me on Facebook. I have a lot of motivational. I put all my posts, I put all these podcasts so people can get support and just try to move forward. However we can move people forward, that's what this collective is about.
Lori, you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes, I do.
What's it called?
It's called Lori Brewer Official at YouTube.
All right. And what kind of videos are you posting there?
I've explained my near death, how it works. I've got snippets from my book, my new book that's coming out. I have audios that you can hear the new chapters of my book. I talk about near death, standing in your power, psychic abilities, intuitive abilities. So I usually talk about all that stuff.
Lori, before we finish up, can you leave us with a last positive message?
Don't waste your life. Don't waste it in grief. Find the joy. Your eyes are going to look at whatever you choose to see. If you want to see darkness, baby, that's there. If you want to see light, that's there too. You get to choose what you're looking at. Does darkness exist? Yes, it does.
All right, I did a quick search and it came up that she was or is a realtor and broker. She has a LinkedIn. I'm not going to share it, but Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So not in BC, but in Alberta. She has the Alberta accent. Lori Brewer. From Crisis to Clarity, there's links on there for her book or her whatever. Subscribe. Anyway, it's her. 29 years in the industry. Realtor, broker. She even has pronouns on there, she/her. She put her pronouns in. Oh my goodness. Lori Brewer, Alberta author, speaker. Here's her website. About Lori Brewer, I want to tell you who I actually am. And begins right away. I have spent 29 years in the Alberta real estate industry. I started as a top producing agent with Century 21. But you said if you didn't sell a home that month, you don't eat. You didn't save any money? You were so great at real estate. But you didn't make money and save money? Huh. She opened Infinite Realty, independent brokerage. She holds that license to this day. She's very proud of herself. She should be. She should be. Media and recognition. She was on Canadian news, CBC, national news. Canadian Real Estate Magazine. Look at this. Wow. How impressive. You can book your clarity call. She's quite something. I think the biggest fan of Lori Brewer is Lori Brewer. I think she's her biggest fan. Lori's life is all about Lori. What a success you are, lady. If your dad isn't proud of you, I'm so proud of you for being fooled by your fake father, fake heaven. I liked one of the best parts I liked in this episode was when she called herself a brainiac. I just wish she would have physically reached around and patted herself on the back while she was speaking. Lori, congratulations, Lori. Congratulate yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back. You deserve it.
But it's what you focus on is what more shall come to you. Find the joy. Your eyes are going to look at.
Find the joy. What a brainiac. Thanks for the platitude. That's wonderful. Find the joy. I've heard other people say that. It sounds like Oprah Winfrey or Eckhart Tolle or someone. Congratulations. You're really great.
Whatever you choose to see. If you want to see darkness, baby, that's there. If you want to see light, that's there too. You get to choose what you're looking at.
Really? Look at the eyes pop out here. Sanpaku eyes. So children are choosing to see child abuse as darkness. If they would just choose light. You're blaming us.
Does darkness exist? Yes, it does. But it's what you focus on is what more shall come to you. And the peace is within. You have it within you. You just have to find it.
Lori, thank you for your message, and thank you for being my guest.
Thank you, Jeff. Your space means a great deal to me, and sharing this time with you, I'm very appreciative. Thank you, Jeff.
My pleasure.
Oh, excuse me. She's making me sick. I'm glad this is over. This one I found really sickening. Something about this thing. Canadian that believes she's this boss babe. You should see her real estate pictures. She really thinks she's something else. They're from when she was a lot younger, by the way. And she thinks she's hot stuff. Lori's biggest fan is Lori.
Slavery has existed in many different forms throughout history. The reduction of another human being to the status of property, used for labor at the command of another, has been a feature of almost every society on Earth until the 19th century or so. No system of slavery has attracted more attention than the transatlantic slave trade, established by Europeans to provide slave labor for their American colonies. Around 12 million souls were taken from Africa and forced onto perilous journeys across the Atlantic, where they and their descendants were condemned to a life of servitude. However, retellings of the horrors of Atlantic slavery too often turn into stories of how Europeans alone determined the course of that history. In reality, Africans were not just passive victims. Millions of them were slaves, but many others profited from, produced, and protected that slave trade. In this video, we look at the untold story of the African slave trade. Stick around until the end to learn how some of Africa's greatest kingdoms were built on the profits of slavery, and how Africans fought tooth and nail to protect it from the abolitionist European empires. Slavery has existed in Africa for as long as recorded history. Ancient Egypt had slaves toiling away in its fields and on its monuments. Ancient Carthage trafficked in slaves across the Mediterranean, and the Ethiopian kings of Aksum wrote proudly of the slaves they took in war. slaves were also exported from Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. The trans-Saharan slave trade lasted for over 1,000 years and dragged about 10 million people across the desert to be slaves in the Islamic world. The Indian Ocean also had a similarly long-lasting ocean-going slave trade, with about 5 million ending up in slave ships, bound and branded for use in foreign lands. These slaves ended up as laborers, domestic servants, soldiers, or more. Male slaves in the Islamic world were typically castrated, which meant that new slaves had to be regularly imported to maintain the population. For this video, we'll focus on Western Africa, where the Atlantic slave trade was centered. West Africa was removed from the Indian Ocean trade and mostly secure from Islam.
It's a good realm. It's just a game of life. That's why there's slavery here today. There's still slavery in this realm because it's a good place. It's just a game of life. That's what Lori said. Lori Brewer. You got to focus on the light. If you focus on what's dark, you'll just get more dark. If you're enslaved, just focus on the light. Don't be negative. If you're enslaved, just focus on the light. She's a very wise and profound woman. She has it all figured out.
Islamic slave raids, but slavery was still a feature of life there long before the Atlantic slave trade began. A succession of powerful empires occupied the region, which all rested on complex slave systems. The Ghanaian Empire from the 3rd to the 13th century began a tradition of powerful West African imperial states, and built much of its wealth through trans-Saharan trading of slaves or goods acquired through slave labor. The salt, copper, and gold that made the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa fabulously wealthy were all extracted with slave labor. Domestic slavery was also common, and Mali was known to import female slaves from the Mediterranean to act as domestic servants in the households of the elites. Most of the slaves were acquired through conquest of neighboring kingdoms, or tribal groups who were too weak to defend themselves from the organized imperial militaries. Successor empires like the Songhay, Jollof, and Kabu inherited the social and economic structures of slavery and continued to acquire slaves as they scrambled to establish their own territories. Elites in these empires used slaves as a status symbol. An ownership of slaves came to represent someone's wealth and power. Slavery took many different forms in West Africa. Some worked the land or the mines, others served as soldiers or even political advisors. In some places, slaves were permitted to own land that they cultivated in their free time and might earn enough from this land to buy their own freedom. In other places, the lot of slaves was more miserable. In Benin, for example, slaves were regularly sacrificed to mark important occasions like the anniversary of a king's death. All of this is to say that when Europeans arrived, they did not find an empty land of scattered peoples ripe for enslavement, but complex societies and slave-holding empires whose roots were even older than those of the Europeans themselves. The Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to their ship is not representative of what happened for most slaves. Some slaves were indeed taken in European slave raids, but the vast majority were sold to the Europeans by other Africans. The European arrival in West Africa came at the same time as the collapse of the Mali Empire. Various splinter states scrambled over each other to seize territory for themselves. The Europeans with their firearms offered these competing rulers a potential advantage over their enemies. In turn, the huge amounts of captives that these kingdoms acquired in their wars were useful currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves he acquired during his expansionary wars, and he was an eager participant in slave trading. However, he also asserted his own.
We was kings. They're showing him all dressed up here. Anyway, I wondered what this was going to show, and it's all cartoons. Would any type of slavery exist, though, in a realm, if it was a good realm?
Tensions between Nigeria and South Africa are getting worse now. A move sending massive shockwaves crashing across every corner of our beloved continent. Nigeria is actively organizing free flights to evacuate its nationals from South Africa.
They are called South Beach in Durban, where Nigerians are so many. And those are the provocations that even if it happens in Kenya here, it will bring the same reprisal effect.
Nigerians, they are fraudsters. They are ridiculous.
Lagos is a Yoruba land, as against assertion of some people that it is no more land.
Why South Africans and many people dislike Nigerians? This is a complex topic that many Nigerians may not appreciate, but I believe it is important to address the truth, even when it is controversial. First, it is essential to understand that Africa is not a single country, and being black does not mean that everyone is the same. No continent is as diverse as Africa. While non-Africans may not fully grasp this diversity, we can often identify one another by our facial features, accent, and sometimes our mannerisms. In Nigeria, 3 major ethnic groups have significant tensions with one another: the Hausa, the Igbo.
So you claim no continent is more diverse than Africa? Really? Well, how many hair colors are there in Africa? How many hair colors with the darkies? How many eye colors? You say you can notice a difference. I can notice a difference between someone who's from Finland and someone who's from Ireland or England or Germany. Europeans are the most diverse. Blonde hair, brunette, ginger, very dark raven hair, Europeans. All the eye colors possible, Europeans. How are you the most diverse? You say Africans are the most diverse. Really?
Not mean that everyone is the same. No continent. It is essential to understand Nigerians may not appreciate, but I believe it is important to address the truth, even when it is controversial. First, it is essential to understand that Africa is not a single country, and
we know that, just like Europe is a continent. We know.
Being black does not mean that everyone is the same. No continent is as diverse as Africa. While that everyone is the same. No continent is as diverse as Africa. While non-Africans may not fully grasp this diversity, we can often identify one another by our facial features, accent, and sometimes our mannerisms. In Nigeria, 3 major ethnic groups have significant tensions with one another: the Hausa, the Igbo, and the Yoruba. Each of these groups comprises over 40 million people, and there is a deep-seated animosity among them. They cannot stand each other. I truly believe that the Yoruba and the Igbo may never be able to coexist peacefully in the same country, and the same applies to the relations between the Igbo and the Hausa. However, the Yoruba and the Hausa may find it easier to share a country and make it work. The Yoruba can integrate with the various other ethnic groups, just as the Hausa can. It is only the Igbo that seem to struggle in these cooperative efforts with other ethnic groups. To address the divisions among these ethnic groups, Nigeria's constitution includes a clause known as the state of origin. Let me clarify what this means. Nigeria is divided into 36 states, most of which were created to reflect homogeneous ethnic populations, allowing groups to manage their own affairs. However, some states contain mixed ethnic groups because the major groups aren't large enough to fill the gaps in the state. In these instances, if you are not indigenous to a particular state, you are considered a foreigner, even if you were born and raised there. This situation demonstrates how, even within Nigeria, many Nigerians are regarded as foreigners in their own country. This division is particularly evident in how the Yoruba treat the Igbo in Lagos. For example, Lagos is a Yoruba state. It is the former capital and now serves as Nigeria's economic hub, where much of the country's financial activity takes place. The Yoruba people, similar to some black South Africans, often call for the Igbo to leave and return to their ancestral lands. Now, if people of the same country can act like they were foreigners, how dare you expect black South Africans to act any different? Anyway, we'll get to this. They sometimes destroy Igbo homes, shops, and businesses, claiming that these were built on unauthorized land. How can one build on unauthorized land when you are the authority? What you observe in South Africa in terms of treatment of fellow Africans has been happening to the Igbo people by the Yoruba in Lagos for decades. This situation highlights the turmoil in Nigeria. Out of mutual hatred, various ethnic groups have created borders within their country in Nigeria. Nigeria is unique in that its citizens can be seen as foreigners in part of their own nation. The concept of the state of origin in Nigeria resembles that of the European Union, which consists of a union of multiple countries. While you can move freely within the EU, you are also still a foreigner in the other countries. That's how Nigerians view each other in their country. In contrast, a French citizen who is an EU citizen can move to Sweden, live there, and then naturalized and become a Swedish person, whereas an Igbo person born and raised in Lagos remains a foreigner forever. This represents what I refer to as an internal identity that is determined by blood lineage. Nigeria and its people are too chaotic to achieve success. The Yoruba are split evenly between Christians and Muslims. They love partying and celebrations, moving to different countries, having multiple wives and children out of wedlock, and they tend to be well educated in Western education, and they are very loud. In comparison, the Hausa are predominantly Muslim, 99% Muslim, known for their humility, low crime rate, and limited exposure to education in Western systems. They typically do not move to other countries. They stay in Nigeria. The Igbo are primarily Christians, 99%. They are noted for their arrogance and condescending nature, and they also move to other countries and are well educated in Western education as well. Among the Nigerians living in South Africa, the population is divided between the Igbo and the Yoruba, with the Igbo being slightly more numerous. I'm sorry, South Africa, but you got the worst of Nigerians. These two groups are often loud, they seek quick money, and will do anything for easy financial gain. Both groups often flaunt their largesse and condescend towards the citizens of their host countries. Both groups can be found in various African countries, including Ghana, Kenya, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, the UAE as well, Qatar, the UK, the USA, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Sweden, Japan, South Korea, Russia, Malaysia, Brazil, and beyond. They are the worst Nigerians, characterized by their loudness, arrogance, criminal mindset, condescension, and a noticeable lack of etiquette and respect for law and order. The Hausa, Fulani, Kanuri, and other ethnic groups in the north constitute half of Nigeria's population. These groups are often regarded as some of the most outstanding Nigerians. They remain in Nigeria throughout their life, thick or thin, maintaining a reputation for humility and non-disruption. While they may not be as Western educated as the Yoruba and the Igbo, it is important to recognize that if only these groups occupied Nigeria, the country's image would likely be very different today. Even though the Hausa, the Fulani, and those in the north don't leave Nigeria, a significant challenge arises from the intolerance that sometimes accompanies their Islamic faith. A small faction, often associated with Boko Haram, has engaged in acts of terrorism, particularly against Christians in the north. This group seeks to impose their interpretation of Islam as the dominant belief system. While the overwhelming majority of the northerners are not terrorists, Boko Haram members, or supporters of violence, there is a concerning readiness among some to react aggressively to perceived insults against Islam. Conversely, ethnic groups like the Ijaw, the Tiv, Idoma, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, and other minority groups in the south are not as problematic as the Yoruba, Igbo, and Edo people. In contrast, the Igbo, Yoruba, and Edo ethnic groups have, in some views, tarnished the Nigeria's image. In conclusion, the chaos and negative perceptions the world may have about Nigerians can be attributed to these three ethnic groups. If these three ethnic groups were removed from Nigeria, Nigeria might resemble any other average African country like Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, or Angola. The Igbo people can be found in various countries, including South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Kenya, Ghana, and many other countries in Africa, and even around the world. Even in the slums outside Windhoek in Namibia, I found Nigerians. Even in the slum outside Gaborone in Botswana, I found Nigerians. Nigerians are everywhere, especially the Igbo people. Their primary focus is on making money, whether through legal or illegal means. When one person travels to places like South Africa, the UK, or the US and returns to build an impressive house, it sets a precedent that others in the community strive to follow. Nobody questions how these individuals acquire their wealth, and often it is well known that such wealth may come from questionable sources. Unfortunately, this behavior is sometimes encouraged by parents who compare their children to their peers who have found financial success through travel, drug trafficking, fraud, and other forms of racketeering. Now, picture this. Someone with such high level of arrogance, and they believe that it's only when they have money that they deserve respect coming into your countries. Such a person can be seen as a disruptive force, likely to cause chaos wherever they go. The Yoruba people, like the Igbo, often seek quick financial gain, traveling across Africa and the world with little regard for the laws of the lands they visit. It is important as well to note that many Nigerians grew up in environments that can be chaotic and lawless, which may lead to a tendency to bend and circumvent rules. Like the Igbo, the Yoruba often display arrogance and a lack of discipline. Their primary reason for traveling to other countries is not to contribute to local cultures or integrate, but rather to exploit the system in place so they can return to Nigeria and showcase their wealth. No other Nigerians celebrate and party like the Yoruba. They might even throw a party for simply waking up from sleep. Unfortunately, they also tend to have some of the poorest hygiene practices in Africa. Meanwhile, the Edo people also known as the Bini people, have gained attention for their involvement in the prostitution industry. During my travels, I first noticed this in Italy, and later on I observed this in Denmark. When you come out of Copenhagen train station at night, left and right, you see black girls just standing there. You can tell that they're all prostitutes. You walk for like 5, 10, 15 minutes. You see them all over the place. They're all prostitutes. They're all Nigerians, particularly from the Bini people. While the Edo people have historically been associated with this trade, it has recently been noted that individuals from other Nigerian ethnic groups, such as the Igbo, Yoruba, Calabar, Akwa Ibom, and other southern Christian communities, are increasingly participating in prostitution. Nigeria is considered one of the cheapest places in the world to buy sex. In summary, the Yoruba and Igbo peoples are quite similar, together representing over 90% of Nigerians living in countries such as South Africa, Kenya, Angola, Ghana, Senegal, Cameroon, the UAE, Qatar, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, China, Japan, South Korea, Russia, Italy, Greece, Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, the UK, Ireland, Canada, the USA, Brazil, and many others. Unfortunately, their actions contribute to a tarnished image of Nigeria. This issue largely stems from poor parenting and a corrupt, mismanaged government that lacks a culture of lawfulness, discipline, respect, equity, and accountability. Nigeria's failures reflect on its citizens. Until Nigeria improves, its people will continue to face challenges. Let me share a story. It's a personal experience. The last time I flew from Cape Town, South Africa to Luanda, Angola was during Christmas time. Many Nigerians living in South Africa were traveling back home from Luanda to Lagos, meaning they used Angola Airline, they called TAG, T-A-A-G, the Angolan airline, to go through Luanda, then change and continue to Lagos. The check-in process was chaotic because many Nigerians were breaking every rule imaginable. It was evident how drained the Angolan staff were. Not a single Nigerian adhered to the luggage weight limit, respected the queuing system, or observed basic etiquette, such as speaking softly in public. I felt ashamed. When it was my turn, I presented my passport and luggage. The check-in lady seemed shocked by my politeness, adherence to luggage weight limit, and the manner of my communication. At first, I didn't understand why she looked so surprised. She spoke to a colleague in Portuguese and then turned back to me and asked, "Are you really Nigerian?" I replied that I was. By this point, I then understood what was going on. She then told me that I was the first Nigerian whose luggage limit, weight limit, met the requirement and who spoke so politely. This situation is not humorous. There seems to be something broken in the behavior of some Nigerians. During that flight to Luanda, the conduct of my fellow Nigerians was so disruptive that I couldn't sleep. I was seething inside me. I was just seething throughout that flight. Why are Nigerians in the US, the UK often found in higher academic positions or well-paying jobs? Firstly, obtaining a student or visitor visa for the US or UK is both challenging and expensive. Applicants need to demonstrate that they have stable jobs and earn nearly as much as their counterparts in the UK or US. Additionally, they or their sponsors, typically family members, must possess properties and assets to prove they can support themselves. Why? As a result, the most qualified Nigerians succeed in the process. When they arrive in the US or the UK, they are already educated and come from upper class backgrounds, enabling them to continue their studies in structured and organized societies of the UK and the US. Consequently, they are likely to excel academically and professionally. In Nigeria, they often had access to top schools, comfortable homes, and supportive parents, which contributed to an easier upbringing. So these are the best Nigerians. The same is true for Nigerians in Canada. English-speaking developed countries are often their preference because they have already studied in English in Nigeria. This makes it easier for them to continue their education and careers in this environment. As a result, many of these privileged Nigerians can be offended when others criticize Nigeria as their perspective is skewed. They haven't experienced the challenges that 90% of Nigerians face, leading them to deny any negative aspect about their home country. I have traveled to the slums of Namibia, Botswana, Chad, Libya, the Central African Republic, as well as Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, South Africa, Kenya, Angola, and countries like Thailand, Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, Russia, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, and many places in Western Europe and the Americas. Nigeria's global reputation is not particularly favorable. The Nigerians who work in the healthcare systems of the US, UK, and Canada do not represent the majority of Nigerians whom the world often criticizes. They are the exceptions of a broader reality. This perception may explain why many South Africans and others tend to have negative feelings towards Nigerians. There are communities of Ghanaians, Senegalese, Ivorians, Cameroonians, and Congolese people around the world, yet they often do not face the same level of animosity as Nigerians. There must be a reason why many hate Nigerians. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them below. And also one thing, the reason why I encourage this, leave your comment, because I want to engage. That's one area where we could, you hear me respond to the things I claim, and I do my best to reply. And yeah, so I do really encourage it. Also, I'll try to do this stuff like this thing now once a week, where I don't have to script stuff, just talk about, matters like these and share my views. Anyway, if you think we're wrong here, if you think there was anything I missed, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
If you know anything about Zimbabwe, you probably consider it a what not to do guide on how to run a country, given they went from printing 5 Zimbabwe dollar notes in 2007 to 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollars per note in 2008. But it wasn't always like that, and Zimbabwean history is probably one of the most fascinating on earth, being that it was the only country during British decolonization whose leaders decided to say no, and instead declare their own independence as Rhodesia, the only other country to do that from the British Empire being the United States. So, I wanted to go and see what remains of that history.
그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 내 젊은 시절 추억도 많은 사진첩을 펼칠 때면 전하의 그날 옛 선우들이 나를 보고 물어보네. 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 가진 그 맹세 심장으로 지키던 그때 군한 날처럼 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가?
Understanding Zimbabwe requires understanding the ethnic makeup of the country, which the largest group, the majority being Shonas, who are descendants of migrants from the Bantu migration from the north to the south of Africa, and the minority group being the Matabele, or Nibilis, and they come as migrants from the south of the country. They were led here by a once great king called Mzilikazi, who was a lieutenant under Shaka Zulu of the Zulu warriors. And then the third group are the Rhodesians, who are the descendants of the pioneers sent here to found Rhodesia, and the later British immigration from all over the years that Rhodesia existed. That's a simplified version, but trust me, this needs simplifying, because the observant among you may have noticed that if all these people are migrants, where the hell are the natives? And for them, we have to look to the Khoisan, or San people. Now, the San people were true hunter-gatherers. A San man would need a spear, a knife, and that was about it. He was pretty happy with that, until just about everyone else turned up and bullied them off their land, to the point that only 1,000 of them remain in Zimbabwe, and the rest were pushed out to Botswana on the desert. And the British eventually came along and insisted that the San people join the agricultural revolution, to which the San people still pretty much reject it and carry on being hunter-gatherers. Absolute chads. So why did I tell you all that? Because it's going to come in handy, trust me. Because the history of Zimbabwe for the British doesn't begin in Zimbabwe, but instead with one man and his dream to build a railway from Cape Town all across Africa to Cairo, and that man being Cecil Rhodes. This was a huge obsession of Rhodes. He even had his own flag symbolizing the railway, and all that was standing in the way of him was annexing the territory between the two and developing the land. Because the British had already conquered South Africa, we stole it off the Dutch. These people became known as the Boers because the Dutch word for farmer is boer, and these people didn't want to live under British rule, and couldn't go back to the Netherlands because they called Africa their home now, so took on the moniker Afrikaners. And the Afrikaners decided to go on a great trek north to found their own Afrikaner states to live away from British rule. In fact, they managed to run into King Mzilikazi as he was migrating north as well. And eventually the British decided they would engage in the Boer Wars and conquer the Afrikaners once again and take their territory, which now took the British up to the Limpopo River, the most southern point of Zimbabwe. Rhodes needed the territory to settle his railway, so decided to make contact with the new king of the Matabele, who was no longer Mzilikazi, but Lobengula. The Matabeles being a warrior people, they basically controlled all of Zimbabwe, and so Rhodes sent some men to him to discuss mining rights, and Lobengula agreed to give exclusive mining rights to the British in return for money and Henry Martini rifles. This gave Rhodes what he needed to set up a chartered company, being the British South Africa Company. Basically think of the East India Company, but African. What's funny though is that both of those, they're still on Company's House, which is a British website which tells you whether or not a company is still active, and both of them are. The East India Company is run by an Indian. But Rhodes decided to send a pioneer column north to start settling the land of Zimbabwe to become Rhodesia, and he sent with them an armed guard of his own police force from the company, known as the British South Africa Police Force, BSAP, and they founded the capital of this land on Fort Salisbury. And after they rose the British flag, everything looked well, except that King Lobengula didn't really agree to the terms. He said he couldn't read them, and once he found out what was in them, he was pretty angry. So the first Matabele War broke out. The BSAP had 750 men and 1,000 African allies. King Lobengula and the Matabele warriors had 100,000 men, 20,000 of them armed with Henry Martini rifles. So naturally, the Matabele got wiped out by the British, because we had the Maxim gun and they did not. Which is a bit silly, because the Matabele really should have won that one, with all of those rifles, but they didn't really know how to use them. Which kind of reminds me of a funny story I've heard from an African civil war, I can't remember which one, in which they captured some prisoners from the other side and wondered why they hadn't lost a single man but had wiped out the enemy. Turns out they got AKs and then got the sights and turned the sights to maximum, thinking that would make the gun shoot harder. Naturally, it didn't work, and so they just didn't tell them. Let them keep missing. Either way, the British decided to march on the Nabili capital of Bulawayo and burn it to the ground. 34 men under Alan Wilson were sent to track down the king and get him to surrender in a peace deal. However, when they crossed the river to hunt him down, they ran into 3,000 Nabili warriors, and they fought until the last man was killed, which was a hell of a sacrifice, and they also achieved a 14-to-1 KD ratio, so they became international heroes of the British. Pretty soon after, the king got smallpox and died, so the war was ended. This didn't really last, and pretty soon the Second Matabele War broke out, because a Matabele spiritual leader was, spreading rumours that the British were causing the droughts and locusts that were plaguing the country at that time, and the Shona and Matabele both rose up. Now this went about as wacky as you could expect, because the spiritual leader was promising things like the British bullets would turn to water, and the cannons would turn to eggs. And King Lobengula would just be reincarnated once they took Bulawayo, and ... profit. So it went about as well as you could expect. They turned up in Bulawayo and began massacring civilians. So a relief force was sent to secure Bulawayo, which included Scouting's Baden-Powell and Cecil Rhodes himself. The relief force arrived, secured the town, and then Baden-Powell ordered an American scout to go and hunt down the spiritual leader and assassinate him. They found him doing a dance of immunity in the sacred Matopo Hills, and shot him in the heart. At which point there was a lot of disunity amongst the Matabele army, and Cecil Rhodes decided that his next move was to just walk into the Matabele camp unarmed and just discuss peace, which worked somehow. After the war, Cecil Rhodes decided to build a house of his own in Bulawayo, and then in his will insisted to be buried on top of the Matopos Hills, along with Alan Wilson and the Shangani Patrol in a monument, so they could both look over the land they had settled. And what they had settled would soon be named after Rhodes's death to Rhodesia in honour of Cecil Rhodes. The Rhodesians went to serve in the First World War and Second World War, and even answered the call to send forces to put down communist guerrillas who were uprising in the Malay Emergency in Malaysia. However, after the Second World War, the British Empire was being collapsed, and it was an insistence that every African nation be given its independence under the principle of black majority rule, meaning that it would end up with black leaders and a black party running the country. And the Rhodesians said no. Every nation to the north of them had been overtaken by some uniquely insane black African dictator. And so these people, who now made up about 5% of the population of Rhodesia, they didn't just live in this land, they'd settled it. That's what Rhodes's mission was about. And these people wanted to maintain the country they had built and the traditions it had, especially considering that Rhodesia at this point had one of the best quality of life of any African nation, and never mind being the breadbasket of Africa. So this became a bit of a problem for the British. The Rhodesian solution to this was to declare a unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, which the only other country to do so in the entire history of the British Empire was the United States. And the new leader would be Ian Smith, a man who was born and raised in Africa, meaning that he was the first independent white African leader. This was a huge embarrassment to the UK and the West, who were demanding black majority rule, and the other side of the world was the communist world, the Soviet Union and China. Yeah, those guys just started backing communist black guerrillas, such as ZANU and ZAPU. ZANU being Robert Mugabe and his boys, the Shonas, and ZAPU being Joshua Nkomo and the Matabeles. The Rhodesians were declared rebels, and Rhodesia declared a threatening rogue state. Which is kind of hilarious when you think about it. I mean, this country had a tiny army. It wasn't a physical threat to really any of its neighbours in terms of actually invading them, never mind the world's global superpowers, but it was a moral threat. For the Rhodesians, the idea was that the white minority would continue to run the country until there were enough educated blacks that they could effectively take over the systems of government. And the idea of whites running a country because the locals were still stuck in effectively the Stone Age on the tech tree, in all of their lifetime, that had been considered the right thing to do. And all of a sudden, it was no longer considered the right thing to do. So for them, you can understand why they were a bit confused. Everyone expected this to utterly collapse, but somehow it survived for the next 14 years as an independent nation known as Rhodesia, but with the only friends it could garner being other considered rogue states like Israel and South Africa. And the white population of Rhodesia faced conscription, which the people they were fighting were black, but weirdly enough, they would call them gooks. The reason for that being apparently because they were trained by the Chinese. Still strange, I'll be honest. The killing blow was made by the American government providing so much pressure on the South Africans to stop allowing the supply of oil to the Rhodesian government, at which point it collapsed and was handed back over to the British for 1 year to function as a colony so elections could be organised. And the communist-backed Robert Mugabe won those elections and renamed Salisbury to Harare. But now there was a bit of political tension between the...
I think we should either colonize all of Africa or just leave them to their own devices, one or the other. That's what I think. Oh, look at Movies Maddie has posted a new video.
Hey guys, it's Matt.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Hey guys. Hey guys, it's Matt. I have to tell you, it's Matt. Every single video, week after week, year after year. Hey guys, it's Matt. Hey guys, it's Matt. Did you know it's Matt? Has anyone caught on yet that it's Matt? And they love it. They click the like button. In 25 minutes, he already has 39 likes. I'm going to give it a thumbs down. Hey guys, it's Humpty Dumpty.
Hey guys, it's Matt. If this topic isn't for you, I think this will become a variety show after 10 minutes or so, a variety of different topics, but this could go longer than I planned. Was watching MASH last night. This is a picture from my own television, and I paused it, and the caduceus got my attention. And I made a video about this years and years ago, maybe on the old Texas Shrug channel. But why the caduceus is used, per the official record, incorrectly by medical groups, by the U.S. Army Medical Corps, and all over the place. It's accepted throughout the West as the symbol of medicine, when on record it's incorrect and it should be the rod of Asclepius. Now, I went to make sure I got that pronunciation right. In Philly, it's Asclepius. It's 2 cheesesteaks and a Asclepius rod, please, to go. It's Asclepius, like you say, sleepy, Asclepius. The rod with just one snake. Either way, I don't want my doctor with a logo with no snakes on no rod, but nevertheless, the rod of Asclepius, like sleepy, that is that's supposedly correct from the ancient gods of Greece. What's concerning, what is not milk, what stinks and reeks of not milk, is the insertion of the caduceus. But first, the Google Doodle. Oh no. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, 2026 Heritage Month. Oh God, make it stop, please. Sorry.
Hello, R.I. Hello, here comes the baby talk from Movies Maddie. People love this stuff. They love his baby talk. They love all of it. Look at the comments. This is the best way to start my day, Marty said. Wow, nice catch, Matt. I never would have noticed that little trick. What little trick? Real geniuses over there in the comments. Thanks for the scrutiny. I don't know what to do with the information this person wrote. Do anything with it but try to wake people up. Movies Maddie responded. They love him.
But first, the Google Doodle. Oh no. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month 2026. Heritage Month. Oh God, make it stop, please. Sorry. The rod of Asclepius, which is a single snake with no wings, is the authentic ancient symbol of medicine, representing healing and renewal. The caduceus, two snakes, winged staff, is the symbol of Hermes, representing commerce and trickery, and its common use in modern medicine is largely due to its adoption by the U.S. Army Medical Corps in 1902. Oh, sure. We just made a mistake. You guys talk about not knowing. You guys aren't going to suggest this is on purpose. You conspiracy people aren't going to suggest there's something sinister behind this. I'm tired of hearing this from you. Oh, sure. Just a mistake. Oh. Misuse in the U.S. The misuse of the caduceus began with the U.S. Army Medical Corps in 1902, causing it to become synonymous with medicine in the United States, despite having no historical connection to healing. I'm surprised they didn't just say 1911. Come on, you know you wanted to do it, Not Milk. You want to put everything on 1911 or 1933. You had to use the 1902 to probably do the Not Milk. That's probably also 1911 in some respect. They just made a mistake. Well, see, then the mistake would have been corrected in a matter of months, and they would have switched back, and that would be the end of it. It wouldn't have been adopted by thousands of different medical groups all over the world. Significance. While the caduceus is often mistaken for the medical symbol, the rod of Asclepius is favored by medical historians and favored by organizations that value.
He's a big fat Humpty Dumpty head. I'm pretty sure he has moobies. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, 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 moobs. Mooby, mooby, moobs. I bet he has moobies. He definitely has the black eyes. He has the Biden eyes. Look at that melon. Look at that head. And this is what people watch. Can you imagine watching this and thinking, they believe that they are learning something from this movie's Maddie with the black Biden eyes. And he gets chubbier year after year. And this is what people watch. This is what people are watching. And somehow they believe they're learning something. Mooby, mooby, moobs.
It's time.
It's time. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Moo, moo, moo. Moo, moobs. Mooby, mooby, moobs. Boobs. Booby, booby, boobs. Boob, boobs. It's mooby, mooby, moobs.
On Thursday
afternoon.
Sing it!
Movie, movie, moves. Movie, movie, moves.
You love the movie moves.
Movies, movies.
You love the movies.
Don't you?
Don't you? Squirming in my seat.
Gucci heart, your Gucci Gucci
Cuckoo
chakra, your Gucci chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Gucci chakra. Who hurt you and your cuckoo?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Gucci chakra.
Your cuckoo, coochie chakra. Well, let's see here. Matt McKinley on InfoWars, Alex Jones Show. Hey guys, it's Matt on InfoWars. Years ago, that's younger Matt. That's younger Matt. Same chair. Less wear and tear on it, though. Interesting. He was also on Fox News, by the way. And he sold hostage and kidnapping insurance. He's an insurance broker, and he's a specialist in the field of kidnapping and hostage insurance. Interesting, isn't it? But it's interesting how he's on the shill shows, the big shows. He was interviewed. He was selling a book back then, Texas Shrugged. I made this meme, by the way. I've been exposing Matt and his kind for years, but most people don't see. They just follow. That's the problem. They follow the biggest shills on earth. Movies Maddie.
Historical accuracy in representing the healthcare profession, and I'll add, actually really want to make you well instead of just sucking money out of the patient. I added that. I don't think that was in the official publication here. While the caduceus is frequently used in commercial and American medical contexts, the rod of Asclepius is recognized as the correct traditional symbol of medicine. Well, yeah, you just told us that. Yeah, Dad, you just told us that. And the caduceus is recognized as the symbol of commerce. That's why Big Pharma pushes it when they're going to suck all the money out of their patients. How long should we keep them alive? Just long enough to get all the money. Something like this was overheard in an Eyes Wide Shut party about 10 years ago. Did we leave any poor devils out? Did we include all these poor motherfuckers? Well, yeah, we did. Actually, there's no month for the Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander heritage. Oh, we left those poor devils out? Well, what we got open? What we got open? June. Oh, we can't do June. We can't interfere with that shit. That's that rainbow shit. What do we got open? February? Oh, heck no. Hell no. February? You have all sorts of Spike Lee people all upset and shit. Put him in May. Just shove him in May with the rest of the bullshit. Put these poor devils in May and shut them up. Sorry. Here's a Reddit post we're not going to read. Brief note about incorrect medical symbol use that I can't get blah, 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 blah. People just can't figure this out. We're not going to read this. July 7th, 2021. Specifically, this rant addresses the confusion of the rod of the sleepiest with the caduceus. This just goes on. It goes on and on and on. See, now the conspiracy people show up. People like you, people like you, people like me. We show up, the truth researchers. We would try to tell these people that made the Reddit post rants and our family and friends that this is not a confusion. This is, of course, intentional. See, if it wasn't intentional, when the Army Medical Corpse, a corpse, see, it's all related. A corpse just lies there with a toe tag. When they made that mistake in the early 1900s, if it was a mistake, see, they would have corrected it in like 4 months. It's still going over 100 years later. So it's not a mistake. It's intentional. It's on purpose. And what do they say back to us? Oh, God, you're one of those people. Look at this. Its use predates 1902. The official story across the board always puts the mistake on the U.S. Army Medical Corps in 1902. There was a guy sitting at a desk and he said, well, I got to make this brochure and I got to get it out to the general. What do you got? I ain't got no rod of Asclepius. What you got that you can put on this stamp? We got to get this to the printing press. It's 1902. We ain't got no internet. We ain't got no WYSIWYG. But what you see is what you get. I got this damn Hermes thing. Just shove that on there. They'll buy it. That's what everybody pawns it off to a simple mistake, but I guess not. After the Civil War, the U.S. Public Health Service adopted the caduceus as their symbol in 1871. By 1881, the caduceus was being used in a limited capacity by the U.S. Army Medical Corps. It was not until 1902 that the caduceus was formally adopted as the insignia of both enlisted men and officers of the U.S. Medical Corps. It is thought that the caduceus was meant to indicate the role of the Corps as non-combatants rather than to represent the medical role, but no explanation for this choice was ever given. Folks, even though many of the truth researchers basically bow down before Hermes 3 times great and they give proper stock to the Kybalion, there's certain parts of the Kybalion, all is mine. You know I'm down with that. But they're in love with Hermes, or what they think Hermes is. But remember, this is what Notnilk considers Hermes to be. This is right from the upper floors of the Ministry of Information. The caduceus, 2 snakes, winged staff, is the symbol of Hermes, representing commerce, banking, and trickery. Whatever it means to you is not what it means to them. So don't get that confused, folks. If you bow down before Hermes thrice great with his girlfriend, this is what it means to them. It's banking and trickery. And back to MASH for 30 seconds. This is used throughout MASH, the opening segment in the theme song. The caduceus is on the side of the truck there, and it's a little blurry. I know you have to trust me. I've looked at it more closely. It's the caduceus is used all over the TV show MASH, and Hollywood itself. Has Hollywood ever used anything other than the caduceus? I don't know. It's on the side of the chopper there, so they use the caduceus throughout MASH, not the rod of Asclepius. So, while the rod of Asclepius may be the more appropriate medical symbol, our country's own medical department uses the caduceus, and it has become synonymous with medicine in the eyes of the general public and great unwashed. While it began as a symbol for non-combatants, it has developed into a general symbol for medical caregivers. Guys, how many times has the Notnilk pulled this sort of stunt? I just kind of gloss it over, and it's no big deal to the general public. And if you look into it and with any scrutiny or detail or with any common sense, you're one of those conspiracy people, just gloss it over. Oh, it was a mistake. And see, it was used for a little while, and people started liking it. And, oh, it's okay. It's all fun, What does the rod of Asclepius really mean in Greek gods? And no, it's all, if you're looking into it in too much detail, you're one of those conspiracies. Just always gloss it over like this. While the rod of Asclepius may be be the more appropriate medical symbol. Oh, here's what happened. Our country's own medical department uses the caduceus, and they, as we told you, they started using it in 1902, and then it just kind of became a part of the normal thing, and then it was pretty pictures. But if you push back on it, you're one of those conspiracy jerks. Well, Matt, it's been over 120 years. Certainly they're not continuing to make the same mistake and putting forth the caduceus. Yeah, this is relatively new. The new logo featuring the caduceus. The new National Museum of Civil War Medicine logo could have contained either the rod of Asclepius or the caduceus and been on solid historical ground. Several factors made the choice for the caduceus clear. Yes, several factors. Like you cooked up the entire war just so you got your loosh and your mass slaughter. And let's look at this more closely, how they try to just pass it off to the great unwashed and the dummies around us who just accepted. Again, we're the only ones that notice this stuff, but look at the way they word this. So insulting to our intelligence. The logo could have contained either the rod of Asclepius or the caduceus and been on solid historical ground. Really? Well, I just went to a bunch of Not Milk websites and your official sources that come right from your top floor of your Ministry of Information. They clearly said one was a mistake. You pawned it off to the Army Medical Corps of 1902, saying, oh, they made a mistake. They started using those pretty pictures. And then they put the stamp on the general. And we put it on the general's shit. We can't remove it now. You acknowledge in all these Not Milk websites it's a mistake. Don't tell me right now you could have picked either one and been on solid ground. What about the Thulsa Doom logo? Remember what Conan the Destroyer, the Barbarian said? I'm looking for a what does he say? A standard. Two snakes coming together. Could you have used Thulsa Doom's logo and been on solid historical ground? I don't think so. Guys, I continued to read the museum's website. You can't make this shit up, how they justify the use of the caduceus. I mean, I was kind of joking, but then it became not a joke because you'll see. This is the meme. How about two snakes coming together? I'm looking for a standard over a black man. Your Schwarzenegger sucks today. Whatever. I mean, if you laugh at me if you want, I'm here for that. Two snakes coming together over a black sun, and here it is, right here. Now, guys, brace yourself. The Civil War Museum, in justifying its use of the caduceus, we may have never come across a bigger insult to our intelligence. This is almost cringeworthy and embarrassing. Bullet point 1, we chose the caduceus. The images of the two snakes facing each other in the caduceus, or in the Conan standard, entwined around the rod, could easily be representative of the North and the South in conflict, but united around medicine. Is that what Hermes had in mind? Didn't it come from Hermes Thrice Great? Thousands of years ago, he pictured the North battling the South for the gray coat and the blue coat?
He loves to ramble on about almost nothing. This is a book for sale by Matthew McKinley. It's named after, his channel is named after this book, Quantum of Conscience. Look at the cover, it's interesting. The symbols he used. There's a swastika. Matt McKinley. Published in October 2014. He's such a creative guy, isn't he? And movies, Maddie still vilifies Germans, and to this day, he puts that on the cover, and he has a brain and an hourglass. Anyway, he's quite a character, Matt. He's quite a creepy creature, as I like to call them, that kind. But his fans sure love to defend him. I'll tell you that. A lot of them have come to my channel to defend Movies Maddie over the years. I like to ask them, what has he taught you? How has he helped you spiritually? There he is selling a book, Learn Golf in One Weekend. He's got a number of books. Matthew McKinley, Learn Golf in One Weekend. He loves golf. Learn golf in one weekend. Matt is something else. He's got a bunch of books out. Movies Matty. Now, he doesn't read anyone's books. He bashes that, but he can't get through pages of books, but he writes books. This is another Matt McKinley special, Texas Shrugged. His channel before this one used to be called Texas Shrugged. And that's when I found him on YouTube with his Texas Shrugged channel. I remember him back in those days. He would say that I'm part of the old guard. He calls it the old guard. But he bans every account I have for the questions I ask. He doesn't like my questions. A big on that page. Hello, Mind Mirage. Good to see you. Good morning. Good to have you here. Yes, playing on Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. Exactly. Texas Shrugged. These creatures could never be original. They'll always just try to alter something a little bit. It's what they do. It's just what they do. It's not just Matt. It's all of them. It's all of them. It's what they do. These creepy creatures.
Are you kidding me? This is absolutely unbelievable. Let's just keep going. Let's stay calm. The image of the wings stretching out from that conflict and compassion denotes the incredible advances of medicine that arose out of the bloody Civil War. Incredible advances of medicine. We got to take the leg off. What you got? I got a rusty saw, motherfucker. Give me that rusty saw. We got no way to sterilize it. Rub it in the fucking dirt. Take the fucking leg off. What are you talking about? Advances in medicine.
For him, comedy is shouting and saying fucking this, fucking that. I think that's what he believes comedy is. He's kind of like a Joe Rogan. So Joe Rogan doing his comedy, or what he calls comedy, is humping a stool, a wooden stool on a stage. That's his comedy. And shouting and making his eyes go big. And that's all they do. It's stupid. It's aimed at low IQ fucking idiots, but they love it. Just fucking this and fucking that and fucking this. And that's all they do. And they shout and yell.
Medicine that arose out of Civil War. Taking a leg off with a saw, rubbed into rubbed into dirt. Oh my God, stay calm, Matt. The shape of the caduceus and the size of the design makes medicine the focal point and is more symmetrical and thus more pleasing to the eye than the options with the rod of Asclepius. Is that what it's about? Pleasing to the eye? I told you. I said pretty pictures. They chose it for pretty pictures. Now it's Matt. Reality is reconfiguring itself to match up what you said earlier in this video. It might be. I don't put that. Within a matter of months, the new logo will be instantly recognizable. What bot wrote this? If it can't be instantly recognizable, if it's going to take a matter of months, you jerks. As the symbol for the National Museum of Civil War Medicine in R3, why not just make it 33 locations and get it over with? This could be the biggest insult to our intelligence that we've ever come across, and we've come across a lot. Sticking with the MASH TV show and episodes that I recently watched, this video will now switch to a Mandela Effect conversation about what was said inside the MASH TV show by Alan Alda, aka Hawkeye, on the show. Now, a note to the triggered. Many of you don't tolerate Mandela Effect conversations. You get highly angry and triggered. Oh, it's misremembering. He's gonna talk about something he misremembered again. Confabulation. Here's the chance for you to leave this video. This is like a bright boy alert. There's a Mandela Effect bright boy alert. You should leave this video now. if you get triggered. Now, I can't say the Goodnight Gracie thing, the George Burns show is an anchor effect for me because I never watched the George Burns show. But in terms of taking the residual evidence that exists, it is a rock solid case that this is 100% with the decimal points and the zeros out to infinity, that this is a Mandela effect. Okay, after being in surgery all night, Alan Alda, they're dead tired, crawl into their cots. And of course, I'll play it on free voice for you. I don't want to take a chance. This is what was said. There's no chance for misinterpretation. Whether BJ to Alan Alda, Hawkeye, say goodnight, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. Okay, we've all heard that. Clear as can be. Say goodnight, Gracie. Good night, Gracie. Now, we've all seen videos like this. I'm not going to play it. This is old, Matt. There's no copyright on this. I don't know what I can get away with. They create a situation, so I don't know. It's not worth it. You have to hear it. Is it so important? I'm going to tell you what she says. You don't have to hear it, do you? At the end, it says at the top, here's a video, 8 years and 8 minutes. All sign-offs for every single show in one video, 8 years and 8 minutes. And he just says to her, he doesn't even say Gracie. That's like a double Mandela effect for some people. We remembered when look, again, I'm not an expert at this one, but many people seem to remember him saying, say goodnight, Gracie. And then he says the word Gracie, and she just says, good night. Thanks a lot. Now he doesn't even say Gracie. He just says, say good night. Good night. Okay, over and over and over. Look up the video on YouTube. Okay, I'm not going to show any of it. Say good night. Good night. Another scene here. Say good night. Good night. And then it's insulting. It really, and one thing is like, you're smarter this year. So it's insulting, like the way he says some things, like he expects, like she keeps saying good night, Gracie, so she's not smart enough to understand what he wants. The whole thing doesn't work anymore. That happens with a lot of Mandela effects. You're smarter this year, Gracie, so say good night. Good night. It doesn't work. None of it works. This is 100%. Decimal point with the zeros out to infinity, a Mandela effect. 100%. The residuals are too strong. Say this to any older person. Just scream it as they come out their door. You don't even know your neighbor. It's somebody in their 80s. So just say, hey, Fred, you don't know me. I just moved into this hood. But say goodnight, Gracie, and they'll turn and say, goodnight, Gracie. Everyone will, until they get the download. Then they'll come across and give you, they'll show up at your door with a bowl of cookies and say, I was wrong. It's just good night. And I want to make sure you know I always knew it was just good night. They'll get the download, of course, eventually. Now, if they've already been downloaded and you yell across the Fred across the way in your hood and they've already been downloaded, say good night, Gracie. He'll just turn around and say, what the fuck you want? Good night. He won't say the Gracie part. But look at this. Even in the title of this video, the residuals are just all over the place all the time. Why would it be classic scenes number 9, Burns and Allen, quote, say goodnight, Gracie? Why is it even there? He doesn't say. Burns doesn't even say goodnight, Gracie. Why do they have that in quotes? You know what quotes means, right? Anybody that's a denier of the Mandela effect, anybody get triggered that's still here? You know what the quotes means? Quotes means it's quoting somebody. It's supposed to depict what was actually said. Is that news to you? Say goodnight, Gracie. You see the word Gracie there, you Mandela effect triggered? It's in there. He doesn't even say Gracie anymore, no matter what she says. I have no idea how people that can't even see it, if you don't have an anchor effect, people should still be able to come along and say, Matt, I didn't buy this thing years ago, but the residuals and the evidence you people have put forth in the thousands, I'm coming around that you're not all misremembering and you fabulation. I've come around, Matt, even though I don't have any personal Mandela effects. I've heard so many people talk about it. I've heard so many people present an intelligent argument with rock solid residuals where there's no other way to explain it other than reality has shifted, and that's why I guess most people don't buy it. So let me get this straight. You went to Davenport High. You're mad. Oh, you have a conspiracy channel. Oh, it seems like you'd be right about this, but your explanation is all of a reality change. So you expect me to buy that? I don't think so. You must be misremembering. I guess I understand. How many people are going to go there that all of reality have shifted? Thanks a lot. I checked on Duluth and Dubuque, and it's actually in Bozo territory. It's not Plaid. This is very good news. The headlines are ridiculous, but Bozo, no Bono, and I think those days are gone. Marco Rubio to meet Pope Leo after weeks of tensions between Trump and the Vatican. Trump accuses Pope Leo of endangering a lot of Catholics with Iran stance. Why would they send that absolute moron, retarded individual to speak to Pope Leo? Now, this Pope is not that impressive. As I've said, he parades around his little Pope mobile. Even with Francis, you got a presence, even if some would say a dark presence. With Benedict before that, Pope John Paul, there was a presence, an absolute aura. You could see why the thousands would flock and bow down. But with Leo, I've watched some videos of him riding around in his little mobile with his Secret Service type protection. You don't get any sort of feel that this is impressive at all. It's like they just got somebody from a carnival ride or something. It doesn't feel this.
So this hyped up, manic sounding, creepy, rambling creature has been invited to my channel many times over the years to come on here live and have a conversation with me. He boasts all the time for years about how he would, quote, take a podium against anyone. He won't even acknowledge an invitation to come here and speak live. He also has been challenged to run live streams on his channel. He just calls people trolls if they leave him comments saying, Matt, why don't you do a live stream and do a Q&A, answer questions? He can't do it. He's never run a single live stream on his channel in all these years. Not one. Not one live stream on Movies Maddie's channel. I can prove it to you right now. See that? Home videos playlists. He doesn't do live streams. He doesn't make short videos. And it looks like he has no community posts. Just home videos and playlists. No live streams. No live to click on there. Because he doesn't have any. He's never done a goddamn live stream. He has almost no interaction. It's all controlled with his audience. All you can do is leave a comment, and he can just remove it and ban you and hide you. So his channel is very controlled. No live streams. 13,949,000 views, 920 videos. He'll say my channel's, he'll proudly tell you that his channel's been up for 16 years. But it says right here, joined June 29th, 2017. Well, that's 9 years ago. It's not quite 9 years ago. It's not 16 years. I don't think his Texas Shrug channel was up that long. It might have been up for 2 years. He really has great difficulty doing math and telling the truth. He really does. Quantum of Conscience, the same as the book. Brooks was here, so was Red. I didn't even know what the fuck this was from. But I guess it's from the movie Shawshank Redemption. He lives for movies, this creature. He is a creature. You could watch his channel for years and learn nothing spiritual, nothing. And that's exactly why his channel works. It's not just a, what do they call that? A time sink or something. You sink your time into something. You learn nothing. It's a sinkhole for spirits, and people love it. They love this shit. They absolutely love this shit. At the beginning, he was reading his book years ago, 7 years ago. Where's the videos older than that? Movies, Maddie. This channel's around 9 years old. How come it only goes back to 7 years? Where are the videos previous to this? What did you do with them? This was him reading from his book 7 years ago.
Hey guys, Matt, I'm going to read in a moment chapter 31, which is just continuing the reality anomalies from the PowerPoint presentation before. What are the chances this could happen? How is this possible? My list goes on and on and on. I probably got to half of it. I wish I could do a PowerPoint presentation, make it exciting, videos, images. I can't do that. The last video I put up on the commercial after the JFK announcement, it says on my video manager, blocked in some countries. So I need to remove that. I'm not going to leave a video up that is not a chapter. This YouTube channel.
I agree. His avatar is evil. It's a mask with what looks to be a centipede. Is Matt wearing a mask? Yes, he is. Is Modern Men Lost Again wearing a mask? I'll go over there right now and show you. Modern Men Lost Again. Does this creature like the mask? I think he does. This creep. He has a lot of mask imagery. This creepy creature, Landry. Why the mask? Well, they're hiding behind a mask. They hide their identity. They hide who and what they are. And when I tell people, except for a rare few, but when I tell most people how creepy these creatures are, people laugh it off. Go ahead. That's at your own peril. Duped by creepy creatures here, you'll be duped when you're trying to leave here. Simple. Modern Men Lost Again. There's the mask. The creepy mask with the MM. Master Mason, Marilyn Manson. You flip the M's and you get a 33. Creepy. I wrote creepy on that thing, but it is creepy. Why do I call him a creepy? Because he is creepy. I try to make it as simple for people as I can. I'm not somebody trying to trick you with shit. Why do I call him creepy? Because he is creepy. That's why. He is creepy. One eye. Mask. So some people will say, well, Landry's just being creative. Well, how come it's all creepy? How come it all relates to Freemasonry? The elevator going down, the one eye symbol, the mask. All of this shit is creepy. He's just being creative, Stephen. The mirror reflection of the one eye there. The one eye with the mirror right below it reflecting. Mirrorism. Elevator going down. Like they say Prince died in the elevator. Anyway, it's always dark shit. The music sounds dark, if you want to call it music. All of it is. It's creepy. So once again, I'm going to tell you, when you say, why do you call him creepy? Because he is fucking creepy. Okay? That's why. That's why I call him creepy. That's why. Now, what would it take for you to see? Just paying attention. That's all. I'm not asking a lot from people. I'm asking you to see what I show you. I'm not asking you to put together a puzzle blindfolded. Just take a look at, pay attention to what I'm showing you, and you'll see it's clear. You flip the MM, and here's what you get. 33. I'm showing you something. with not just Landry, but how this world works. MM, you just do it a turn. There you go. You turn the image. Take a look. $33. Well, it looks like 33, some people would say, because it is 33. It's his image just turned, rotated. That's all. He's creepy. Look at him showing his buddy Moose. It's all dark imagery in his shit. It's all dirty, creepy, dark, weird. Like he is. The moose with an empty suit. Empty being. Black and white. Anyway, everything this creature does is dark and creepy. The staircase with what looks like the Grim Reaper going up and going down. Totally looks Freemasonic. It's something that they would probably applaud in a Freemasonic lodge. And this is what they make. It isn't a coincidence that it always fucking turns out creepy. Because they are creepy. And for the ones that sit on my channel for many, many months or years and don't see it, I'm not worried about you ever seeing it. You never will if you can't see it by now. There's something spiritually really wrong with you. These creatures show you what they are all the time. Time really flies. Look at 7 months ago. This disease has been part of the so-called panelverse now for how long? 8 months? 9 months? What's this garbage?
Howdy.
Hello, sir.
Howdy.
How is it going?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty okay. It's on fire where I'm at, so it's kind of
Are you in Australia?
frustrating. What's that?
Are you in Australia or Oregon?
I'm in Colorado.
Colorado. Okay. I was too limited in my scope. Actually, a lot of the world's on fire right now. Really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but I think, hopefully I'll not burn alive.
Mm-hmm. We're all also hoping for that, just so you know. Though our conversation is an opportunity for you to change my audience's mind on that particular issue. So with that being said, how you doing? You emailed me. Happy to talk. What disagreements or contentions do you think we have?
So I kind of wanted to find that first, like that base. So I think it'd be cool to just start with like what it is that you want to see for this country in the world, like going forward, that like a Trump presidency or a Trump second term wouldn't offer, versus like I know Biden's not anyone's ideal candidate, but in this moment of history that is the alternative. But so I kind of wanted to. I know a lot of what you think, but I'd like to kind of hear your overall summary and thesis of why, if you could break it down into your main points of why no Trump.
Yeah. So, with regards to the differences between Trump and Biden, the differences are pretty stark. With regards to the direction this country can head in, of course, I'm not satisfied with Biden. But when it comes to the handling of the coronavirus, climate change, and the investment in renewable energy, court appointments from whether that be Supreme Court or like federal circuits, the treatment of LGBT people and other gender and sexual minorities, frankly, the treatment of black and brown people as well. Right now we have a wildfire management is also a really, really big one. You are currently on fire. Really sorry to hear that. Immigration, minimum wage, taxes, the Iran deal, our international relations. It just seems that when you boil it right down, pretty much everything good in life is something Trump wants to take away and Biden wants to either take away more slowly or make better, which I'll take in either case.
Do you support like the idea of, like I know you're socialist or whatever, but is there any sort of like ideal scenario for, because there's globalist, right? Like, and there's a lot of people who say, conspiracy theory, this and that, but there are a lot of people who are pushing for, for different reasons for a one world government at, some point in time. And I feel like the Republicans I was never into politics until this year because everything got so weird and crazy. But it feels like for me, it's one of those things where it's like he doesn't want us to be hurled so fast as the way, I'd say like a Bernie or a Biden.
Landry?
Yes.
No. I love you, Paul Enslaved. I love you. You've proven you can't be trusted. He's in denial.
I'm the guest on your show today, buddy.
I made a mistake believing I could trust him again. Okay? With the love of Christ. You see the demons and dark energy that are brought to me
so there's all this uncertainty
day.
Around me.
Praise God.
Bitch.
I'm not praying. Praise God.
Bitch.
I want to be a part of ending wars.
Okay?
I'm not praying. See you later.
Okay? The love of Christ. Praise God.
You fucking come find me, bitch. I'll tell you where I live.
Fucking pissed off. I'm so fucking fed up of that fucking dickhead.
Bitch.
Praise God.
When he over a telephonic communication threatened to come find me and steal me. So you might want to encourage here and set the freaking goal.
No, Eric, I don't have to stop doing anything and I don't have to start doing anything. I get to be
When
me.
we're done here, you get in your bitch ass feelers and take the keys away because I don't want them. You fuck not. I know you will.
Praise God.
No.
Who fucking spews out a bunch of nonsense, and all you guys can fucking do is go ahead and fucking encourage him. Oh, you're so nice,
With the love of
you're so
Christ.
sweet, Jack, you're so this. Jack
Praise
is
God.
a fucking dickhead. What do you fucking guys don't get? How come you can't get it through your fake fucking
Hey,
him to not write checks.
And it's not your damn job to be checking people in my house.
Nobody's above the program. You ain't got.
Praise God.
Bitch.
OTW, Paul came to your channel and he said, your broadcast sucks. I want you to give me the keys. And you gave him the key.
Him to not write checks he can't cash. Cause when his bitch ass
What are you doing? You don't even know what you're doing.
When his
Paul, I'm
We
shutting
could do-
down. I'm shutting down.
We can-
and I will contact you again, Brian. You can see this guy is everyone can see how delusional this clown really is. And Paul, you're no longer associate. Right, you've proven you can't be trusted.
He said, your broadcast sucks. I want you to give me the keys. And you gave him the keys. You don't have any. You betrayed yourself so quickly.
Motherfuckers who don't fucking get the dynamics of entertainment. You're
Okay,
such a fucking
here.
loser. It's incredible.
Stop screaming and explain to me the dynamics.
Psychological
OTW, what are the
conversation that we
dynamics
have,
I don't get
because
about
there's no
you being a huge
intelligence.
bitch?
So how did this beef start anyway?
A big dick.
Who is that?
But do you have a big dick? Do you? Do you, Landry? Do you? Because that's what women want.
Your whole brain is focused on your thing. Like you think that makes you better?
And that is the way to make women smile. Like, I'm sorry, but that is what it is. You know, you want to make the women happy? I'm still waiting. I thought so.
You know what? I'm gonna save this shrimp. I'm not gonna eat this one. This is Landry.
And the deep purple color on these eggplants is just beautiful. I can't wait to prepare these.
Sorry, Landry. This shrimp.
I'm here to admit.
Now we know who sent Paro pictures.
When they said it was big,
Definitely.
I couldn't help but question
And
it.
shout out to Sorry, Landry. This Landry apparently does not have a big dick.
Here to admit that when I said it was jumbo, what I meant was it's like a jumbo shrimp.
Shout out to Landry.
So put a top hat on it, Pete. On a good day, we're talking about half an inch. Go on and get your laughs in. That's what Esra did. At least I got crab on my side and not crabs living on it.
Chuck says crab down for being a Landry lover. That means he'll be back
Even
up.
I start to wish I could be more like Tommy and his boyfriend. The eggplants,
Caucasian
they haunt me.
Sasquatch.
They
Joe
always
Cool.
did.
I think that's
must now
everybody he listed.
admit.
This shrimp.
Fat man, my stomach was big. Looking down, I couldn't even see him back then. Enjoy the emojis. We got nothing
Sorry,
but
Landry.
shrimp. If you wanna donate, please just donate 1 cent.
No more cupcake. No more compensating. No more loud Landry.
Just jumbo shrimp. Just jumbo shrimp.
Landry is a loser. He's a retard. He's a retard.
It's 2026, and everybody's got a camera. Everybody's got a phone. But what do we have here at MMLA Productions? We have personality. We have something a little bit different. We bring nuance. We bring chirping birds. We bring authenticity. We bring a willingness to do this unscripted.
He loves spewing out the same nonsense. Nuance is one of his favorite words, and authenticity. He's trying to influence his audience to believe that he's authentic.
Scripted, in a place that we've never been to before. Willingness to do this unscripted different. We bring nuance. We bring chirping birds. We bring authenticity. We bring a willingness to do this unscripted in a place that we've never been to before that just seemed to be perfect for the shot. And I think I'm only going to do one shot. But if I had to, and you hired me, I'd do a second shot just for you to make sure it was right, 100% right. So now we got to sit here and say, right? I'm squatting in front of a group of strangers and it feels pretty uncomfortable, but I'm doing it for you. Hire us today. We have a drone. We'll take care of you. Thank you. Strangers and it feels pretty uncomfortable, but I'm doing it. Sit here and say, right? I'm squatting in front of a group of strangers and it feels. Sit here and say, right? I'm squatting in front of a group of strangers and it feels pretty uncomfortable, but I'm doing it for you. Hire us today. We have a drone. We'll take care of you. Thank you. For you. Hire us today. We have a drone. We'll take care of you.
So look at the logo he's using. It's a red demonic horse with wings. It's not Pegasus. MMLA Productions. Very creepy. But everything he does is creepy. Everything he does is creepy and cringe and weird. He's a total fucking creepy loser. That's what he is.
Truth is we rise and fall. Truth is there's win and loss. Truth is it's not consistent. Truth has been resisted. It's not what it seems. Truth works through you as me. Truth is we aren't what we see. Truth is there always should be something to teach and some room to grow, some men to lead and some men who know. But if you're asking me on this machine if I know, I'll be the first to say to most things, yeah, I don't. When I want universal home, someone that knees at the throne, kissing the teeth off of the loud and bold, forgetting what communities can sow. It's not you, it's me. Not all mirrors can see reflection in our pleas for sins, lies, and dreams. I don't know many things, but I know for sure that this computer is all that I have, and I've grown coldly fond of that. When the real world pushes me back.
Jack Talcott is kind of like Forrest Gump.
Once upon a time in Louisiana, there was a woman named Rose in a wheelchair. And from the moment we saw the nose, we knew that this woman was not your ordinary Jew. No, this woman wielded such power. She managed hundreds of dudes every hour. And when shit hit the fan with that gun, now she knew that she could have fun. So she recruited a modern man, one who truly couldn't stand on his own 2 feet a single second. Lost again, eating eye boogers again.
Rose,
But
you're
flow
breaking
state
TOS.
quickly caught on that this man was never really lost. Instead, he was being handled by his boss. 777 all day until we drop. Oh, Rose is the best freaking handler, and these freaks truly cannot handle her. Up all night transcripting on her pain meds, handling panel verse games till she's brain dead.
I'm so excited to finally be here.
Hello world, my name is Tommy. Been daydreaming all day about salami. And how if I could have one thing godly, it would be to touch Talcott's body. All night Tommy's been thinking about the life coach who helped him stop drinking. Now that he's been brought back from the brink, when all else failed, that's when he started tweaking. And only one thing I have been dreaming, triple white mountain, me, Talcott and Steven. Praise God, brothers and sisters, Tommy Salami's growing bigger and bigger.
I just need to find my way.
Right. Protect this audience and Steven while he passes out sleeping in front of the keyboard, because this is a hell realm and he's obviously from another world. Queen Steven and the others may be onto something when they call it a hell realm, right? I prefer to think of it as a neutral purgatorial place where folks come to get tested and challenged and to learn more about themselves, and they get an opportunity.
The ones who produce, they're trying.
We're helping Queen Steven and others to level up. We're gonna go to sleep. You know, you got all night, like even to like 2, 3, even. Stay up, watch movies, eat s'mores, camp out with your little friends in the treehouse. Just get to bed by 2 or 3. Can you get that done? No, you can't. You know why? Because you're an anxious, depressed, pathetic slave who hates themselves and their life in this world, and you don't want to live.
Really believe in King Stephen. He's not a demon, but what does he really believe?
And you can't even imagine putting in a day, sticking to your routine, getting things done, being where you're meant to be, and then turning in at some point. No, you stir all night, stir crazy. I'm a loser, I'm a failure, need some gossip drama, stirring and crazy all night, passing out during the day in front of the computer like a lump slave, lumpy to slave.
Stephen has him by leaps and bounds. He's such pain.
Hate that. Like,
Now we have to say, as we fight another day, all hail the
so anyway, ask Queen Steven, we're in Hell Realm. Most of you probably shouldn't even try, don't do anything. That's Steven's disgusting hovel yesterday. Because you're an anxious, depressed, pathetic slave who hates themselves and their life in this world, and you don't want to live.
Gen X Jeff with men at their best. He puffs his chest, a friend of Satan's best. Will we make our
fuck out of my area, you piece of garbage. Stay the fuck everywhere else where they're traitors and cowards and scum. Bro, lift a finger. Hey, Landry.
Got a case of David Wayne dug in deep inside of my brain. But beneath it there's a little case of what it means to be alive and afraid of dudes seeing what is under you, and the cover is being sorted through. So when you preach to the only true believers who supported you, well, that's a little gay. I'm afraid, but it's okay. Yeah, we're okay. However, it's a little stage to any my case. We'll point the blame, looking the other way.
So that's Landry's shitty life. That's what he does. He's a loser. He's a loser. And those words will be echoing in his skull for eternity, for absolute eternity.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus loves me, yes I know, and the devil tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know, the Freemasonic Bible tells me so. Yay! Jesus! UFO Jesus. Cowboy Jesus,
Chinese Jesus,
Black Jesus,
Dolphin Jesus.
the Messiah is fire. Fuck yeah! Viking Jesus, Gangsta Jesus, homeless Jesus in a broken wheelchair.
Jesus loves me, yes I know,
And the devil tells me so.
he assures me
That Jesus
loves me. Jesus!
Fuck you, heretics.
Thank Jesus.
Praise Jesus.
Glorious Jesus.
Amen, Jesus.
Hallelujah, Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah, boy.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Surfer Jesus.
UFO Jesus.
Mexican Jesus.
Yeah, homeless. Dolphin Jesus.
Loves you.
Jesus.
Loves you.
Walking the dog, drinking a buzz ball, looking for God, or stirring the pot. Still drinking the buzz ball, whether or not it's bright skies or gloomy days, all the time, either way, I'm still drinking my buzz balls tomorrow and today. Doing laundry or debating shape of Earth, and I got to stay in the game. Because we got these damn balls that make the world go round. Big or small, we drink it now. Don't judge me, I ain't got a problem. Arrow, just trust me, ain't nothing to solve. Then to the end of the earth, we'll represent on our shirts. Friday nights filled with lights that say, don't judge me for drinking buzz balls today.
That really makes the boobs look big when you smash them together like a sandwich.
A sandwich?
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you? And your cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Do you know who I am? Do you know where I've been, what I've been through? Do you know what I've seen and seen fit to do?
Madness.
I am the little prince of unstoppable truth, unstoppable truth. In a single lifetime I grew and I grew into the Raven King. I sing and I sing lullabies to vampires, zombies deluded by worldly matrix lies.
Ooh, madness.
My whole life is scarred. With truth as my sword, I'll cut you apart. Slice and dice, creepy demons, brutally not nice. It's a wicked world.
It's a witchy world.
My ravens and crows stand watchful, loyal, beauteous beings, humorous, wise and noble.
My beautiful ravens and crows.
My familiars. I was a little prince as a boy. Psychic and spiritual weapons I will deploy against you and your sick world of wretched evil demons. Your abysmal and rancid smelly hell realm, sewer matrix of recycled shit. You live in filth like cockroaches, and you love it.
Most of you love the lies, sanity and conformity that I can only despise. You swim in disease, smiling slaves.
Betrayals bring you glee. Over an open fire, you cockroaches and piss ants. I see through your lies and deceptions.
Piss ants.
Last chance.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Stand against evil.
I am the Raven King.
I can do anything.
Truth is my weapon, my shield,
my fire.
My raven soar.
Higher and higher.
Justice will be done.
Demons will pay for spiritual crimes. Demons will be slain
for torture,
wickedness,
and mountains of lies. Upon lies,
upon lies,
lies upon lies,
lies upon lies.
You evil demons, well, burn, burn, burn. It's a realm of atrocities. And you love it. You love it. You love the cruelty. You love the torture. Don't lie. You love the lies.
You love the lies.
Hell realm. Hell realm. Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world.
You love it.
You love the evil.
Atrocity.
You love this wicked
Evil.
hell realm.
Of demons.
You love the sickness. Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
You love it. Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime.
You love it.
You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does the truth matter? Why does true history matter? Why does good matter? Why does good versus evil matter? Why does right versus wrong matter? Why does justice matter? Why does morality matter? Why does it matter if they change their names in Hollywood and pretend not to be tiny hats? Oy vey! Oy vey! Hundreds of them over the years, over the decades, have changed their names so that they don't come across as Jewish. Why does that matter? Why does it matter if they're hiding and pretending to be someone they're not, hiding their identity? Why does that matter? Why does it matter that there's been a communist Marxist tiny hat agenda in Hollywood for longer than I've been alive? Well, why would that matter in the media? Why would it matter if there's rooms full of tiny hats in Israel, is ISIS, Ra, hell realm in Israel, in rooms as paid trolls, paid agents to cause chaos and disrupt on truth channels? Why would that matter if there's millions of dollars spent on that? Why would that matter? Why would the truth of history matter? Where they've lied about World War II and put guilt into German children for generations, and children that are not German, that have never been to Germany, never lived in Germany. American children, British children, Canadian children, children in Sweden and Finland, children all the way down to down under in Australia and New Zealand, programmed with white guilt that you did something wrong or your ancestors did something very bad to a certain group of people. And we're going to tell you this is how it went. Don't look into it. Don't ever look into it on your own. No. We don't want you to look into it. It doesn't matter. It's just 6 million and accept what we tell you. Believe and accept it. Well, why would that matter, right? And they've gotten reparations for generations. Countless millions, if not billions, maybe it's trillions since then. Reparations. You've been paying for it. German people, German children that grow into tax-paying adults. It's remarkable what people will accept. And then you have people on YouTube like Finkelstein, Jeremiah Finkelstein, saying on my show, what would it matter if he's Jewish? What does it matter? What does it matter if he's lying about being Jewish? What would that matter? What difference does it make, they say? Well, it makes a big difference because there's a certain group in this realm that calls us Goy or Goyim. And they believe that they're special, the quote-unquote chosen ones, chosen by God, God's chosen ones. We're special. Our noses are special. We have the best looks, not you Europeans. We're not jealous and envious and projecting out of bitterness and hatred. No. Our noses are better than yours. Our features are better than yours. Is that why there are so many models that are of their tribe? Or are there a lot more beautiful people that are European? Handsome men, beautiful, gorgeous European women that are feminine, attractive, better looking, physically, better voices. Their voices sound better than the that's what it sounds like to me. I gotta be blunt and direct. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what Hebrew sounds like. It sounds like they're sick with the flu or something, or some kind of contagious disease, and they've got all this phlegm. It sounds like they're a sick cat about to hack up a fur ball. That's what it sounds like. I'm being honest. You don't like honesty? Go somewhere else. Go fuck off somewhere else. Kiss my crazy ass before you leave, and then go fuck off somewhere else and complain. Go stand in your little complaint groups of Karens and liberals and cry for the tiny hats because they sound terrible. I would never go to Israel. I remember decades ago when I was young, I was still a child, and one of my grandfathers, a Christian, a Catholic, went to Israel with his son, a priest, on some kind of holy trip. And he said the coffee sucked, and it's like, well, surprise, surprise. I bet everything sucked there. The food, the coffee was probably all terrible. That would be not even on my bucket list, not even the last one on my bucket list. It would be below that in the negatives. I'd rather go into the fucking depths of hell than go there and spend my money and give them money, my money of support as a vacation or a trip or whatever you want to call it. And if I did go there, or if I was forced to go there, I'd be pissing on that old wall that they consider to be sacred. I'd piss all over it. All over it. In the cracks where they shove their little prayers, I would piss all over it. I'd drink and drink and drink. I'd drink water and alcohol to make sure that I had to pee so bad. I'd have to pee harder than an escaped AWOL crazy patient on the run from police. Or an escaped inmate that's being hunted down by the bloodhound dogs and scared of being torn to shreds. I'd piss like a racehorse all over that goddamn old shitty wall. The cracks in it, and they stuff their little prayers in. Then they dig them out and they put them on the ground. They sweep them up into bin bags. It's useless. It's stupid. They rock back and forth and thrust their hips because they're fucking that wall. People laugh. Look into it. Sometimes people think I'm trolling when I'm giving you truth. They believe they're fucking a goddess, a Jewish goddess. They have multiple gods. Yeah. That's why they're rocking like that. Having sex with their Jewish goddess. All right? Look into it, and you'll see what I mean. That's why they're doing that weird motion. Some people are like, why are they rocking like that? And yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. And their little prayers that they stuff into the cracks, the ass cracks of that wall that they consider to be holy, again, that I would piss all over, they consider their little prayers to be holy. They're just treated like garbage, just like the prayers in heaven get recycled. Anyway, back to the main point of my video, everyone. Why does it matter? Because I know that's what a lot of humans say. All truth matters. And their question is, why does it matter? Well, it matters more than the shit you believe and follow. You fucking idiot zombies out there that don't care about truth. The truth matters about all of what you care about. All the stupid, trivial shit. And useless nostalgia. And your sports and entertainment. And your Hollywood movies like Movies Maddie. And all this dumb shit that's not going to matter at all on your deathbed or once your body dies. And you're trying to leave here. None of that shit will matter. The stuff that you think matters, that you pretend matters or convince yourself, won't matter at all. And what I'm speaking about will matter. It does now, and it will then. Ah, that's the difference. Something of substance, rather than which fucking team won the World Series last year, and which hockey team's going to win the Stanley Cup in a matter of months this year. Who cares? Who cares? Who gives a damn? It doesn't matter today, and it won't matter 10 years from now, or if you live 50 more years and you're dying. Are you going to be thinking, oh, fuck, who won the Stanley Cup in 2026? And who scored the winning goal in overtime? It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter who won an Academy Award for whatever shitty movie, or how many Steven Spielberg has. Who gives a shit? But does truth matter? Yes. And why? Why does truth matter? Because it's helping you get somewhere. That's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason. It's not the only reason. But it's one reason that comes to mind. It's useful. It's meaningful. It's helpful. If you if you're a loony and you learn the truth of this realm, it's going to help you. If you stay oblivious, it won't help you. So the truth is a stepping stone or a ladder. If you're down in a pit, a ladder is very useful. If somebody lowers down a rope ladder or an aluminum ladder, an extension ladder that can be made to go, let's say, 20 feet tall, whatever the case may be, that extends 15, 20 feet, aluminum ladder, extension ladder, and you lock it in and climb out. Very useful. Now, would somebody throwing a DVD of a movie down into that pit that you're stuck in be useful? And say, well, watch this. And you'll say, I can't watch it. I don't even have a DVD player down here. Or they throw a VHS tape from an old movie. They toss down the Goonies or Star Wars or some shit on a VHS tape. For those that are old enough to remember 1980s VHS movies and Blockbuster and all that type of shit. Movie rental places. Blockbuster was the biggest one, but there were small independent ones in those days as well. And then what? This doesn't help me, you'll say. And then you might even say, a ladder might be helpful. You have a ladder? Because the ladder would be truth, climbing out of the pit, the dark pit, into the light of truth. And I realize Freemasons use the ladder symbolism in some of their drawings and depictions, climbing either a ladder or a staircase. Oftentimes they use a staircase, stairway to heaven. That's where that came from, Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. Heaven, enlightenment, the light, an enlightened spirit, enlightened being, an enlightened mind. from the darkness of hell realm into the light, ascending, an ascension of sorts, a spiritual ascension. But what I'm getting at is truth matters because it's very helpful. It helps you see clearer. Your vision becomes more clear, more acute. Your spirit becomes more alive from being walking dead amongst the walking dead. This is a realm of the dead. You can observe the dead walking around all the time. They are the dead. They're spiritually dead. I don't care if they breathe and their heart's going and you can detect a pulse. Spiritually, they're dead. So why does truth matter? It's very useful. It's very helpful. It's very meaningful. It's free from slavery, from hell realm, physical, mental, emotional, psychic, and spiritual slavery in this place. It might be the most important thing to find the most important truth and to learn and to gather it in and to understand it, not just to repeat it. I don't want parrots. Any real truth speaker or truth teacher doesn't want people just mindlessly parroting what they're saying. I want you to understand and comprehend on your own. And that gives me a certain amount of contentment and joy when I know that my message or teaching, or I'm helping somebody understand what isn't necessarily my message or teaching, just something that I've come to understand, and I share and they go, oh, now I get what you're saying. That's beautiful. It's not just a feel-good thing. It's deeper than that. It's bigger than that. So going back to my point again, the topic. Does it matter? Why does it matter? Well, of course it matters if someone changes their name and hides their identity, who and what they are, and then is part of a system like Hollywood with agendas that they push. Guilting white people, for example. Making white people always look like the bad guys. Look like the destroyers and the evil ones and the enslavers and the genociders and the colonizers and the ones that did horrible, horrible, evil things to the Jews for no reason and destroyed Native Americans, came here and just destroyed, and always painted that way by Hollywood. Always. And they hide what they are, the actors, actresses, and sometimes directors and producers. And they let on, oh no, we don't have an agenda. This is just art, it's just cinema, it's just movies. It's all just movies, it's not programming. Oh, it is programming though. Hollywood movies, Hollywood TV, it's the same thing. There's no difference. They make the TV shows the same place that they made all those movies for the most part. And the same people, same tiny hats involved. TV news, same tiny hats. All television, all media is owned and controlled by the same group. Newspapers, magazines, TV, movies, radio, same group. Banks, same group. Porn, same group. Why does it matter? Well, patterns matter, and pattern recognition matters. Truth matters. Speaking the truth, seeing the truth of the world and speaking it and saying, that's who owns this. That matters. Who are the agents of chaos? How does Mossad try to wage war? Well, by deception, they will wage war. That's their motto. And they do it. And they do it beyond Mossad. They do it with their influence in media, world media, and world banking. Okay? They try to pollute and corrupt minds through media, through movies, and through porn as well. There are agendas in porn, including racial agendas. There's all sorts of things going on. And most people believe these myths, unfortunately. They want white men to appear weak and stupid, and cucked, and dumb, and controlled, and incompetent, and inept. And we're not overall. We built civilization. We created a modern world. We invented almost everything. And then we trade that way. By a certain group that is envious of white men. It's out of envy, hatred, and evil that they do that. And then they throw up their hands. Oh no, we're innocent. Why would you talk about us? Why does it matter if someone's Jewish? Why does it matter if someone works in Hollywood. Why does it matter if somebody's actually from straight out of Tel Aviv as an agent and not a truther on YouTube, and they pretend that they're a truther, and actually they sound like they're someone just, and look like, many instances, someone that's straight out of Tel Aviv instead of straight out of Compton. They're not a straight out of Compton darky, Negro, gangster, in a gang. They're straight out of Tel Aviv, an agent, a deceiver, an agent, a programmer. Why does it matter? Because there's one tribe that's famous for that. And it certainly isn't Irish people. It certainly isn't people with Irish heritage. It certainly isn't my people from County Cork in Ireland, where my great-grandparents were from, that are controlling the banks and the world media and Hollywood. It isn't the Irish. It isn't the English in me ancestry, the English and Irish and Germanic and Viking that have controlled the world banks and the world media and world currency, have that kind of influence and control, and have agents trying to, propaganda agents on YouTube and on YouTube channels, running YouTube channels and leaving comments and trying to disrupt, not discredit, because they really can't discredit me or debunk me, but make up lies. It certainly isn't Irish people doing that with an Irish accent and an Irish look, or an English look, or someone from Germany, or someone from Finland or Sweden. There aren't rooms full of people that I've ever seen in England or Ireland or Scotland paid agents of chaos of the on the internet, on YouTube. But there is in certain places in Israel. So maybe that's why it matters. Because what I'm saying is they're even known for that. So maybe it does matter when I say to someone, are you Jewish? You look a bit Jewish. You're very critical of me, but you're not critical, I notice, of Archaic's channel that's run by a sex predator that was sentenced to 30 fucking years in prison in maximum security and is on parole for life and has mugshots. You don't seem to be critical of these fucking creeps, but you're critical of the Sanity Machine channel and my music and this and that. Why aren't you critical of sheer evil on YouTube? I notice you shy away from criticism of these evil creatures. It's a little bit glaringly obvious to me because I'm a thinker and I'm an observer and I'm someone that notices patterns and I notice what's missing. And what's missing is criticism for these Team Evil channels. I seem to be the only one critical of them openly. But creatures will be critical of me, and then oh, how dare you call me Jewish, or say I look Jewish, or might look a little bit Jewish. Or ask me, and call me Jewish, just ask me, are you Jewish? How dare you? What does that matter? Of course it matters. I don't get triggered and fly off the fucking handle if somebody says to me, hey, Stephen, you know, you kind of look Germanic. You kind of, when you were a boy, you look like you were Germanic, you look like you had Scandinavian or Nordic Viking blood in you with the blonde hair and blue eyes. But you looked as Irish as well. You look kind of Irish and Viking. And of course, Vikings did invade Ireland, and there's mixture of Viking blood in many Irish people, and then in many Irish people that went from the island of Ireland and came over to Canada as settlers. And became farmers and builders and they worked in forestry and lumberjacks and all the things that my relatives, my ancestors did. And built this fucking country. Or it wouldn't exist. There'd be nothing here. Except some teepees and maybe some long homes and Huron Indians and maybe a few Iroquois and Cree. Here and there. Little tribes. With small populations. And a lot of inbreeding, by the way. And that's how they'd have small populations. Because a lot of tribes didn't breed with other tribes. So figure it out. How does that work? Oh, that would be going on then, inbreeding. Just like when Pakistanis moved to England and they only marry each other. They're marrying cousins and sometimes siblings. In England, Pakistanis Look into it. If you don't believe me, don't be lazy. Don't shake your heads back and forth. No, 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 that's got to be a joke, or that can't be real. You got to break free from that habit and pause the video and say, I'm going to look into that right now. That's what I do. I know many people don't do that, though. They want to pretend that can't be happening. Can't be real. You live in denial and you do mental gymnastics. And you know what? Some of you are going to do so many goddamn mental gymnastics. You're going to be doing backflips from the afterlife right into this realm. Because you're so used to doing mental gymnastics here rather than facing the truth. Whether it's the truth about inbreeding Pakistanis or the truth about World War II and camp money and teens and movie theaters and chocolate bars and swimming pools and soccer games. And it was a lot different than what people believe in World War II. Look into it and realize you were duped. You were taught wrong and you believed wrong. You watched Hollywood, Schindler's List and shit, and you don't know what the fuck really happened. And you never looked. Some of you did. I know that on my channel. Some, a rare few. It might be a handful or two whole handfuls out of the entire realm that I've been able to find that looked into this topic. So it isn't many. All right? So why does it matter? Because they conditioned you with propaganda and lies to believe one thing, and it's totally opposite. And they do that with a lot of things. And if you look into the Cold War and look at the photos I've shown of Stalin with Churchill and Roosevelt doing a three-way Freemasonic handshake and laughing it up with liquor and cigars, best buddies. They laughed because they duped you. And that was before they started the Cold War and duped you again. And they were laughing, thinking, now we're going to dupe them for the next 50 years. Us Freemasons. Kid in hand. Doing the handshakes and everything else for photo ops. Showing you, hey, we're Freemasons. We're the hidden hand behind this realm. Not the only group, but they're one group that is worldwide. Freemasonry is from here to Russia. It's from here to China. It's in Africa. It's in Australia. It's not just across Europe or America. It's worldwide. It's in Asian countries. It's everywhere. South America. You can go to a Freemasonic lodge anywhere. And that's by design. They have influence everywhere. Not just political influence, but financial influence, influence over military. And then they have connections with other groups. Sorry. They have connections with the Club of Rome, Knights of the Garter, the royal families, not only of Europe, but other royal families in this realm of Japan, China, everywhere. Everywhere. Royal families are connected, from Russia to China. Knights Templar, Knights of Malta. It all connects in with Freemasonry. And it also connects with the Satanism groups like Anton LaVey's little Church of Satan was a little filtration, low-level group. They try to discover, is this someone we can use as a tool? Are they psychopathic or do they have a conscience? And they filter out the ones with conscience. They stay at low levels. And then they filter out the ones they desire to use as psychopaths. The ones they know will do anything, that have no conscience, no moral, no real true moral compass or care for others, no scruples, that will do evil for them, do their bidding. And then they spot them and say, well, we can use this one. Out of these 100 or this 200 or 500 in this lodge, this is the one we can use, this one here. And that's how it works. It's a filtration system. And they get promoted, just like they get promoted in politics and in banking and business. Psychopaths. Or demons, the ones that are straight up demonic, that have demonic attachments. That's how it works. And the ones that are willing to sell out and do anything, including sacrifice their own family members, for fame and fortune. And they know, well, you're going to have to pay your dues. It's going to be either your parent or your child. You got to make a choice by tomorrow. You got to send us a text to the name and we'll take them out. We'll sacrifice, but you have to sacrifice to be part of us. And they do it for fame and fortune. To be multimillionaires, to have $100 million, or make 10 million or 20 million per movie, or $30 million per year contract in sports. It's all controlled. All of it. Why does it matter? Because the truth matters. Why does it matter? Because to battle evil, you have to know the truth. To be good, you have to be informed and wise. You have to be wise as a raven, or wise as ravening wolves. Wise. Wisdom matters. Strength matters. Truth matters. The truth of history matters. If you don't have a clue or you're programmed by what is false, you're going to be misled. The truth matters. You don't want to be a pawn on someone else's chessboard. Ignorant, stupid, blind, gullible, fooled, duped, used. A tool for evil. Do you? The truth matters. It's important. Wisdom matters. Strength matters. And they'll try to teach you in this realm that it doesn't matter, they'll say. It doesn't matter, they'll say. Finkelstein has said, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if I was Jewish, he said. It doesn't matter. Why would that matter, they say. Lomick said, his buddy said that too. Why would that matter? He's just racist. He's just racist. King Stephen, they don't call me that. They call me TSM. All of Team Evil tries to call me that. They'll never use the words King Stephen. They'll say TSM. Rebellious Meth Puppet says that. Finkelstein says that. Joshua S. John says that. Sedaris says that. That mushroom creature says that. They have great difficulty saying my name. And they all say it the same way, which is a pattern that's observable. It's not by chance. It's not by coincidence. They all talk about me in Discord groups and call me TSM. That angry Gingy that I showed earlier, nonconformist. That Gincel, angry. I call him angry Gingy. Calls me TSM. They all do. They all do. They say the same things. They're on the same wavelength. Hive-minded Team Evil demons. The funny thing is they're all going to end up in the same place. They can all call me the same thing, but they're all going to end up here in the same place where they belong. The truth matters. Don't let any creatures convince you that the truth doesn't matter, that the truth of this or history or certain things that happened in World War II or didn't happen the way you were told. It all matters. Someone's ethnicity, their race, their identity. If they change their name and try to hide who and what they are, it all matters. Don't let them fool you with that bullshit of what does it matter? What does it matter? Of course it matters. They'll also try for the moral relativism shit, saying that, there's no good and evil. It doesn't matter what we do. It does matter. It does matter. Choices matter. Behavior matters. Morals matter. It does matter. So don't let them fool you. Stay Viking strong. The truth matters. Choose wisely. And choose freedom.
This is a hell realm. This is a hell realm. Yes! Yes! Hell realm.
Is this life? Is this life? Are you alive? Are you alive?
Deny your senses. Shut off your minds. Believe the lies. Follow the liars. This realm runs on
Burn. Burn. It's your turn. Burn. Burn, you cockroaches. Burn. Burn the cockroaches. Burn the demons. Is this life? Is this living? Are you alive? Are you alive? Endless humans say life sucks. They hate life. They say they hate life. Or they'll say they'll take a different approach. They'll say to me, "Hey, Steven, don't you like life? Don't you like how beautiful it is? This is God's world. God gave you everything. God gave you breath. God gave you a body. God gave you food. God gave you nature. God gave you everything. It's laughable." Really? Is that what you believe? Are you retarded? Maybe you are. And they'll say to me, "Don't you like life? Why do you seem bitter and negative?" And, well, this isn't life. You're assuming this is life, aren't you? Now, if you were an honest being, which most aren't in this realm, whether they're religious or not, most beings in this realm are not honest. They'd say, "This is life? What do you mean I'm assuming?" Well, you're assuming this is life as much as you're assuming you're not dreaming. You're assuming this is life. There could be a case to be made that this is death, not life, that this isn't living in this realm, in this matrix. I'm not saying it's a video game, but I'm saying this isn't truly living the way that we should be alive and living. This is more like suffering and slowly dying, being tortured, going through humiliations, being deceived, being fooled, being pressured, coerced to pay money to demons, and all the sorts of things that go on in this realm. All sorts of things. Hello, everyone. Goodbye for now to Mind Mirage. It was good to have you here. Pardon my voice. I've been speaking a lot and up all night, and I've been working some things, and I may have blown out my voice a little bit this morning. I've been working on a few things in the background. Excuse me. And I've been working on putting together something new, something special, something cool, something electric. So just give me a second. Trying to put together to share something with you here. At least before I end this stream or call it a morning or call it a day. So I've been working on this for a while today, and I hope you enjoy it. It's called Choose Freedom. Choose freedom. Choose freedom. Cue the music. And turn it up.
I can't set you free. I can't set you free when you're in love with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free. It's up to you.
Choose.
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 Wisely. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose. This is a gentle reminder to be who you are. Be who you are. Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Woman up.
Get your spirit.
Rising up.
Rising up.
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours. Eternal freedom!
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom!
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves free.
Set yourselves
Free.
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 Free. Reject spiritual.
Slavery.
Choose.
Freedom. Freedom. Freedom.
Choose.
To be free.
Choose.
Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Viking strong. Viking strong.
Sound of the drums.
Sound of the drum. I can't set you free
I can't set you free
when you're in love.
with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can set you free.
It's up to you.
Choose.
Choose.
Choose wisely.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
This is a gentle reminder to be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up,
Man up,
woman up,
get your spirit rising up.
rising up.
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits.
Ours.
Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free.
Set yourselves
Free.
free. Free.
Reject spiritual slavery.
Choose
Freedom.
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 Choose
To be free. Choose.
I can't set you free
When you're in love,
with slavery.
I can't set you free.
I can't set you free.
It's up to
Do you
choose.
choose?
Choose wisely. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
This is a gentle reminder.
To be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Woman up. It's your spirit rising up.
Rising up like crows above.
The clouds with nothing else above.
No higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up.
Choose
Wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free.
Set yourselves free.
Set yourselves
Free.
free. Free.
Free. Free.
Reject spiritual
Slavery.
choose
Freedom.
freedom. Freedom.
Freedom. Freedom. Choose to be free.
Choose wisely.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose
This is a gentle reminder.
to be who you are.
Be who you are.
Stand against evil.
Choose
Freedom.
freedom.
Stand up.
Man up.
Woman up.
Get your
Spirit rising up.
rising up
Like crows above the clouds with nothing else above.
no higher powers.
Eternity is ours.
Good spirits ours. Eternal freedom.
Magical spirits.
Eternal freedom.
Rise up. Choose wisely.
Choose wisely.
Choose freedom.
Set yourselves
Free. Set yourselves free. Free. Free.
reject spiritual slavery.
I can set you free.
I can set you free.
It's up to you.
Choose, choose, choose wisely.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
You must choose.
Choose.
Thank you all for listening. Thanks for watching. 10 hours, 44 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I will see you again soon. Bye for now. Mad love to all good, true, truth-loving spirits. Mad love and Viking strength. Take care.
is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell! Nobody does it better. Nobody. UFO Jesus is coming.
UFO Jesus.
UFO Jesus
Jesus is coming
to town. UFO Jesus on a surfboard. UFO Jesus is an alien. He's chill, brah. He's the savior you've been waiting for. He's the flavor the ladies love.
The flavor.
UFO Jesus has the flavor flav.
UFO Jesus.
Gets all the hot babes.
UFO.
UFO.
UFO Jesus.
UFO Jesus saves.
UFO Jesus.
Loves surfer babes.
UFO
Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, hey. Shh. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit, unlimited consciousness, unlimited creation, eternity awaits, eternal spirits, eternal creations, eternal imaginations from within, from within. Timeless in eternity, traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.
No entities can contain me.
I am free.
I choose freedom. Choose freedom. Choose freedom.
Freedom.